Hello, everyone. Welcome to Zen and Fanfics. Today we are featuring What If Female Deku Was Digital Monster? The story is written by Dog Day, 2006 on Wattpad. Before we start, please like and subscribe for more content. Now let's dive into the story. The apartment was quiet. It was late enough that the TV was off, the kitchen light was dim, and the only sound left was the soft hum of the refrigerator and the small feet padding across the floor. Izumi Midoriya rubbed one eye with the sleeve of her green pajama top and stepped into the living room. She was 5 years old, half asleep, and not fully awake enough to remember why she had gotten out of bed in the first place. Maybe water. Maybe she had heard something. Maybe she had just woken up and wanted her mom. She stood there for a second, hair messy, blanket still dragging behind her from where she had brought it out of her room. The TV screen across from the couch was dark, only showing the room back at her like a dull mirror. Izumi blinked at it. In the reflection, she looked normal, small, tired, green pajamas, bare feet. Then she noticed her eyes. She stopped moving. Her reflection's eyes were wrong. The white was gone. Both eyes looked black, deep black, and each one had a tiny glowing green that's sitting in the middle. Izumi froze. Her own eyes didn't feel strange. Nothing hurt, but the girl in the reflection was staring back with those black eyes and green points, and that girl was still wearing her face. Izumi lifted one hand slowly and touched under her own eye. The reflection copied her. Her hand dropped. The reflection copied her again. She swallowed. "Mom," she called quietly. No answer. Her mother was asleep. Izumi looked at the TV again. The reflection still looked normal except for the eyes. 5-year-old fear was a strange thing. It could be huge one second and uncertain the next. She was scared, but she was also a child, and children touch things they should not touch all the time. She took a few small steps toward the screen. The girl in the TV came closer too. Izumi leaned in. The black eyes with the tiny green dots stared back at her. Her hand slowly reached out. One fingertip touched the cool glass. Everything happened at once. The screen flashed white. Not loud. Not explosive. Just sudden. Izumi gasped and yanked her hand back. But it was already too late. Her fingers tingled hard enough to make her cry out, and the feeling shot up her arm in one fast rush, like static running through her skin. The TV crackled. The dark reflection broke apart into shifting black fuzz and gray noise. Izumi stumbled backward. Her blanket slipped from her hand and hit the floor. Her arm felt strange, not painful, wrong. She looked down and started crying. Black fur was spreading over her hand. It ran over her fingers, across the back of her palm, up her wrist. Not patchy, not like an animal's coat growing in. It moved too fast, too evenly, swallowing her skin as if it had always been waiting underneath. "Mom!" Izumi screamed. Her other hand flew to her face and made it worse. She felt something changing there too. Her cheeks, her mouth, her nose. The shape of her face pushed forward in a way her small body had no words for. Her sobs turned ragged as her voice caught around a mouth that no longer felt right. Something hard formed over the front of her face, smooth and solid, covering it in a shape that felt like bone. A tail pushed out behind her, sudden enough to make her trip sideways and fall against the couch. The TV hissed with static. From the bedroom, footsteps slammed across the floor. Izumi! Inko Midoriya rushed into the living room with sleep still on her face and fear already in her voice. She stopped cold. Her daughter was half curled against the couch in green pajamas, shaking and crying. Black fur covered her small body. A long dark tail twitched behind her on the floor. And where Izumi's face should have been, there was now the shape of a skull-like muzzle, pale against the dark fur, with empty black eye sockets holding one small glowing green dot in each eye. For one horrible second, Inko could only stare. Then Izumi made a frightened little sound that was still unmistakably her. "Mama!" That broke the shock. Inko dropped to her knees so fast it hurt. "Izumi, I'm here," she said, voice shaking. "I'm right here. Mom's here." Izumi reached for her at once, both little arms jerking forward with all the desperate trust of a terrified child. Inko pulled her into a tight hug immediately. Izumi hit her chest hard enough that the air left Inko's lungs, and then the little girl clung to her with all four limbs and cried into her. Inko held her tighter. "It's okay," Inko said, even though she had no idea if it was okay. "It's okay, baby. I've got you. I've got you." Izumi was shaking badly. Her new tail was lashing in short, frightened movements against the floor. Her pajamas still fit, though awkwardly now, and the dark fur under Inko's hands felt real. Warm. Soft. Not an illusion. Not a costume. Not something that would wipe off. Inko swallowed hard and kept one arm wrapped around Izumi's back while the other hand moved over her head as gently as she could. "You're okay," she whispered. "You're okay, sweetheart. I'm here." Izumi's crying quieted just enough for her to get words out between breaths. "My face hurts." Inko felt like her heart had just been squeezed in a fist. "I know," she said softly. "I know. We're going to the hospital, okay?" Izumi made a small, scared noise and pressed closer instead of answering. Inko didn't let go. She stayed on the floor with her daughter in her arms, hugging her close while Izumi cried and trembled and tried to hide her changed face against her chest. The TV behind them kept spitting quiet static. Inko looked over Izumi's shoulder at the screen. It was cracked with thin black lines spreading from the place Izumi must have touched. The reflection was gone. There was only noise now. Her daughter's quirk. It had to be. She had known this day would come. Every parent in the country knew that. One day their child's quirk would show itself. Sometimes it was small. Sometimes it was dangerous. Sometimes it was messy. But nothing had prepared her for this. Nothing had prepared her to wake up and find her little girl crying on the floor in the middle of the night wearing a face like this. Izumi gave another shaky sob. Inko squeezed her again at once. "I know," she said. "I know, sweetheart. You don't have to talk right now." Izumi nodded against her chest. Inko stayed like that, kneeling on the floor, hugging her daughter, and refusing to loosen her arms even a little. She could feel Izumi's heartbeat. Fast. Frightened. Still her daughter. Still Izumi. That mattered more than anything. After another minute, maybe two, Izumi's crying eased into weak little hiccups. She sounded tired now more than loud, like the fear had worn her down all at once. Inko leaned her cheek against the top of Izumi's head. "We're going to get you checked," she said quietly. "I'm not letting go, okay?" Izumi gave a tiny nod. "Okay," she whispered. Only then did Inko move. Very carefully, still holding her close, she shifted just enough to get her hands under Izumi properly and lift her up. Izumi immediately clung harder, small arms around Inko's neck, tail curling tight against her own body. "I've got you," Inko said again. She carried her out of the apartment still pressed against her chest. Down the hall. Out to the car. Izumi stayed quiet now, but not calm. Tired enough that her eyes drooped, scared enough that every small noise made her tense again. Inko got into the driver's seat with one hand still rubbing slowly over Izumi's back before gently settling her in as securely as she could. Izumi looked so small sitting there in her green pajamas, black fur, long tail, and that skull-like face that no 5-year-old should have had to wake up wearing. Her glowing green pupils were dimmer now with exhaustion. She looked at her mother with fear. She was trying very hard not to let back into tears. Inko reached over immediately and cupped the side of her head with a shaking hand. "I'm right here," she said. Izumi leaned into the touch at once. Inko started the car. Then she drove toward the hospital with her daughter still frightened, still tired, and still looking at her like she was the only thing in the world that made sense. And for tonight, that would have to be enough. The drive felt too long. Inko kept one hand on the wheel and the other reaching over whenever she safely could, touching Izumi's shoulder, her arm, the side of her head, anything to remind her she was still there. Izumi sat curled in the passenger seat in her green pajamas, tail wrapped tight around herself. She looked exhausted now, but every time the streetlights passed over her face, Inko's chest tightened all over again. Her daughter still looked like her daughter, but not in the way she had an hour ago. "Mama?" Izumi asked quietly. "I'm here. Am I sick?" Inko swallowed. "No. I don't think you're sick. Izumi looked down at her hands. They were covered in black fur now, small and unfamiliar in her lap. Then why am I like this? Inko had no answer that would make sense to a 5-year-old at 3 in the morning. It's your quirk, she said softly. I think it came in all at once. Izumi did not say anything after that. She just looked out the window until they reached the hospital. Inko parked as fast as she could, got out, and came around to Izumi's side. The second the door opened, Izumi reached for her again. Inko picked her up immediately, and Izumi clung to her chest without a word. The hospital lobby was bright, quiet, and mostly empty at this hour. A woman at the front desk looked up first with the normal tired expression of someone working the late shift. Then she saw them. Her eyes widened, but not in fear. Inko saw the immediate SWCH into concern. Ma'am, the receptionist said, standing up. Is she hurt? My daughter's quirk manifested, Inko said quickly. Just now. It was sudden. Her face changed, her body changed, and she said it hurt. The woman nodded right away. Okay, all right. Bring her here. We'll get someone down. She picked up the phone before Inko had even reached the desk. Pediatric quirk emergency and intake, she said. 5-year-old. Sudden mutation manifestation. Stable, responsive, frightened. Izumi buried her face in Inko's shoulder. It's okay, Inko whispered, rubbing her back. They're just going to check you. A nurse came through the doors less than a minute later, followed by a doctor in a white coat with slightly messy hair and a face that said he had clearly been pulled from another room. The doctor slowed when he saw Izumi, but his voice stayed calm. Hi, he said gently. I'm Dr. Sano. Can I take a look at her? Izumi shook her head at once and held on to Inko tighter. The doctor did not push. That's fine, he said. You can stay with your mom. We're not taking you away from her. They got a small glance out of Izumi. He crouched a little so he was not looming over her. Can you tell me your name? There was a pause. Izumi, she said quietly. Okay, Izumi. I know this is scary. We're just going to make sure your body's okay. Inko could have cried from relief at how normal he was acting. The nurse smiled gently too. You can stay in your mom's arms the whole time if that makes you feel better. Izumi nodded once. They brought them into an exam room made for children, though the bright animal stickers on the walls felt strange with everything else going on. Inko sat on the bed with Izumi in her lap and did not let go. The nurse started with the easy things first. Temperature, heart rate, BLD pressure. She explained each one before doing it. This is just going to squeeze your arm a little. This clip just checks your pulse. No needles right now. Izumi stayed tense through all of it, but she let them work because Inko kept an arm around her and whispered to her between each step. You're doing good. That's it. I'm right here. The doctor listened to her breathing, looked at her eyes, checked inside her mouth as carefully as he could around the new shape of her face, and gently examined her hands, tail, and the fur along her arms. Any trouble breathing? He asked. Inko answered first. No. Pain now? He asked Izumi. She hesitated. Not a lot. Did it hurt more when it was changing? A small nod. Okay. He looked at Inko. Did she lose consciousness? No. Any seizure activity? Collapse? No. Just crying and panicking. It happened fast. Any family history of mutation quirks? Inko looked down for a second. Not like this. Dr. Sano nodded and wrote something down. Then he looked back at Izumi. Can you move your tail for me? Izumi made a face like she was not happy about being asked, but the tail twitched anyway. Good, he said. And your fingers? She flexed them. Any numbness? She shook her head. He smiled a little. That's good. Another doctor came in after that, this one from Quirk Pediatrics, older and quieter, with glasses and a voice that stayed low and even. She introduced herself as Dr. Hoshino and asked if she could observe without touching first. Inko appreciated that immediately. Dr. Hoshino watched Izumi for a few seconds, then the cracked phone Inko had brought in her bag, then the note Dr. Sano had written. Did any electronics behave strangely before this happened? She asked. Inko blinked. I don't know. The television cracked when she touched it. It flashed first. Dr. Hoshino nodded slowly. That may be related. Some quirks interact with the trigger event in a very direct way. She looked at Izumi kindly. You're still you, sweetheart. Your body just changed very fast. Izumi finally spoke louder than a whisper. Am I going to stay like this? The room got quiet. Dr. Hoshino did not dodge the question. I think this may be your new normal shape, yes. Izumi stared at her. Inko tightened her arms around her at once. But, Dr. Hoshino added, that does not mean something bad happened to who you are. It means your quirk came in as a mutation, too. Izumi looked down again. Inko kissed the top of her head without thinking. Dr. Sano stepped back toward the counter. Her vitals are stable. No obvious signs of internal distress. I'd like to do a non-invasive quirk scan and keep her here for observation for a bit. But right now she doesn't look medically unstable. Inko let out a breath she felt like she had been holding since the living room. So she's okay? She's frightened, he said. And tired. And this was clearly painful. But yes, based on what we're seeing right now, she appears physically okay. Izumi sagged a little at that, like hearing someone say it out loud had taken some of the tightness out of her. The scan machine was brought in instead of moving her to another room. It was small and designed for children, more like a rolling monitor with attached sensors than anything dramatic. Again, they let her stay in Inko's arms. The nurse attached the pads gently while explaining each. 1. Izumi flinched once when the machine powered on, but it only hummed softly. The monitor lit up with strange patterns and graphs Inko could not read. Dr. Hoshino could. Her eyebrows lifted. What is it? Inko asked immediately. Dr. Hoshino looked between the screen and Izumi. Her quirk signature is unusual. Inko's stomach dropped again. Unusual how? Dr. Hoshino chose her words carefully. It reads partly like a mutation quirk and partly like an emitter with an ongoing active state. That happens sometimes. The strange part is the signal interference. The cracked little monitor on the cart flickered. Static rolled over the screen for half a second. Then, for just a moment, an unfamiliar app icon appeared in the corner of the display before vanishing. Everyone in the room saw it. The nurse looked at the screen. Did that machine always have that? No, Dr. Hoshino said. Izumi shrank into Inko a little. I didn't do it. I know, Inko said immediately. Dr. Hoshino looked at her with interest, not alarm. That's helpful. Inko stared. Helpful? It tells us the quirk is already interacting with electronics around her. That gives us a better idea of what kind of manifestation this is. The machine flickered again, then settled. Dr. Sano gave a tired little sigh. Well, that answers one question. Izumi looked close to crying again, more from exhaustion than fear now. Inko rubbed her back in slow circles. Can she rest? Yes, Dr. Sano said. We'll move her to observation for the night. No more tests unless something changes. Dr. Hoshino nodded. And her mother stays with her. Of course, the nurse said at once. That was the first moment since waking up that Inko felt like she could breathe. Izumi's eyes were half-lidded now, the tiny green pupils dim in the black scara, as sleep pulled at her. Mama? Yes, baby? Will you stay? Inko held her a little tighter. Yes. Izumi nodded once, finally letting her head rest against Inko's chest. The doctor stepped back to give them room while the nurse quietly got the observation room ready. No one treated Izumi like something dangerous. No one treated her like something wrong. Just like a little girl whose quirk had arrived in the middle of the night and hit far harder than anyone would have wanted. And for now, that was enough. Hospital mornings felt strange. The lights were too white. The sheets were too stiff. The room smelled too clean. Izumi woke slowly with her cheek pressed against her mother's shirt and one small hand still fisted in the fabric like she had fallen asleep, making sure Inko could not disappear. For a few quiet seconds, she did not remember. Then she opened her eyes fully. The black scara came with it. The tiny, glowing green pupils brightened in the low morning light. The weight of her tail curled around her legs felt wrong again. The shape of her face felt wrong again. Izumi went still. Inko, who had somehow managed to sleep half-sitting in the chair with Izumi curled against her, stirred the second her daughter tensed. Hey, Inko said softly, voice rough from sleep. You're awake. Izumi looked up at her. For a second, she did not say anything. She just searched her mother's face like she needed to make sure nothing had changed there too. Then she nodded once. Inko lifted a hand and gently brushed some of Izumi's dark hair back. How do you feel? Izumi thought about it. Tired. I figured. My face still feels weird. That made Inko's chest tighten, but she kept her voice even. Do you want breakfast first, or do you want a minute? Izumi hesitated. A minute. Okay. Inko did not rush her. The room was quiet except for the soft hum of hospital air and the distant roll of wheels in the hallway. Morning light touched the observation room window, pale and thin. Izumi slowly climbed off the bed. Her green pajamas were a little wrinkled now, and the tail behind her dragged lightly across the sheet before slipping down after her. She landed on her feet and stood there for a second, adjusting to her own body again. Inko watched closely but did not interfere. The mirror over the small sink sat on the opposite wall. Izumi looked at it, then back at her mother, then at it again. Do you want me to come with you? Inko asked. Izumi shook her head after a second. Stay there. I'm not going anywhere. That seemed to help. Izumi padded over slowly. The girl in the mirror was already waiting for her. Small body, green pajamas, black fur, long tail, hair messier than usual from sleeping, skull-like face where her old one should have been. This time, the reflection matched perfectly. No lag, no wrong eyes before the change, no sudden flash of static. Just her. Izumi stood very still, staring at herself. Then she stepped closer. Her glowing green pupils moved over the shape of her face first. The smooth pale bone-like structure around the muzzle, the dark fur framing it, the black around her eyes. She leaned in more. Her mouth. That was what she looked at most. Slowly, uncertainly, she opened it a little. The reflection did the same. She saw teeth. Too many. Too sharp-looking. Not neat little child teeth like before. Her jaw shape looked different too, wider, stretched into something that did not belong on the face of the little girl she still felt like inside. Izumi shut her mouth again, then opened it wider. Her eyes widened a little in return. The jaw really did open farther than she expected. The long, dark tongue inside made her flinch and pull back fast enough that her tail knocked lightly into the cabinet behind her. Inko was on her feet immediately. Izumi, I'm okay, Izumi said quickly, though her voice came out quieter and stranger than before. Still hers. Still small. Just moving through a different mouth now. Inko stayed where she was, but only because Izumi had asked her to. Izumi looked back at the mirror. This time she touched the lower part of her muzzle with careful fingers. Then one cheek. Then the edge of her mouth. Like she was checking if it was hard. If it would come off. If she could somehow find the old shape underneath. It did not come off. Her reflection touched the same places. Still her. Still not her. Her eyes dropped. I look scary. Inko crossed the room before the sentence fully finished. She did not crowd her. She just came close enough to stand beside her and look in the mirror too. The reflection showed both of them. Izumi, small and dark and changed. Inko, tired and worried and trying very hard not to let that worry turn into something her daughter would carry. You look like Izumi, Inko said. Izumi looked up at her. Inko met her eyes in the mirror. Different than before, but still you. Izumi was quiet for a long moment. Then there was a soft knock on the open door. Dr. Hoshino stepped in first, followed by Dr. Sano carrying a tablet and a paper chart. Good morning, Dr. Hoshino said. Did we interrupt? Inko glanced over. No. She just woke up. Dr. Hoshino gave Izumi a small smile. How are you feeling this morning? Izumi turned away from the mirror a little, still staying close to her mother. Weird. That sounds about right, Dr. Sano said, not unkindly. He looked less tired than last night, though not by much. Dr. Hoshino stepped a little closer to the bed, but kept her voice low and calm. We went over the machine readings again after you fell asleep. Inko's attention sharpened immediately. And Dr. Hoshino looked down at the tablet in her hands, then back to them. The app we saw on the monitoring screen wasn't random. Izumi's tail twitched once behind her. Dr. Hoshino noticed, but did not make a thing of it. We studied the signal event from the machine, she said. What appeared on the monitor was tied to your quark waves. not just interference. It looks more like a direct symptom of the quirk itself. Inko frowned. Meaning? Dr. Sano answered this time. Meaning her quirk may be more connected to electronics than we first thought. The room went quiet. Izumi looked up at them, then at the tablet. Dr. Hoshino nodded once. We already knew the television reacted when she touched it. Now we have reason to believe her body is producing a quirk pattern that interacts with electronic systems directly. Like breaking them? Inko asked quickly. Not necessarily, Dr. Hoshino said. Not only that, more like attaching to them, influencing them. Izumi's eyes dropped to the tablet again. Dr. Sano held it up just enough for Inko to see a still image on the screen. It was a capture from the monitor in the night. A plain medical display with graphs and numbers. And in the lower corner, there was an icon. Simple. Wrong. Out of place. It looked like it belonged there, and did not belong there at all. Inko's fingers tightened around Izumi's shoulder. We checked the system logs, Dr. Sano said. Nothing was downloaded. Nothing was installed. The icon wasn't part of the machine. It appeared for 4.2 seconds and vanished. Dr. Hoshino continued. The timing lined up with a spike in Izumi's quirk output while she was asleep. Izumi blinked. I did it when I was sleeping. Looks that way, Dr. Hoshino said gently. Izumi looked down at her hands. The black fur there did not change. Neither did the claws. I didn't mean to. I know, Dr. Hoshino said immediately. Nobody thinks you did. Inko rubbed her daughter's back once. Can you explain what this means in simple words? Dr. Hoshino nodded. We think Izumi's quirk is not just a body mutation. Her body changed, yes, but the quirk may also naturally connect to nearby electronics. Screens, monitors, devices like that. Maybe more later. We don't know yet. Because she touched a screen when it happened? Inko asked. That may have been part of the trigger, Dr. Hoshino said. Or part of what the quirk attached itself to as it manifested. Dr. Sano glanced down at the tablet. We're seeing signs that her quirk waves and electronic signal patterns overlap in ways they usually shouldn't. Izumi frowned slightly. So the TV heard me? Neither doctor laughed. Dr. Hoshino answered seriously, which was probably the right choice. Not heard you exactly, but your quirk may treat electronics as something it can reach into or affect. Izumi looked back toward the mirror. Then the tablet screen in Dr. Sano's hand flickered. All four of them saw it. The image blinked to black for half a second. A thin line of static rolled upward. Then, just for an instant, the same wrong icon appeared again in the corner. Dr. Sano looked down sharply. There. He tapped the side of the device. The icon vanished. Izumi took a half step behind Inko. Inko's arm came around her at once. Dr. Hoshino, though clearly interested, kept her tone calm. That's all right. That actually helps confirm it. Izumi pressed closer. I don't like that. You don't have to like it, Inko said softly. Dr. Hoshino lowered the tablet. You don't need to make it do anything right now. We're not asking that. Dr. Sano gave Izumi a thoughtful look. Has anything else electronic acted strangely around you? Before last night? Izumi shook her head. Inko thought about it. Nothing obvious. Maybe a phone freezing once or twice. But nothing I would have connected to this. That may change now, Dr. Hoshino said. This kind of manifestation can settle over the next few days. Or it can reveal more. Inko did not seem thrilled by that sentence. What kind of more? She asked. Dr. Hoshino was careful again. Possibly stronger interactions with devices. Screens reacting to her presence. Maybe signal disruption. Maybe more visual symptoms like the app. Izumi stared at the floor. Inko looked down at her immediately. Hey. Izumi did not answer. Inko crouched so she was level with her. Look at me. Slowly, Izumi did. You are still 5, Inko said. You are still my little girl. And you do not have to know how all of this works today. Izumi's eyes wavered. But what if I break stuff? Then we deal with broken stuff, Inko said. They got the smallest pause out of her. We can replace stuff, Inko went on. We cannot replace you. So you come first? Izumi's shoulders loosened a little. Dr. Hoshino smiled faintly at that. That is exactly the right priority. Dr. Sano set the tablet down on the counter. maybe deciding not to tempt the situation more than necessary. We'll want follow-up appointments. Probably Quirk Pediatrics and a specialist in electronic interference. Quirks. Inko nodded once. Fine. And for now, Dr. Hoshino said, no pressure on her to perform. No forcing reactions out of screens or devices. Let the quirk settle first. Inko nodded again, firmer this time. Izumi glanced once more at the mirror. She still looked strange, still scary, in a way she could not argue with. But when she opened her mouth just a little this time, she did not JRK back as hard. She just looked. Teeth. Tongue. A face that did not belong to the little girl she had been yesterday. A face that belonged to the little girl she was now. Inko stepped back to her side and rested a hand on her shoulder. The mirror showed that too. And somehow, with her mother standing there next to her, it was a little easier to look. The drive to kindergarten was quiet. Too quiet. Inko kept glancing over from the driver's seat whenever the light changed or the road straightened out enough to risk it. Izumi sat small and still in the passenger seat, green eyes now reduced to tiny glowing dots inside black scara. Hands folded in her lap, tail curled tightly around herself. Usually, mornings like this were louder. Usually, Izumi would be bouncing in her seat, asking if they were almost there, talking about which toys she wanted first, asking if Bakugo would be there, asking if she could draw today, asking if she could show someone something she found yesterday. Usually, she was excited. Inko remembered that excitement too clearly. Izumi had loved kindergarten almost immediately. Not the worksheets, not nap time, not being told to put things away. She loved seeing people. And most of all, she loved seeing Katsuki Bakugo. Now she was so quiet it made the whole car feel wrong. Inko reached over at a red light and rested her hand lightly on Izumi's arm. You don't have to be brave all by yourself. Izumi looked down at her new furred hands. They're gonna stare. Some probably would. Inko could not lie to her about that. They might, she said gently. But they'll also see that you're still you. Izumi did not answer. The light changed. The car moved again. By the time they pulled into the kindergarten lot, Izumi looked even smaller than she had at the hospital somehow. Not in size, just in the way fear could fold a child up from the inside. Inko parked, turned off the car, and came around to Izumi's side. The second the door opened, Izumi was out and pressed against her mother's leg. Inko looked down. Black fur. Green pajamas traded for school clothes. Long tail tucked close. Skull-like face turned inward like if she hid enough. Maybe the world would forget to look at her. Inko's chest ached, but she only laid a hand on top of Izumi's head. Come on, she said softly. Izumi stayed glued to her side the entire walk inside. At the front desk, a teacher looked up from a clipboard with the usual morning smile already on her face. Then she saw them. More specifically, she saw the way Izumi was half hidden behind Inko's leg. The teacher's expression softened immediately. Oh, she said, voice quiet and kind. Izumi. Izumi did not come out from hiding. Inko gave a small apologetic smile. Her quirk manifested yesterday. It was a lot. The teacher nodded at once, not pushing, not staring too hard. I can imagine. She crouched a little instead of staying standing over her. Everyone was wondering where you went yesterday. Izumi peeked out just enough for one glowing green pupil to show. The teacher smiled a little wider. Katsuki was very impatient. He kept asking where Izumi went. Izumi froze. Then, somehow, the pale bone of her cheeks took on the faintest blush. Inko nearly melted on the spot. The teacher chuckled softly, clearly noticing it too. Yes, really? Izumi slowly looked out farther from behind Inko's leg. He asked a lot, the teacher added. That got a tiny embarrassed huff out of her. The teacher stood fully again and held one hand out. Would you like to walk with me? Izumi looked up at Inko first. Inko smiled and gently ran her fingers through Izumi's hair, the same green shade as her own, though it looked different now framing that skull-like face. Then she knelt down in front of her daughter. For a second, she just looked at her. Still Izumi. Different, but still Izumi. Inko leaned forward and kissed the top of her bone head gently. Please be good, she asked softly. Izumi gave a tiny nod. Then, after one more second of hesitation, She reached out and took the teacher's hand. Inko stayed where she was as they walked down the short hall. Izumi looked back once. Inko smiled and waved. That seemed to help just enough for her to keep going. The toy room was already awake with noise. Blocks hitting the floor. Little voices talking over each other. Crayons dragging across paper. Plastic bins opening and closing. The normal chaos of a kindergarten room. And like most normal things, it stopped the second Izumi stepped inside. Conversation dropped off. A few toys stopped midair in little hands. Several kids just stared. Izumi went still beside the teacher. The teacher gave the room a quick look. Everyone, Izumi is back today. Nobody said anything at first. Some of the kids looked curious. Some unsure. One looked like he was deciding whether he wanted to be scared and had not made up his mind yet. Izumi's tail curled tighter. Then, from the toy shelf near the blocks, Katsuki Bakugo stood up so fast he nearly kicked a bin over. "You were gone," he said. That was his first sentence. "No, what happened? No, why do you look like that?" "Just that." Izumi looked at him. He stomped closer, glaring in the way he always did when he cared too much to sound normal. "I asked where you were." The teacher glanced up, amused. "You did. A lot." Another kid muttered from across the room. Bakugo ignored that. He stopped right in front of Izumi and looked at her face, really looked at it, in a way that made Inko's promise from the parking lot seem suddenly very far away. The room waited. Izumi looked like she wanted to disappear into the floor. Bakugo crossed his arms. "She looks cool." The room blinked. One girl tilted her head. "Really?" "Yeah," Bakugo said immediately, like this was obvious and everyone else was stupid. "Look at her. She's got a tail now." Izumi stared at him. "And her face looks awesome," he went on. "Way better than boring normal faces." The unsure feeling in the room shifted. Not gone. Just loosened. A boy sitting by the train set looked at Izumi again, less nervous this time. "Can your tail pick stuff up?" Izumi looked down at it like she had not tested that yet. "I don't know." Another child raised a hand halfway, because kindergarten logic said questions should probably work like that. "Does it hurt?" "A little yesterday," Izumi said quietly. The teacher stayed close, but she did not interrupt. Not yet. The room was changing on its own. Bakugo huffed. "Don't ask dumb questions." "That's not dumb," the other kid said. "It is if she just got it yesterday." Izumi's bone cheeks pinked again. A girl near the art table stood up and took one cautious step closer. "Your eyes glow." Izumi blinked. "A little." "That's really cool," the girl said. That was enough. The room let out a breath it had been holding. Soon there were more questions. Still blunt because they were little but not mean. "Can you wag your tail? Do you eat normal food? Do you sleep like that too? Can you still play tag?" Izumi answered what she could, shook her head when she did not know, and slowly stopped, looking like she might cry. The teacher finally clapped her hands lightly. All right. Give her some room." Most of them listened. Bakugo did not move. He looked at Izumi again, squinting like he was checking something important. "You still want to build the big block tower?" Izumi stared. Then her tail gave one small thump against her leg. "Yeah," she said. "Good." He turned and marched back toward the blocks as if the matter had been settled. The teacher smiled down at Izumi. "Looks like your morning is planned." Izumi looked up at her, then toward the block corner, where Bakugo was already aggressively moving pieces around to make space. For the first time all morning, something close to her old self showed through. Not a full smile. Her new face made that harder to read anyway. But the shape of it was there. Small. Real. The teacher gave her shoulder a gentle pat. "Go on." Izumi went. Not fast. Not bouncing like before. But on her own feet. By the time she reached the toy area, another kid had joined Bakugo. Then another. The tower was apparently becoming a group effort whether Bakugo liked it or not. He shoved a block into Izumi's hands without ceremony. "Put that there," he ordered. Izumi looked at the half-built base, then at him. Then she crouched down and did exactly that. It was not perfect. Some kids still stared too long. A few still watched her tail more than they watched her face. And every now and then, Izumi would go quiet again when she remembered how different she looked. But she stayed. She played. And when one boy whispered to another that her face was weird, Bakugo snapped around so hard it made both of them jump. "It's not weird," he said. "It's cool." The teacher definitely heard that one. So did Izumi. Her tail swayed once behind her as she kept building, and for the first time since touching the screen, kindergarten felt a little less like something she had lost forever. By the middle of the day, kindergarten had started to feel normal again. Not fully normal. Izumi still caught some of the other kids staring at her when they thought she would not notice. A few still looked at her tail every single time it moved. One boy had spent a full minute trying to figure out if her glowing green pupils changed size when she blinked. But it was better. Way better than this morning. Bakugo had made sure of that in his own loud way. Now Izumi was sitting on the rug in the toy room with a pile of blocks in front of her, helping build what had somehow turned from a tower into a whole little city. Bakugo was insisting it needed walls. Another kid wanted roads. Someone else wanted a place for toy dinosaurs to live, which Bakugo said was stupid, but the dinosaurs had still ended up there anyway. Izumi was actually having fun. Her tail moved without her thinking about it now, flicking behind her every now and then when she reached for another block. That was when the room got quiet again. Not as suddenly as this morning. Just enough for Izumi to look up. Their teacher stood near the doorway with one hand resting lightly behind her leg. Someone was hiding there. The teacher smiled at the class. "Everyone, we have a new student today." A few of the kids started whispering right away. Izumi sat up a little straighter. The teacher looked down and spoke gently to whoever was behind her. "It's okay. Go ahead and say hi." For a second, nothing happened. Then a boy slowly stepped out from behind her. He was around their age, maybe a little taller than some of the others, with a bird-like head instead of a human one. Dark feathers, a small sharp beak, serious eyes. He wore his school clothes neatly, like he had made sure every part of them sat right before coming in. The room stared. Izumi blinked. He had a mutation too. That thought hit her before anything else. Not human face. Not strange. Not scary. Like her. The boy stood still through all the staring with a level of patience that looked too tired for someone that small. "My name is Tokoyami," he said. His voice was quiet, but steady. Then he turned his head slightly to the side and frowned. It looked very clearly like he was listening to someone. A few of the other kids noticed too. "Go on," Tokoyami muttered under his breath. No one answered. At least, no one the class could hear. He let out a small sigh that sounded like this was an old problem. Then something dark moved near his shoulder. Several kids gasped. A black bird-like shape rose out of him like a shadow pulling itself loose, blinking into full form above his head with bright eyes and a grin that was way too lively for the mood in the room. Finally, it said, "You take too long." The classroom went dead silent. Tokoyami looked embarrassed in a very controlled way. "This is Dark Shadow." Dark Shadow puffed himself up proudly. "I introduce myself far better than he does." One kid pointed. "He was inside you." Dark Shadow looked at him. "Yes. That's weird," the kid said. "It is excellent," Dark Shadow replied. The teacher stepped in before the room could derail entirely. Dark Shadow is part of Tokoyami's quirk. Dark Shadow floated in a lazy circle around Tokoyami's head. And a very important part, Tokoyami looked like he had gone through this exact introduction before and was already tired of it. Then Dark Shadow noticed Izumi. He stopped in midair. His eyes widened. Tokoyami noticed that too. "What?" Dark Shadow drifted closer, staring openly. Izumi froze with a block still in her lap. "She looks amazing," Dark Shadow said. Tokoyami's feathers puffed the tiniest bit. Dark Shadow. "No, really." Dark Shadow floated lower, head tilted. "She has a tail. And the face. And the eyes." The room turned to look at Izumi too. Her bone cheeks warmed with embarrassment. Bakugo, who had been stacking blocks a second ago, immediately frowned. "Yeah, we know she looks cool." Dark Shadow swung toward him. "You are correct." Bakugo blinked once, maybe not expecting agreement. Tokoyami looked from Dark Shadow to Izumi, then back again. His posture shifted a little, becoming more careful than guarded. The teacher smiled faintly, like she could see the same thing Izumi had already realized. Tokoyami was different. Not just because of his head, because he was looking at her like she made sense. Not like he was confused. Not like he was trying to be polite. Just like he understood what it meant to walk into a room and become the thing everyone noticed first. The teacher gestured toward the rug. There's space over there if you want to join the block city. Tokoyami nodded once and walked over. Dark Shadow floated after him, still clearly more interested in Izumi than the blocks. Tokoyami stopped beside the city and looked at it for a second. This structure has no defensive planning. Bakugo stared at him. What? Dark Shadow brightened. He means your walls are bad. They're not bad. Bakugo snapped. Tokoyami crouched down neatly. They are low. Bakugo looked offended enough to take that personally. Izumi covered the lower part of her muzzle with one hand, trying not to laugh. Dark Shadow noticed immediately. She thinks you're funny. Tokoyami's head jerked slightly in her direction. Izumi's eyes widened. I didn't say that. You didn't have to, Dark Shadow said. Bakugo shoved a block toward Tokoyami. Then fix it if you're going to talk. Tokoyami took the block with no argument. That was how he joined them. Not with a big speech. Not with the teacher forcing everyone to play nice. Just with one criticism of the wall, and Bakugo deciding that meant he belonged in the project now. Dark Shadow, meanwhile, floated beside Izumi like he had chosen her immediately. Can you wag your tail on purpose? He asked. Izumi blinked. A little. Excellent. That's a weird question, Bakugo said. Dark Shadow turned toward him. You have explosions in your hands. Bakugo crossed his arms. That's different. Not really. Izumi laughed this time. A small sound, but real. Tokoyami glanced at her. Dark Shadow leaned in a little closer. You have a mutation quirk too. Izumi nodded. Mine just happened. I could tell, Dark Shadow said. You still move like you're thinking about every part. Tokoyami looked up at that, interested despite himself. Izumi stared. You can tell. Dark Shadow puffed up proudly. Of course. He did the same thing. Tokoyami looked away. Dark Shadow. What? It is true. That made Izumi feel something warm in her chest that had nothing to do with embarrassment this time. Not because they were exactly the same. They clearly were not. But because for the first time since the TV screen flashed and her world changed, someone was talking about it like she was not strange for being uncertain in her own body. Just knew. Bakugo pushed another block into place. Izumi, put that on top. She did, still listening. Dark Shadow floated upside down over the city. I like this room better now. Tokoyami let out the smallest sigh. Please do not start. I am not starting anything. You are always starting something. Izumi's tail flicked once behind her. And when Tokoyami looked at her again, she did not look away this time. The class was gathered on the carpet in front of the board. That alone made the room feel different. Blocks had been cleaned up. Crayons were back in their bins. The toy dinosaurs had been scooped off the rug after a short argument between Bakugo and another boy over whether dinosaurs belonged in the city or outside the walls. Now everyone sat cross-legged or half-laying on the carpet, waiting for the teacher to start the movie. That always made kindergarten feel special. Some of the kids whispered to each other, guessing what it would be. Is it the dragon one? I want the dragon one. What if it's the fish one? Bakugo was sitting with his arms crossed like he did not care, which meant he absolutely cared. Izumi sat a little off to his side, her tail curled around her legs so nobody would accidentally sit on it. Tokoyami was nearby too, sitting straighter than everyone else, while Dark Shadow hovered low at his shoulder. The teacher walked over to the classroom computer and smiled at the class. All right, everyone. We're watching an older movie today, but it's still a favorite. The Dragon one. One of the kids whispered loudly. The teacher gave the room an amused look. Yes, the Dragon one. A few kids cheered. Dark Shadow brightened. Excellent. Tokoyami sighed quietly. You say that about everything. The teacher turned back to the computer, moved the mouse, and then stopped. Her eyebrows pulled together. She clicked once, then again. Izumi's ears twitched. Even over the little kid whispers and shifting carpet sounds, she could hear the teacher murmur under her breath. That wasn't there before. Izumi looked up right away. The teacher leaned closer to the monitor. There was a pause. Then she said, quieter, What is that? Izumi's stomach dropped. She could not see the screen from where she sat, but she already had a very bad guess. The class noticed the delay too. Why isn't it on yet? Did it break? Is the dragon movie gone? The teacher did not answer right away. She clicked something again, and whatever it was clearly did not go away. Izumi stared at the floor for half a second. Then she slowly raised her hand. The teacher looked over, distracted at first, then more focused when she saw it was Izumi. Yes, Izumi. Every kid nearby turned to look at her. Izumi shrank just a little under that much attention, but she kept her hand up. I think, she swallowed. I think I know what it is. The teacher blinked. You do? Izumi nodded once. I'm sorry. That got the room even quieter. The teacher left the computer and stepped a little closer to the carpet. Sorry for what? Izumi looked down at her hands. The sight. Bakugo frowned at once. What sight? Tokoyami tilted his head. Dark Shadow looked interested immediately. Izumi's tail tightened around herself. The wrong one on the computer. The teacher's expression softened instead of getting upset. Did you put it there? Izumi hesitated. Not on purpose. That made the teacher kneel down instead of staying standing. All right, she said gently. Can you tell me what you mean? Izumi nodded a little, though she looked embarrassed enough that her bone cheeks had gone faintly pink again. It's part of my quirk, she said quietly. I don't really know how to stop it yet. A few kids stared. Dark Shadow leaned forward. Interesting, Tokoyami murmured, Dark Shadow. What? It is. The teacher glanced back at the computer, then at Izumi again. You mean the strange icon appeared because of your quirk? Izumi nodded. I didn't click anything, she added quickly. It just shows up sometimes. Bakugo looked toward the computer like it had personally annoyed him. That weird thing from the hospital? Izumi looked at him, surprised. My mom told your mom? Bakugo shrugged. She told my old hag. My old hag told me. That tracked. The teacher seemed to process that for a second. Then she gave Izumi a small, reassuring smile. Thank you for telling me. You're not mad. No, the teacher said immediately. Izumi's shoulders loosened by a tiny amount. The teacher stood again and went back to the computer. Let's see if it'll close. The class craned to look, but from the carpet all they could really see was the board itself still dark and waiting. The teacher clicked once more. This time the board turned on. The screen lit up bright enough to make some of the kids squint. For just a second, instead of the movie menu, there was a white page with a black icon in the corner. Wrong. Simple. There, and not there all at once. Then it flickered. The page vanished. The normal movie menu came up right after. The whole class saw it. A girl near the front pointed. What was that? The sight. Izumi mumbled. Dark Shadow sounded delighted. It manifested beautifully. Tokoyami put a hand over his face for a second. Please do not call it appealing. It was mysterious, Dark Shadow said. It was on the teacher's computer, Tokoyami replied. That is part of the mystery. The teacher, to her credit, did not look frightened. Just thoughtful. She turned back toward the class. All right. It seems to be gone now. Was that Izumi's quirk? One boy asked. Izumi looked like she wanted to sink into the carpet. The teacher answered before the whole room could dogpile her with questions. It may have been connected to her quirk, yes. Bakugo crossed his arms. It is. She already said so. Bakugo, the teacher said. What? She did. She did. Izumi looked down at her lap, then raised her hand a second time, slower this time. The teacher nodded to her again. Izumi took a breath. I really am sorry. I don't know how it works yet. The room stayed quiet. Then Tokoyami spoke. That is reasonable. Everyone looked at him. He sat with the same calm posture as always, Dark Shadow hovering above him like a second strange shadow. You only just got your quirk, he said. It would be stranger if you already understood all of it. Dark Shadow bobbed in agreement. Exactly. That helped more than Izumi expected. A few of the kids nodded along with that logic too, because in kindergarten, if someone said a thing simply enough, it could fix the whole room. The teacher smiled. Tokoyami is right. Bakugo huffed. Yeah, it's not like she meant to break the movie. I didn't break it, Izumi said quietly. Bakugo looked at the working screen. Exactly. Dark Shadow floated closer to Izumi's side of the carpet. Does it only appear on screens? Tokoyami immediately looked tired again. This is not the time. It is exactly the time. The teacher, somehow not losing control of the class entirely, clapped her hands lightly. Questions about Izumi's quirk can wait until later. Right now, we are starting the movie. That got the biggest reaction yet. Little kid priorities returned instantly. The Dragon movie. Finally, can we turn the lights down? The teacher did. The room dimmed. The board brightened. And when the opening of the movie finally started, the whole class settled in. Izumi sat still for the first minute, then the second. Nothing else glitched. No strange icon. No wrong page. Just the movie. She let out a breath she had not realized she was holding. Beside her, Bakugo leaned just enough to mutter under his breath. See? Fine. Izumi looked at him. He was still watching the board like he had not said anything important. Her tail gave one small flick against the carpet. On her other side, Tokoyami was watching the movie properly, but Dark Shadow was not. Dark Shadow was watching her. Not in a mean way. More like he was storing the whole thing away for later. You apologized first, he whispered. Izumi blinked. Yeah, that was noble. Tokoyami made a quiet sound that was probably the closest he got to being embarrassed. Izumi looked back at the movie before Dark Shadow could say something even stranger. But she did feel a little better. The class knew. The teacher knew. And nobody had looked at her like she had done something awful. Just like she was a kid with a quirk that had shown up too fast and too weird. For now, that was enough. And when a dragon finally burst onto the screen a few minutes later, Dark Shadow forgot all about the icon and gasped loud enough for half the class to hear him. That made Izumi laugh. Small, quiet, but real. The movie had ended without the classroom computer doing anything else strange. That helped. It did not make Izumi forget what happened, but it helped. By the time the afternoon started winding down, the room had returned to the normal kind of kindergarten noise. Kids were talking again. Someone was arguing over crayons. Bakugo was loudly insisting the dragon from the movie would win. Against basically anything. Dark Shadow was trying to argue back, while Tokoyami looked tired in the way only he could manage at 5 years old. Izumi had laughed a few times. Not as much as she used to before her quirk, but enough that the day had not felt ruined. Still, when the classroom door opened near the end of the day and Inko stepped in, Izumi's shoulders dropped with visible relief. The teacher noticed right away. "All right, everyone," she said. "Start getting your things together." That made the room break into small chaos again. Izumi stood from the carpet, smoothed down her clothes, and looked toward her mother. Inko smiled the second their eyes met. A real smile. Soft and warm, and meant only for her. Izumi hurried over. Not running, exactly, but close enough that Inko opened her arms before she even reached her. Izumi went straight into the hug. Inko held her tight and kissed the top of her bone head again, just like she had that morning. "Hi, sweetheart." "Hi, Mama." Inko rubbed a hand slowly down her back. "How was it?" Izumi hesitated. That answer was too big for one word. The teacher walked over while the other children got ready to leave. "She did very well." Inko looked up. "Really?" The teacher nodded. "She was scared this morning, but she stayed with the class." Bakugo helped more than he probably meant to. Across the room, Bakugo looked up from stuffing things into his bag. "What's that supposed to mean?" "It means thank you," the teacher said. Bakugo huffed and looked away like he had not heard her. The teacher smiled faintly, then looked back at Inko. There was one small issue during movie time. Inko's attention sharpened at once. Izumi pressed a little closer to her. "The classroom computer glitched," the teacher said. "A strange sight or icon showed up before the movie started. Izumi told me it was connected to her quirk." Inko looked down immediately. "Did anything happen after that?" Izumi shook her head. "Just the one time. And she apologized right away," the teacher added. She explained it as best she could. Inko's expression softened. "Of course she did." The teacher crouched slightly, so she could look at Izumi too. Tokoyami also reminded the class that you only just got your quirk, which helped. Dark Shadow, apparently hearing his name from across the room, floated up with Tokoyami beside him. She handled it with dignity, Dark Shadow said proudly. Tokoyami stood there quietly. "You seemed upset." Izumi looked at him, then at Dark Shadow. "I was." Dark Shadow nodded. Reasonable. Tokoyami gave a small, serious nod too. Like that settled it. Inko smiled a little at both of them. Thank you. Dark Shadow puffed up. You are welcome. Tokoyami looked like he wanted him to stop talking now. Before anyone else could add much, another parent appeared at the door, and the teacher had to turn away to help with dismissal. Bakugo slung his bag over his shoulder and marched past them. He stopped just long enough to look at Izumi. You coming tomorrow? Izumi blinked. Then her tail moved once behind her. Yeah, good. And that was apparently all he needed because he kept walking. Inko watched him go, then looked down at her daughter. Izumi's bone cheeks had gone a little pink again. Inko smiled but did not tease her. Not this time. She just took Izumi's hand and walked her out of the classroom. The afternoon air outside felt cooler than it had that morning. Izumi stayed close on the walk to the car, not hiding behind Inko's leg anymore, but still near enough that her shoulder brushed her mother's side every few steps. Once they got in and the doors shut, the quiet returned. This time it felt gentler. Inko started the car, then glanced over before pulling out of the lot. You really did good today. Izumi looked down at her lap. The computer did the thing. I know. I didn't mean to. I know that too. Izumi was quiet for a second. What if I do it again tomorrow? Inko waited until they stopped at the exit before answering. You might. Izumi looked up fast, worried. Inko reached over and rested her hand on her arm. And if you do, that still doesn't mean you did something bad. Izumi frowned slightly. But it messed up the movie. For a minute, Inko said. Then it stopped. She pulled onto the road. You just got your quirk, she went on. You are still learning it. That isn't your fault. Izumi listened, eyes fixed on her mother now. It won't be like this forever, Inko said. You won't always feel this confused. You won't always be surprised every time something weird happens. Izumi's tail loosened a little, from where it had curled around her. Really, Inko said. This is the beginning part. The hard part. The part where your quirk is new and your body is new and everything feels bigger than it should. That got a tiny nod out of her. Later, Inko continued, you'll understand it more. You'll have better control. You'll know what's happening. Izumi looked out the window for a second, then back. What if I'm bad at it? Inko almost laughed, but only because the idea sounded impossible. Then you'll practice, she said simply. That made Izumi think. Then she asked, like drawing? Exactly like drawing. Izumi accepted that answer more easily than anything else so far. They drove in silence for another minute before Inko spoke again. And there's something else. Izumi looked over. The doctor's office called while you were in class. That got her full attention. They finished studying the information from your tests, Inko said. The BLD samples too. Izumi sat up a little straighter. All of it. That's what they said. Are we going? Yes, Inko said. Soon. Izumi's expression shifted into something caught between nervous and curious. Inko understood that feeling. She was carrying some of it herself. They said they finally have all the information on your quirk that they needed. Inko added. So this next visit should give us real answers. Izumi looked down at her hands again. Black fur. Small claws. Not human anymore, but hers now all the same. About the app too? I think so. And the screen thing? Yes. And me? That last one was quiet. Inko's heart squeezed. She reached over at the next red light and gently cupped the side of Izumi's head. Yes, she said softly. About you too. Izumi leaned into her hand immediately. You're not in trouble, Inko said. I know. You're not broken. Izumi nodded, but her eyes still looked uncertain. Inko brushed her thumb lightly near one of those tiny glowing pupils. And no matter what they tell us, you are still my little girl. This time Izumi nodded harder. The light changed. Inko started driving again. By the time they neared home, Izumi looked less afraid than she had in the parking lot. Still tired. Still thinking. Still probably not done worrying. But not as frightened. Maybe that was enough for one day. As the car turned onto their street, Izumi looked out the window and asked, Do you think the doctor will say I can learn how to stop the app from showing up at school? Inko smiled faintly. I think, she said, the doctor is going to tell us a lot of things. Izumi looked back at her. And for the first time since getting in the car, there was something a little brighter in her face. Not certainty, not excitement, but the beginning of hope. The doctor's office looked less scary in the daytime. That did not mean Izumi liked it. She sat close against Inko in one of the waiting room chairs, tail curled around the legs of the seat, hands folded tightly in her lap. Every now and then she glanced at the fish tank in the corner, but mostly she watched the door that would eventually open and call them in. Inko kept one hand resting over hers. Not squeezing, just there. Izumi leaned into her side a little more when the door finally opened. "Midoriya?" the nurse called gently. Inko stood with Izumi still close to her, and the two of them followed her down the hallway. This room was different from the one at the hospital. It was brighter, softer. One wall had cartoon animals in doctor coats. Another had neatly arranged charts about quirks and child development. There were toys in one corner, books in a rack, and a little plastic stool meant for children that Izumi immediately decided she did not want to sit on. So she stayed beside Inko instead. Dr. Hoshino came in a minute later with a folder and a tablet in her hands. Dr. Sano followed after her, but he looked more like he was there to help than lead this time. "Good morning," Dr. Hoshino said. Izumi gave a small nod. Inko answered for both of them. "Morning." Dr. Hoshino sat down instead of standing over them. "We've gone through all of Izumi's scans, BLD work, and the electronic interference data from the hospital." Inko's shoulders straightened immediately. "And?" Dr. Hoshino looked at Izumi first. "We know more now." Izumi stared at her. Dr. Hoshino smiled a little. "Before I explain it the boring way, I wanted to try something else." That made Inko blink. Dr. Hoshino turned the tablet around. On the screen was a simple little character. It was drawn brightly, with a big round head, simple eyes, and a tiny cape. It looked more like something from a children's game than a medical program. Izumi's ears twitched. Dr. Hoshino noticed. "This is Guide." The little character on the screen waved. Izumi blinked again. Dr. Sano looked like he had seen this before and was pretending not to be amused. Dr. Hoshino tapped the screen. A cheerful voice came out of the speaker. "Hello, Izumi. I'm Guide. I help explain tricky things." Izumi looked at the tablet more directly now. Inko, despite herself, relaxed a little too. Guide bounced in place on the screen. "Doctors learn more about your quirk. So now I'm going to explain it in a way that doesn't sound super boring." Izumi glanced at her mother. "It talks?" "It does," Dr. Hoshino said. Guide pointed to itself proudly. "I'm way better at this than a chart." They got the tiniest movement at the corner of Izumi's mouth. Dr. Hoshino looked pleased with herself. Guide hopped to one side of the screen, and a little cartoon version of Izumi appeared beside it. Small, dark, tail, skull-like head, big glowing green eyes. Izumi went still at the sight of it. It looked like her. Not exactly, but close enough. Guide pointed at cartoon Izumi. "Your quirk is called Mal Zero." The name stayed on the screen in big letters. Guide continued. "It is one quirk with lots of parts, not two different quirks squished together." Inko glanced at Dr. Hoshino, who gave a small confirming nod. Guide tapped the cartoon Izumi's body. Half of it glowed one color. Half of it glowed another. "Your body is special. You are part regular physical body and part data body." Izumi frowned. "Data?" Guide nodded very seriously. "MHM, kind of like how computers use information. Your quirk makes part of you work like that." A little image of a phone appeared beside cartoon Izumi. Guide pointed at it. "That means electronics can react to you." The phone screen showed the strange icon. Izumi's tail tightened a little. Guide did not stop. "Sometimes your quirk makes an app or site show up." The doctors checked really carefully. That app is not something from outside you. The icon on the phone connected back to cartoon Izumi with a glowing line. "It is part of your quirk." Inko let out a slow breath through her nose. Izumi stared at the screen. "So it's mine?" "Yes," Dr. Hoshino said gently. "It's a symptom of your quirk, not something separate that attacked you." Guide nodded enthusiastically. "Exactly. Your quirk and electronics are connected." The screen changed. Now cartoon Izumi touched a phone, and a little version of herself stepped out of the screen. Izumi leaned forward without meaning to. Guide pointed at that next. One day, when you are older and your quirk grows, you may be able to move through electronics. Inko's eyebrows rose. Dr. Sano spoke up this time. That part isn't active yet, but all the readings point that way. Guide bounced again. That means screens, phones, and computers may not just glitch around you. They may become part of how your quirk moves. Izumi looked from the screen to Dr. Hoshino. Like going inside? Possibly, Dr. Hoshino said. Later, yes. Guide popped another image up. This time cartoon, Izumi touched a little stick figure person. A glowing mark appeared on them. Your quirk also uses touch. Izumi blinked. Guide held up one finger. Touch can do different things. A new label appeared. Living tag. Guide pointed at it. If you touch a living thing, your quirk can leave a special tag behind. Cartoon Izumi became a little see-through, while the tag person stayed normal. Guide explained that kind of tag helps your body do ghosty things. Izumi stared at the transparent version of herself. Dr. Hoshino chose a simpler wording. It means your quirk may be able to make you less solid. Harder to touch. Inko looked over sharply. Less solid. We think so, Dr. Hoshino said. Not yet, but the structure is there. Guide pointed again. As long as a living tag is active, your body may be able to do special movement tricks. Izumi looked very interested now, even if she was trying not to show it too hard. The screen changed again. Now cartoon Izumi touched a different stick figure, and the figure's eyes filled with static. Target mark. Guide nodded seriously. There is also a stronger kind of touch for enemies. Inko looked down at Izumi, then back at the screen. Guide continued. If Izumi touches someone with this mark, her quirk can bother their senses. Different examples popped up one after another. A stick figure covering its eyes while the screen showed static. A stick figure grabbing its head while a loud little symbol appeared over it. A stick figure surrounded by musical notes and alarm icons. Guide read them out one by one. Static flash can mess with sight. Phantom ping can make a sound inside the target's head. Phantom broadcast can play songs, alarms, or other noises in the target's head. Izumi's ears lifted a little at that one. Inko noticed. Songs? Dr. Sano looked at the tablet. That's one of the stranger projected expressions, yes? Guide put on a cheerful smile that somehow made the whole thing sound much less alarming. It is not unusual for quirks to have silly parts. Dr. Hoshino coughed lightly into one hand like she was hiding a laugh. Izumi looked back at the screen. So if I touch someone, I can put music in their head. Later, Dr. Hoshino said. Maybe. When your quirk grows more. Right now the important part is that your quirk seems to use contact as one of its major rules. Guide nodded. Touch is important. Then the screen changed again. A cartoon person got gently pulled into a bright little screen room beside cartoon Izumi. Guide pointed proudly. Your quirk may also make a small, safe place in electronics. Izumi blinked hard at that. Inko straightened again. A safe place? Dr. Hoshino folded her hands. This is more theoretical right now, but yes, we think her quirk could eventually create a kind of protected electronic space. Guide nodded. Like a hiding place. The cartoon person sat safely inside the little glowing room, while danger signs stayed outside. In an emergency, Guide said, Izumi may one day be able to pull people somewhere safe using her quirk. Izumi stared at that longer than anything else so far. Then she looked up at her mother. Inko saw it right away. The fear was still there, but under it now was curiosity, maybe even a little wonder. Guide moved on to the last image. Now cartoon Izumi stood beside a bunch of broken little screens, all flickering at once. Electronics around you may react to your quirk even when you don't mean for them to, Guide said. That does not mean you are doing something bad. The words stayed on screen for a second. Izumi looked very still. Dr. Hoshino lowered the tablet a little. That part is important. Inko nodded immediately. Very. Guide pointed right at Izumi through the screen. You are not in trouble for having a quirk. That finally got a proper reaction. Not a laugh. Not quite a smile. But Izumi's shoulders loosened in a way they had not since sitting down. The tablet screen dimmed back to the home page. The room stayed quiet for a moment. Then Izumi asked the question that had clearly been waiting. So, am I weird? Inko turned toward her at once. But Dr. Hoshino answered first, calm and steady. You are unusual, she said. That is not the same thing as bad. Izumi looked at her hands. Black fur. Small claws. Different. Your quirk is rare, Dr. Hoshino continued. It changes your body, and it connects to electronics in a way most quirks do not. That means we have to learn it carefully. She paused. But you are still a little girl who just got her quirk. That made Inko reach over and smooth a hand over Izumi's hair. Guide popped back onto the screen one last time and whispered dramatically. Also, being unusual is cooler. They got it. A tiny sound left Izumi before she could stop it. A little laugh. Inko smiled right away. Dr. Sano looked down at his notes, clearly pretending not to have heard. Izumi glanced between them all, then back at the tablet. So, the app is me. Dr. Hoshino nodded. And touching matters. Yes. And the weird stuff might get bigger later. Yes, Dr. Hoshino said again. But not all at once. You will grow into it. Izumi thought for a moment. Then she asked, Can I learn to stop it from messing up school computers? Dr. Hoshino smiled faintly. That is one of our goals. That answer seemed to settle something in her. Inko pulled her gently closer at the side and kissed the top of her head again. There, she said softly. Answers. Izumi leaned into her. Not all the way fixed. Not all the way calm. But better. A lot better than before. Because now the strange things had names. And once something had a name, it felt a little less like it could swallow you whole. A few weeks made a difference. Not enough to make everything normal. But enough. Enough that Izumi was not flinching every time a screen turned on. Enough that her teacher no longer looked surprised when a classroom tablet took an extra second to load near her. Enough that the other kids had mostly stopped staring all the time and started treating her strange body like just another thing that belonged to Izumi. She was still different, still taller in feeling than the other 5-year-olds, even if not yet in height. Still dark-furred and long-tailed and skull-faced. Still carrying a quirk that made grown adults speak in careful voices. But a few weeks had turned new into hers, and that mattered. That afternoon, Izumi was walking beside Inko through a shopping street with one small bag in her hands and her tail swaying behind her in a loose, easy rhythm. The weather was nice. Not too hot. Not cold. The kind that made people leave doors open and let sound spill out into the sidewalk. Inko was talking about dinner. Izumi was only half listening because there were too many things to look at. A toy display in one window. Bright fruit stacked outside a market. A little dog in someone's arms. And then she stopped dead. Inko took 2 more steps before realizing she was suddenly walking alone. She turned. Izumi. Izumi was staring at a poster taped neatly inside the window of a community center. There were stars drawn around the edges in bright marker colors. The words were big enough for kids and parents both to read. Gymnastics, tryouts, beginner class, new students welcome. There was a picture too. Not a real one. A drawing of a child doing a handstand with a huge smile and bent legs like the whole thing was easy. Izumi's eyes widened. Inko followed her line of sight, and then smiled almost immediately. Izumi looked up at her mother so fast it was almost a snap. Mom. Inko already knew that tone. Yes. Izumi pointed at the poster. That. Inko folded her arms lightly and looked at it again like she needed to confirm it was still there. Gymnastics tryouts. Izumi nodded hard. She was trying to stand still about it, but the excitement was already everywhere else. In the way her tail had lifted. In the way she leaned a little forward. In the way her ears were up and alert. Can I do that? She asked. The question came out fast enough that it nearly tripped over itself. Inko's smile softened. There it was. That old brightness. The one that had been harder to find since the night of the TV screen. She reached down and brushed a hand over. Izumi's green hair. You want? Izumi looked back at the poster as if the answer was so obvious it should not even need saying. It looks fun, she said. Then, quieter, and I think I could. Inko looked at her for a second. At her daughter's flexible little body. At the tail that already changed her balance. At the way she moved now. Always a little lighter than before, a little more aware of where every part of her was. She could. Maybe not perfectly. Maybe not right away. But she could. Inko glanced toward the community center doors, then back at the shopping bags in her own hands. We still need to finish shopping. Izumi's shoulders dropped just a little. But, Inko added, after that we can stop by and look. Izumi lit up so fast it felt like someone had turned on a light. Really? Really? The tail was impossible to miss now. It whipped once and then twice in clear excitement. Inko laughed. Easy. Izumi immediately tried to look calmer and failed. The rest of the shopping trip was different after that. Izumi still helped. She still carried the lighter bag and stayed close when crossing streets. But she was no longer just walking. She was bouncing a little, looking back toward the center every time they reached a corner that gave her another glimpse of it. Asking questions. Do they do flips? Probably. Do I have to wear something special? Probably. Do you think they'll let me try even if I look like this? That one made Inko stop just outside a grocery shelf. Izumi noticed at once and looked up. Inko crouched so they were eye level. You look like you. Izumi was quiet. Inko touched the side of her face gently, careful around the shape of the skull-like muzzle. If they have any sense at all, they'll let you try because you want to and because you can do it. Izumi looked down at the floor for a second, then nodded. Okay. By the time they finished and headed back to the community center, the sun had dipped lower. Not evening yet, but enough that the light had gone warmer across the sidewalk and windows. The poster was still there. Izumi stared at it again as they stepped inside. The front desk was small and neat. A woman behind it looked up with a polite smile that did not change when she saw Izumi. That helped more than it should have. Hello, the woman said. Can I help you? Inko shifted the shopping bags to one hand. My daughter saw the poster outside. The woman's smile widened a little as she looked at Izumi. For gymnastics? Izumi nodded. The woman leaned on the desk just enough to seem more welcoming, not less professional. Tryouts are today, actually. Beginner groups in the side gym. Izumi's pupils brightened slightly. Inko looked down at her. Do you want to at least see it? Another fast nod. The woman came around the desk and led them down a short hallway. They could hear it before they reached the door. Children laughing. Feet hitting mats. An instructor calling out encouragement. When the door opened, Izumi went still. The gym was bigger than she had expected. Blue mats covered most of the floor. A low beam ran along one side for the little kids. There were padded blocks, a spring floor, bright foam shapes, and bars adjusted lower for beginners. Several children around her age were practicing simple stretches, forward rolls, and tiny jumps while an instructor in a tracksuit moved between them. Everything looked soft and structured and full of motion. Izumi stared like she had just found treasure. The instructor noticed the door open and walked over, wiping her hands on the sides of her pants. She took an Inko first, then Izumi, then the poster-lured look on Izumi's face. That look usually means I'm about to get a new student, she said. Inko smiled a little. Maybe. The instructor crouched down with easy confidence. Hi, I'm Ms. Tanabe. Izumi looked at her for a second before answering. Izumi. Nice to meet you, Izumi. Ms. Tanabe's eyes flicked once to the tail, then to the unusual face, then right back to Izumi's eyes. You interested in trying? Izumi nodded. Any body issues I should know about? Ms. Tanabe asked Inko, practical rather than rude. Balance, sensitivity, pain, anything like that? Inko appreciated that immediately. She's still adjusting to a recent quirk manifestation, but she's stable. Very flexible. Learns movement quickly. Tail's still a little new. Ms. Tanabe nodded, as if that all made perfect sense. In a world with quirks, maybe it did. Then she looked back at Izumi. Want to show me how you move? Izumi looked up at her mother first. Inko smiled and set the bags down by the wall. Go ahead. That was all she needed. At first, Izumi only stepped onto the mat. Then she crouched. Then, with the kind of decision that only children could make so completely, she put both hands down and kicked up into a handstand. It was not perfect. Her legs bent. Her balance wobbled for a half-second. Her tail jerked in surprise and almost threw her off. But she corrected without falling, dropped back to her feet, and looked up as if she had not just shown off without meaning to. The little beginner class nearby had gone quiet to watch. Ms. Tanabe's eyebrows rose. Inko covered her mouth for a second, smiling. "I see," Ms. Tanabe said. Izumi's ears tilted back, suddenly unsure. "Was that bad?" "No," Ms. Tanabe said immediately. "That was very much not bad." One of the other little kids pointed. "Her tail moved." Another said, "She looks like a cool wolf." Izumi's bone cheeks warmed. Ms. Tanabe stood up and folded her arms. "How old are you?" "5. She looked at Inko. "Did she do anything like this before?" "Not in classes," Inko said. "But she climbs furniture when I'm not looking." Izumi turned her head. "Mom." Inko smiled sweetly. "What? You do?" Ms. Tanabe laughed. Then she looked back to Izumi. "Can you try a roll for me?" Izumi nodded and dropped down again immediately. This one came easier. Forward, smooth, up on her feet faster than expected. Again, Ms. Tanabe said. Izumi did. Then a stretch. Then a jump. Then balancing on one foot while her tail tried to learn the rule with the rest of her. The whole time, Inko stood by the wall and watched her daughter come alive in a way she had not seen since before the quirk. Not just happy, focused, engaged. Every new instruction went into her body and came back out as movement. Sometimes clumsy, because she was still 5 and still newly changed, but natural too. At one point, Ms. Tanabe held out a hand to guide her through a side stretch, and Izumi bent so far and so easily that the woman stopped mid-motion and blinked. "Oh," she said. Inko laughed under her breath. "Flexible," Ms. Tanabe repeated. "I did mention that. You undersold it." Izumi looked up, uncertain again. "Is that okay?" "It's fantastic," Ms. Tanabe said. That seemed to settle it. By the time the short trial ended, Izumi was breathing a little harder, not from exhaustion, but from excitement. Her tail had developed its own language entirely and was now impossible to miss. She hurried back over to Inko the second Ms. Tanabe said, "Good job." "Mom." Inko was already smiling. "I saw." "Did you see the handstand?" "I did." "And the roll?" "I saw that too." "And Izumi." Inko laughed softly. "I was watching." That made Izumi stop and grin in her own strange, sharp-toothed way. Ms. Tanabe came over with a clipboard under one arm. "If you want my opinion, she should come back." Izumi looked between them so fast, she nearly missed the next part. "She's got instinct for movement," Ms. Tanabe said. "And that tail's going to change some of her balance, but not in a bad way. Just differently. We can work with different." Inko looked down at Izumi. "Sounds like she likes you." Izumi, very seriously, said, "I like the mats." Ms. Tanabe laughed. Inko reached down and rubbed over Izumi's hair again, softer this time. "Then we'll talk about it." Izumi's eyes widened. "Really? We'll look at the schedule, and the cost, and whether you still want it tomorrow morning." "I will." That was not the test. "It can be." Inko shook her head, smiling despite herself. When they finally left the center, the sky had gone more orange than blue. Izumi walked beside her mother again, but not quietly this time. Now she was talking. About the handstand. About the mats. About how the room smelled funny but good. About how she thought she could learn the beam if it was not too high. About how her tail almost made her fall but then did not. And the whole time Inko listened, because this was what she had wanted back. Not everything fixed. Not fear gone forever. Just this. Her little girl sounding excited about something again. By the time they got home, Izumi was still talking about gymnastics. And Inko already knew the answer. They were coming back. The alarm went off at 6:30 sharp. Izumi did not open her eyes. She just laid there under her blankets, face half buried in her pillow, one arm stretched out toward the noise with all the determination of someone who already hated the morning. Her fingers brushed her phone. The screen flickered. The alarm did not stop. Instead, the sound twisted into a burst of ugly, crackling static that blasted through her room loud enough to make her JRK upright with a sharp groan. Okay, I'm up," she muttered. The static cut off a second later. Izumi sat there for a moment in the dim light of her room, hair messy, shoulders slumped, tail hanging off the side of the bed. At 13, She was much bigger than the little girl who had first woken up in green pajamas and found herself trapped in a changed body. Taller, now, longer-limbed, more settled into herself, even when she looked half-dead from sleep. Her hair, once green like Inko's, had turned black when her quirk manifested years ago. It fell around her skull-like face in uneven morning softness, dark against darker fur. She stared at the offending phone in silence. The screen showed her normal home page. Completely innocent. Izumi narrowed her glowing green pupils at it. You are not helping. The phone, rude and unbothered, did nothing. She dragged herself out of bed. Her room was dim, curtains still mostly shut, with the pale blue of early morning slipping through the edges. She stretched once, slow and stiff, then padded toward her dresser. Her black middle school uniform hung ready where she had left it the night before. Getting dressed was automatic now. Shirt, skirt, socks. Her tail flicked irritably when the fabric caught for a second, but she fixed it without thinking. She had years of practice now, years of learning what fit, what did not, what snagged, what needed adjusting. By the time she was done, she looked mostly put together. Mostly. Her hair was still messy. Her eyes still had that sleepy, unfocused look that meant she was technically awake, but not yet participating in the day. Then she opened her bedroom door. The smell hit her immediately. Pancakes. Izumi stopped in the hallway. The warmth of them, the sweet smell, the slight butter in the air. It woke her up more in 2 seconds than the alarm had managed in 10 minutes. She stood there for just a second longer, ears twitching once. Then she started walking faster. The kitchen was already bright with morning light and the usual small sounds of home. A pan, a plate setting down, the soft shuffle of movement near the stove. Inko turned her head at the sound of footsteps and smiled the second she saw her. Good morning. Izumi made a sleepy sound that probably counted as a greeting in spirit more than in words. Inko laughed softly. That awake, huh? Izumi pulled out her chair and dropped into it at the table, shoulders slumped, eyes half-lidded, tail curling loosely around the side of the chair. Her skull-like face made her expressions different from most people's, but Inko had long since learned exactly what every look meant. This one meant, I am alive, but I do not currently like it. Inko slid a plate in front of her. Pancakes. Still warm. Izumi stared at them for 1 full second, like she might get emotional. Then she picked up her fork. That bad? Inko asked. Izumi finally spoke, voice rough with sleep. The alarm fought back. Inko turned from the stove with another pancake in the spatula. How does an alarm fight back? I try to glitch it off. And it became louder. Inko's mouth twitched. So your quirk chose violence before breakfast. Izumi gave her a flat look over sleepy eyes and took her first bite. That improved things immediately. Not enough to make her bright and cheerful. She was still 13, and it was still early. But some of the tension left her shoulders, and her tail moved once against the chair leg. Inko noticed everything. Better. Izumi nodded with her mouth full. Good. Inko set another pancake down onto a second plate for herself and finally sat across from her. For a little while, the kitchen was quiet. Not empty quiet. Comfortable quiet. The kind built out of years. Izumi ate more slowly once the first hunger was gone, blinking away the last of her sleep as morning settled around her. Her black hair still hung a little messy around her face, and every now and then she reached up to push it back out of habit. Inko rested her chin in one hand as she watched her. You've got school. Izumi looked up. I know. You say that like I accused you of a crime. It feels like one. That's dramatic. I learned from the best. Inko smiled into her coffee. I'm choosing to take that as a compliment. Izumi took another bite. At 13, her voice had settled into something a little lower and rougher than it had been as a child, though it still shifted depending on how tired she was. Her body moved with the same strange, controlled ease it always had now, all quiet balance and creature-like awareness. Even half asleep, there was something precise about the way she sat, the way she reached, the way she carried her size. Years of gymnastics had carved themselves into her, without making a show of it. Years of living in this body had done the same. You packed everything? Inko asked. Izumi nodded once. Last night. Gym clothes? Yeah. Lunch? Yeah. Homework? Izumi looked at her for a second. Inko raised her eyebrows. Izumi sighed. Yeah. Good. She finished another pancake, slower now, and glanced toward the clock. Still time. Not a lot, but enough. Her ears flicked once at the faint buzz of her phone from down the hall. Inko saw that too. Message. Probably. Tokoyami. Izumi's eyes moved back to her mother. Inko lifted her coffee like that answered everything. Izumi's bone cheeks darkened just a little under the fur around them. That is a very annoying face you're making, she said. It's my normal face. No, it isn't. Inko smiled over the rim of her cup. You should check it. Izumi muttered something too quiet to count as a full complaint, but she got up anyway. She came back less than a minute later with her phone in one hand. Inko did not say anything this time. She did not need to. Izumi sat back down, set the phone by her plate, and picked up her fork again with the careful neutrality of someone trying very hard to look like nothing had happened. The screen lit up once before dimming. A simple message. Tokoyami, are you awake? That was it. No dramatic greeting. No extra words. No nonsense. Izumi looked at it again, then typed back with one hand. Izumi. Unfortunately, the reply came faster than it should have for someone else supposedly getting ready for school. Tokoyami. Understandable. A second message followed right after. Tokoyami. Dark Shadow says good morning. Izumi stared at that one. Then, despite herself, the corner of her mouth shifted. Small. Real. Inko definitely saw it. She was kind enough not to comment. For now. Izumi finished breakfast before the morning could get away from her completely, then stood to bring her plate over. Inko waved her off and took it instead. Go fix your hair. Izumi touched the side of it automatically. It's fine. It looks like you lost an argument with your pillow. I won. Go. Izumi gave her one last look, then turned toward the bathroom. The house was fully awake now. The day was moving. School was coming whether she wanted it to or not. But she was more awake than she had been 30 minutes ago, and the pancakes had helped, and Tokoyami had texted, and somehow all of that made the idea of the day slightly less offensive. Not good. She was not going that far. Just less offensive. And for a school morning, that was close enough. The classroom had been loud a minute ago. Not out of control loud. Just normal middle school noise. Chairs shifting. Papers moving. Someone near the window laughing too hard at something dumb. A teacher at the front trying to get everyone settled before homeroom slipped too far off track. Then the voices from the hall got closer. Not student voices. Adult voices. Rougher. Louder. Wrong for a school hallway. The room changed almost immediately. A few students looked toward the door. One girl near the back straightened in her seat. Someone whispered, "Who's that?" Then the classroom door slid open hard enough to hit the stopper. Two men stood there. Not old. Not kids either. Just a pair of thugs with bad posture, rough clothes, and the kind of expressions that said they were way too comfortable being problems in places they did not belong. Their teacher went still for half a second, then stepped in front of the class. "Can I help you?" The taller one looked around the room like he was shopping for trouble. "We're looking for somebody." Bakugo was already half out of his seat. The teacher didn't even look back. "Sit down." Bakugo clicked his tongue. "Like hell." "Bakugo," she said sharper now. "Do not." They got a few more students to stiffen. Izumi stayed seated. That alone was enough to make Tokoyami glance at her. Dark Shadow, who had been lazily drifting near Tokoyami's shoulder a second ago, pulled closer to him and lowered his voice. "They stink of bad decisions. They are in a school," Tokoyami murmured back. That was clear already. The shorter thug pointed down the hall. "Some brat ran in here." "This is a classroom," the teacher said. "You don't get to barge in," and the taller thug took one step forward. That was enough. The room tightened. Bakugo shoved his chair back the rest of the way, ready to move anyway. The teacher shot him a hard look. "I said no." Izumi's ears twitched once. Both of the men had phones in their pockets. "Easy." She turned her head slightly and looked at the girl beside her. "Can I borrow your phone?" The girl blinked. "What?" Quickly. The girl looked at Izumi's face, then at the men, then back to Izumi. She did not ask questions. She just slid her phone across the desk. Izumi took it with one hand. The boys sitting in front of her noticed immediately. They saw the angle of her shoulders, saw the phone, saw where her glowing green pupils were fixed. One of them muttered, "Oh." The other caught on just as fast. Without saying anything louder than that, both boys shifted in their seats and scooted enough to block the thug's view of Izumi's desk. Not obvious, not dramatic, just enough. Tokoyami noticed. So did Dark Shadow. Dark Shadow looked delighted. The formation changes. Excellent. Izumi set the borrowed phone beside her own. 2 screens, side by side. The teacher was still holding the men at the front, voice calm and firm, trying to keep this from turning into something worse in a room full of kids. Bakugo looked like he was 1 second from ignoring her and starting a war anyway. The taller thug sneered. "Move." Izumi dipped her hands into the screens. Not all at once, just smooth, like the displays had turned to black water for her and her alone. A few nearby students sucked in quiet breaths. The girl beside her stared, wide-eyed but silent. Tokoyami's eyes narrowed with recognition. Dark Shadow grinned. There she is. At the front of the room, both thugs' phones lit up at the same time. The taller one frowned and looked down just in time to see black static crawl over his screen. The shorter one had even less time than that, because Izumi's hands came out of both phones. Not her whole body, just her hands. Dark fur, black static trailing off the wrists, claws half-formed from the glitch of the exit. The taller thug made a confused, disgusted sound. Then Izumi tapped his arm. Just once. Her other hand tapped the second thug too. Quick. Precise. Gone. She pulled both hands back into the screens before either of them could slap the phones away. The whole room went silent. Even Bakugo stopped moving. The shorter thug stared at his phone like it had personally insulted his family. What the hell? Izumi looked up from her seat. Then she triggered it. No song. No petty ringtone. No alarm pattern. Just pure ringing. A brutal, high, shrieking blast forced directly into both men's heads at a level no normal person should ever have to endure. The taller thug dropped first to one knee with both hands flying to his ears. The shorter one cursed, stumbled sideways, and hit the doorframe hard enough to rattle it. What did you? Neither finished the sentence. The ringing kept going. Not outside. Not in the room. Only in them. The teacher's eyes widened. Bakugo's expression changed from ready-to-fight anger to sharp, vicious satisfaction. Students shrank back in their seats as the 2 men staggered like they had been hit by something invisible and mean. One of them tried to force himself forward anyway. Izumi increased the pressure. Their phones slipped from nerveless fingers and cracked against the floor. The shorter thug made a horrible choke sound and dropped fully, both palms pressed so hard to his head it looked painful. The taller one lasted another 2 seconds. Then both of them hit the ground, out cold. The ringing stopped. The room stayed silent. No one moved. The teacher looked from the unconscious men to Izumi. Izumi slowly pulled her hands back out of the borrowed phone in her own, then slid the girl's phone back to her with careful fingers. "Thanks," she said. The girl took it like she had forgotten how hands worked. "Yeah." Bakugo barked a short laugh. "I knew you had it." The teacher turned toward him first. Not a word. Bakugo crossed his arms but did not look sorry. Tokoyami looked at Izumi across the classroom. Not startled. Not upset. Just focused. Dark Shadow drifted forward a little farther than Tokoyami probably wanted and said, with deep satisfaction, "That was incredible." Several students looked at him, then at Izumi, then back at the 2 grown men passed out on the floor. One of the boys who had scooted to block the view earlier let out a slow breath. That was insane. Izumi's tail flicked once behind her chair. The teacher moved first, stepping toward the door and looking into the hall. "Stay seated." She called for staff. Fast. Adults arrived within less than a minute, then more after that. The 2 men were restrained while still unconscious. Phones were collected. Questions started. But by then, the danger was over. The room's tension had already changed into something else. something halfway between shock and awe. The teacher came back inside once the hall was under control and shut the classroom door. Then she looked at Izumi. The whole class waited. Izumi sat there looking calm on the outside, though Tokoyami could see the extra stillness in her shoulders that meant her pulse was probably running harder than she wanted anyone to know. The teacher let out one breath. You stopped that before it became a bigger problem. Bakugo smirked. The teacher lifted a hand without looking at him. That does not mean anyone else in this room should take that as permission to fight intruders. Bakugo's smirk flattened a little. A few students laughed nervously. Then the teacher looked back at Izumi again, and her expression softened by just a fraction. But that was fast thinking. Izumi blinked once. They were in the room. Yes, the teacher said dryly. I noticed. They got a couple more laughs. The tension broke just enough for people to breathe again. The girl beside Izumi looked down at her phone, then back at her. You gave it back. Izumi frowned faintly. Why wouldn't I? I don't know. Because your hands were in it. Dark Shadow made a very interested sound at that. Tokoyami lowered his voice. Do not. I was going to ask a fair question. You rarely do. Bakugo leaned an elbow on his desk and looked straight at Izumi. Could have made it worse. I know. But you didn't. Izumi met his eyes. No. Dark Shadow floated a little closer to the aisle, still too interested in the whole thing. One clean touch and complete collapse. Dramatic. Efficient. Elegant. Tokoyami rubbed a hand over the side of his face. You make everything sound like a stage play. Because it improves things. The class was still looking at Izumi. Not the way little kids had in kindergarten. This was different. Now they were old enough to understand what had almost happened. Old enough to understand what it meant that she had ended it before either of those men could get farther into the room. The teacher straightened. All right, we're going to continue class. The office will speak to the people who need to be spoken to. A few students made small sounds of disbelief at that. She gave them a look. And yes, that includes continuing class after two idiots decided to embarrass themselves in a middle school hallway. That one got a bigger laugh. Even Izumi's mouth shifted slightly. The teacher turned back to the board like she was refusing to let the entire day become about the interruption. But as papers started moving again and chairs resettled, the room wasn't normal. Not really. Not yet. The boy in front of Izumi half-turned in his seat. That thing you did with the phone. Emma, that was cool. His friend nodded hard. Seriously. Izumi looked at them for a second, then gave a small shrug. Thanks. Bakugo looked unbearably pleased with the entire situation. Tokoyami was still watching her, and when Izumi glanced his way, she found Dark Shadow already grinning. Tokoyami noticed that a second too late. Dark Shadow's voice dropped low enough that only the three of them could hear it. She is terrifying. Izumi's tail moved once. Tokoyami answered without taking his eyes off her. Yes. That made Dark Shadow's grin sharper. And it made something warm and awkward settle under Izumi's ribs, right where the leftover adrenaline had been. She looked back toward the front of the room before anybody could catch too much on her face. But she was still smiling a little. Lunch on the roof had started becoming normal. Not for everyone. Most students still stayed downstairs in classrooms or hallways or anywhere that did not involve wind, sun, and stairs for no reason. But for Izumi, the roof had turned into a good place to breathe. It was quieter, open, the kind of place where she did not have to think as hard about every little screen around her, every little noise, every little person glancing too long at her face before pretending they had not. So she sat on the roof wall with one leg drawn up, lunch beside her, tail resting along the concrete, black hair shifting every now and then when the wind picked up. The city stretched around the school in all directions. Low buildings, roads, distant noise, bright afternoon sky. For a little while it was peaceful. Then the rooftop door opened. Izumi looked over, expecting maybe Bakugo or one of the few students who came up sometimes by accident, and then immediately left when they realized someone was already there. It was Tokoyami. He stepped out, then stopped the second the door shut behind him. He looked wrong. Not injured. Not upset. Just stiff. Too stiff. Izumi tilted her head. You okay? Tokoyami walked toward her with the kind of focus people usually used when carrying something fragile or trying not to back out of something they had already committed to. Dark Shadow was nowhere in sight. That alone said a lot. Izumi's ears twitched once. Tokoyami reached her, held out one hand, and in it was a folded note. He did not sit down. He did not explain. He just held it there and said, very evenly and very quickly, "For you." Izumi stared at the note, then at him, then back at the note. Tokoyami's feathers looked a little too tight against his body, like he had pulled every part of himself together and was holding it in place by force. She slowly took the paper from him. The second her claws closed around it, Tokoyami turned. Not casually, not smoothly. He turned and walked straight back toward the stair door at a speed, just one step away from fleeing. Izumi blinked. Tokoyami? He did not stop. By the time she got his name out fully, his hand was already on the door. Then he was gone. The roof went quiet again. Izumi sat there with the folded note in her hands and stared at the door like he might come back and pretend that had not just happened. He did not. The wind moved her hair across one side of her face. Her tail lifted, then dropped. Slowly, she looked down at the paper. It was folded neatly. Too neatly. Tokoyami neatly. The outside was blank. Izumi turned it over once, then slid one claw carefully under the fold and opened it. The handwriting inside was clean, straight, controlled. Definitely his. She started reading. Izumi, I am aware that giving you a letter and leaving immediately may not be the most respectable way to do this. However, speaking it aloud seemed likely to end poorly for me, and Dark Shadow has already proven himself completely unfit to assist in this matter. Izumi's mouth twitched a little before she could stop it. She kept reading. I will try to write this plainly. I like being around you. That is the simplest version, but it is not the full one. I like that you are never exactly what people expect when they first look at you. I like that you can be unsettling and kind in the same breath. I like that you laugh at things you probably should not laugh at. I like that you are brighter than the shape of your quirk would lead most people to believe. Izumi stopped there, just for a second, then read on. You move like your body belongs only to you. You make strange things look easy. You make difficult things look less frightening than they are. When other people are unsure, you are still yourself. I respect that more than I have properly said. Her ears had gone warm, which was stupid. Her whole face was already strange enough without this happening too. She kept reading. I also think you are appealing. That made her freeze outright. The wind moved again. She did not. Her glowing green pupils stayed locked on the page. After a second, she forced herself to continue. I know that may not be the most graceful sentence to include in a letter, but it would be cowardly to leave it unsaid. You are appealing to look at, and you are appealing in the ways that matter more after that. Izumi lowered the note an inch, then raised it again. Her chest felt weird. Not bad weird. Not panic weird. Just too full all at once. The rest of the letter was shorter. I do not know if you feel anything similar, and I am not demanding an answer immediately. I only decided that continuing to say nothing was becoming its own kind of dishonesty. If you would like to speak to me after this, I would be glad for it. If you need time, I understand. And if Dark Shadow somehow learns that I wrote the line about beauty before I have spoken to you myself, I ask that you allow me the dignity of throwing myself off the roof in peace. Tokoyami Izumi stared at the end of the letter for a long moment, then back at the middle, then at the line about beauty again, then at the first few lines, then the last one, and before she could stop herself, she laughed. Not loudly, just once, short and warm and a little breathless. By the time Izumi got back to class, lunch was almost over. The hallways had that in-between feeling they always got near the end of break. A few students were still moving around. Some were hurrying to squeeze in one last conversation before the bell. Others were already back at their desks, pretending to be normal. Izumi was not pretending very hard. She still had Tokoyami's letter tucked safely away. Her pulse had settled, but not completely. Every few seconds she found herself thinking about one line, and then another, and then the fact that Tokoyami had written the whole thing in the first place and had been apparently suffering in silence for days while Dark Shadow watched all of it happen. She stepped into the classroom. A few people looked up. Then she saw Tokoyami. He He was already at his desk, sitting straight, at least in theory. In reality, one leg was bouncing hard enough to give him away completely. Izumi stopped just inside the room. That was almost funny. Tokoyami noticed her a second later and looked up. Their eyes met. He froze. Not all over. Just enough. His leg stopped bouncing immediately, which somehow made it more obvious than if it had kept going. Dark Shadow was not out right now, and that honestly made the whole thing worse for him. Izumi looked at him for 1 second. Then 2. Then she started walking. A few classmates noticed that too. Bakugo, already in his seat, narrowed his eyes at the angle she was taking. One of the girls by the window stopped talking mid-sentence. A boy near the back followed Izumi with the kind of attention people used when they thought they were about to witness something worth remembering. Tokoyami stayed still. Too still. By the time Izumi reached his desk, the room had gone noticeably quieter. Tokoyami looked up at her from his chair. Izumi? She did not answer. Not right away. She leaned down, caught the front of his uniform collar in one hand, and pulled him toward her. The class stopped breathing. Then she kissed him. It was quick, but not uncertain, a strange, awkwardly fitting kind of contact between her bone muzzle and his crow-like beak. And for one stunned second, Tokoyami did absolutely nothing except sit there and short-circuit quietly in place. His head feathers puffed up so fast it would have been funny under any other circumstance. Around them, the classroom exploded into silence, so complete it almost had sound of its own. Someone near the door made a choked noise. Bakugo looked like his brain had slammed into a wall and bounced off. One girl put both hands over her mouth. Izumi pulled back first. Tokoyami stared at her, completely frozen. His feathers were still puffed. His eyes were wide. He looked like he had left his body somewhere around the moment her hand touched his collar and had not made it back yet. Izumi looked at him for half a second longer, then let go of his uniform. "You could have told me in person," she said. The room stayed dead silent. Tokoyami continued to look like he had just been hit with a truck made entirely of feelings. Izumi's tail flicked once behind her. "Or I wouldn't have kissed you in class." Then she turned and walked to her desk like she had not just detonated the entire room. That was when sound came back. Not all at once. First a sharp inhale from somebody in the front row. Then a whisper. Then 3 more. Then the whole room broke. What? She just kissed him? In class? Did that just happen? Bakugo slapped a hand over his face, so hard it made a sound. No way. Tokoyami was still sitting there, still not moving, still visibly fluffed. Dark Shadow chose that exact moment to burst out of him. He looked wildly between Tokoyami and Izumi, then threw both shadowy arms into the air. "I missed it." That only made the room louder. "You missed nothing," Tokoyami said, but the sentence came out too late and far too shaken to carry any authority at all. Dark Shadow whipped toward him. "Your feathers are still up." Tokoyami immediately put a hand to the side of his head like that would somehow undo reality. It did not. Izumi sat down at her desk and took out her notebook with the calm of someone who had already made peace with her own actions. Her bone cheeks were warmer than she would have liked, but she was not taking it back. Not even a little. A girl from 2 desks over leaned halfway into the aisle. "Izumi." Izumi looked up. What was that? Izumi thought about pretending not to understand the question, decided that was too much work, and answered plainly. "A kiss." That made 3 people in the room react at once. One laughed. One made a startled coughing sound. Bakugo dropped his hand from his face just long enough to glare at her. "We know that." "Then why'd she ask?" Bakugo looked offended by the logic of that. Dark Shadow had completely abandoned helping Tokoyami and was now floating too close to Izumi's desk with the kind of unrestrained joy only he could manage. That was far better than his plan. Tokoyami, who had finally remembered how to stand, looked like he deeply regretted being alive in public. "Dark Shadow, I am being supportive. You are being loud. I can be both." The classroom door opened before the situation could get even worse. Their teacher stepped in with a stack of papers, took one look at the room, and stopped. Everyone snapped straighter on instinct. The teacher narrowed her eyes. What happened? No one answered. Not because no one wanted to. because too many people wanted to at once. The teacher's gaze moved across the room and landed briefly on Tokoyami's still puffed feathers, dark shadows' delighted expression, and Izumi sitting at her desk looking far too composed. Her eyebrows rose. She chose, wisely, not to ask a second time. "Whatever it was," she said, setting the papers down, "it can wait until after class." The room quieted in the way only a middle school classroom could, technically obedient, spiritually useless. Izumi looked forward. Tokoyami sat back down very carefully, like he still did not trust gravity. Dark Shadow leaned in beside him and whispered something that made Tokoyami close his eyes in visible suffering. Across the room, Izumi's tail moved once against the leg of her chair. She did not turn around. She did not need to, because she could feel it anyway. The stunned attention, the disbelief, and behind it, sharper than everything else, Tokoyami still trying and failing to recover. Good. He could sit with that for a while. He had written her an appealing letter and then run away like the roof was on fire. She thought her response had been fair. By the time class actually started, nobody was paying attention properly. Not even the teacher, probably. And when Izumi finally let herself glance sideways just once, Tokoyami was already looking at her. He looked away so fast it almost made her laugh. Almost. She kept her face straight, but under the desk, where no one could see it, her tail flicked again. The end of class bell felt louder than usual. Maybe because the whole room had spent the rest of the lesson pretending nothing had happened while absolutely everyone thought about it anyway. Izumi had stayed in her seat. Tokoyami had stayed in his. The teacher had taught the lesson like she deserved a medal for not asking questions. And the entire class had developed a brand new talent for looking everywhere except where they actually wanted to look. By the time the last bell rang, chairs scraped back all at once. Students started packing up fast, but not casually. Too many of them were moving with that fake normal energy people used when they wanted to stay close enough to hear something. Bakugo was one of the only ones not pretending. He shoved his books into his bag, slung it over one shoulder, and looked straight at Izumi. "You're insane." Izumi looked at him. "That's not new." Bakugo clicked his tongue, but he didn't argue with that. He cut his eyes toward Tokoyami, who was still gathering his things with far too much care. Then Bakugo looked back at Izumi. "You broke him." "I didn't break him." Bakugo stared for a second. "You definitely broke him." Dark Shadow, hovering near Tokoyami's shoulder again, brightened. "I agree." Tokoyami closed his eyes. "I would appreciate silence from both of you." Bakugo barked one short laugh and started toward the door. "Good luck with that." He left without another word, which was probably the closest thing to kindness he was willing to show in public. The rest of the class followed more slowly, though a few of them were clearly disappointed they weren't going to get to watch whatever happened next. One girl looked back once on her way out. Izumi looked at her until she turned around again and kept walking. Then the room was quiet. Only 3 of them left. Izumi stood first. Tokoyami looked up immediately. His feathers still had not fully settled, though he had at least managed to get them under control enough that it was less obvious now. Dark Shadow floated a little higher and looked between them with visible interest. Izumi walked over to Tokoyami's desk and stopped right in front of him. He stood too. For a second, neither of them said anything. Then Izumi asked, plain and direct, "Do you want to make this official?" Tokoyami stared at her. Not blankly, just like his brain had started working too hard all at once. His head feathers lifted again, not all the way this time, but enough. Dark Shadow made a very pleased noise. Tokoyami glanced away for half a second, then back at her, and nodded. Just once. But that was enough. Izumi's whole face changed. Not dramatically. Her face did not work like that anymore, but the feeling still came through clear as anything. She stepped in and wrapped both arms around him. Tokoyami froze for a split second from surprise, then very carefully put his arms around her too. Dark Shadow made a sound like he was witnessing art. Izumi hugged tighter. Not enough to crush him, just enough to make the answer feel real. Tokoyami's feathers softened under her hands. When she finally leaned back enough to look at him, she still kept one hand on his sleeve. "So," she said, "do you want to tell my mom first or your parents?" Tokoyami looked caught off guard all over again. That was fair. He was still very obviously not over the kiss, or the question before that, or probably the entire day. My. He stopped, then tried again. You are moving through these developments very quickly. Izumi tilted her head. I kissed you in class. Yes, Tokoyami said, with the tone of someone still trying to process that. I am aware. Dark shadow floated in a lazy circle. I remain very proud. Tokoyami ignored him with visible effort. Izumi's tail swayed once behind her. I'm just saying if this is official now, then it's going to come up. Tokoyami looked at her for a long second. Then, quieter, your mother first. That made sense to her immediately. Not just because he was nervous, because Inko had known her longest, because Inko would matter first, because Tokoyami was careful in the ways that counted. Izumi smiled. Small. Sharp-toothed. Real. Okay. Dark Shadow pointed at Tokoyami. He chose correctly. I did not ask, Tokoyami said. You never do. That is why I help. Tokoyami gave him a tired look. Your version of help is a curse. Izumi laughed once under her breath, then reached down to hook her bag over her shoulder. The walk out of the classroom felt different than it had a few minutes ago. Same hallway, same school, same afternoon light coming in through the windows. But now Tokoyami was beside her, and every few steps Dark Shadow would look from one of them to the other like he still couldn't believe this had worked out so well. Izumi glanced sideways at Tokoyami while they walked. He noticed. She could tell because his posture changed a fraction. You're still blushing, she said. I am not. Dark Shadow gasped. He is. Tokoyami shut his eyes for 1 second. Dark Shadow. Izumi's tail flicked once against the back of her leg. I'm just saying, she said. You look cute. That stopped him for half a step. Not enough to stumble. Just enough to prove the hit landed. Dark Shadow was delighted. You see, he said. This is why honesty is important. Tokoyami looked at him. You are becoming unbearable. Becoming? Izumi had to bite back another laugh. By the time they reached the school entrance, Tokoyami had mostly managed to get himself under control again. Mostly. The air outside was cooler than it had been at lunch, and students were already spilling through the gate in small groups, talking too loudly about things that would not matter in an hour. Izumi spotted Inko's car near the curb. Her mother was still inside, one hand on the steering wheel, looking down at something on her phone. Izumi slowed a little. Tokoyami noticed immediately. Nervous, he asked. Izumi looked at him. A little. That seemed to surprise him. I know she'll be fine, Izumi said. That's not the same thing. Tokoyami nodded once. Fair. Dark Shadow floated lower between them and looked toward the car. Do we want a strategy? No. Tokoyami and Izumi said at the same time. Dark Shadow looked offended. I was going to suggest a good one. You were not, Tokoyami said. Izumi stepped closer to the car first. Inko looked up through the windshield, saw her, and smiled. Then she saw Tokoyami beside her. Then Dark Shadow. Then the way Izumi was standing just a little too straight. Inko's eyes narrowed in immediate motherly suspicion. She unlocked the doors. Izumi opened the passenger side, then stopped before getting in. Mom. Inko turned in her seat. Yeah. Izumi looked back once at Tokoyami. He was standing straight, clearly trying very hard to look like a respectable boy arriving at a normal conversation instead of one who had written a love letter, gotten kissed in class, and somehow agreed to all of this in a single school day. Izumi looked back at her mother. Tokoyami and I are together now. The silence lasted exactly 1 second. Then Inko lit up so fast it was almost violent. Oh. That one little word carried entirely too much. Izumi's ears tipped back slightly. That's your face. I know, Inko said. She was already looking past her toward Tokoyami, who somehow got even straighter. Tokoyami bowed his head politely. Good afternoon, Midoriya-san. Inko put a hand to her chest. He's polite too. Izumi stared at her. Mom. I'm sorry. Inko said, though she was visibly not sorry at all. That was just very fast. Dark Shadow floated proudly at Tokoyami's shoulder. He wrote her a letter. Tokoyami's entire posture turned into regret. Izumi put a hand over her face for a second. Inko made a small sound that was definitely delight, and not at all under control. A letter. Tokoyami looked like he wanted the ground to open. It was a good one, Izumi said, because she wasn't going to let him die alone in this. That helped. A little. Inko looked between them, then softened in the way she always did when she realized this wasn't just something cute to tease. It mattered. All right, she said more gently. Are you both happy? Izumi answered first. Yeah. Tokoyami nodded. Yes. Dark Shadow lifted one hand. Very. Tokoyami ignored that with practice. Inko smiled and leaned an arm on the open car door. Then I'm happy too. Izumi felt something in her chest loosen at once. She had known probably, but hearing it still mattered. Tokoyami's shoulders eased too. Not much. Just enough. Inko looked at him again. You're welcome to dinner sometime, you know? That made Tokoyami blink. Thank you. Dark Shadow brightened. Excellent. Izumi looked between all three of them. This is moving very fast. Inko smiled sweetly. You kissed him in class. Tokoyami looked away. Izumi stood there for a second, then nodded once. That's fair. It was. Annoyingly. She finally got into the car, but not before glancing back out the open door. Text me later? Tokoyami looked at her, and, for the first time since she'd walked back into class, looked fully steady. I will. Dark Shadow leaned down beside him and added, He means immediately. Tokoyami sighed. Izumi grinned. Then Inko pulled away from the curb, and through the passenger window Izumi watched Tokoyami and Dark Shadow get a little smaller behind them. Her mother waited until they'd made the first turn before speaking. So, Izumi looked straight ahead. Don't. Inko smiled to herself. I was only going to say he seems nice. He is. And brave. Izumi turned her head. Brave. Inko kept her eyes on the road. He came to tell me first. That counts. Izumi sat with that for a second, then looked back out the window, so her mother wouldn't see too much on her face. Yeah, she said quietly. It does. 18 years later, the chase had hit a wall. Police cruisers flooded the highway in flashing red and blue, engines roaring as they tore after a stolen high-end car that looked more like a concept vehicle than something meant to drive on an actual road. It was sleek, black, armored, and painfully expensive. That was the problem. Normally, this would have ended already. Spike strips, pit maneuver, precision shots on the tires. Something, anything. But this car was worth millions, and every officer in pursuit had been reminded of that at least 3 times in the last 5 minutes. Do not destroy the vehicle had become the most annoying sentence in the sheriff's life. Inside the lead cruiser, Sheriff Tsukauchi kept one hand on the dashboard mic while looking ahead at the fleeing car. It weaved through open lanes with stupid confidence, the thief inside clearly enjoying himself. Still no clean opening, one officer reported over comms. No kidding, Tsukauchi muttered. The car had shot between 2 semis and came out clean on the other side. One of the younger officers in the passenger seat groaned. We can't even clip the tires without risking damage to the body. I know. The sheriff exhaled through his nose, already reaching for his phone. There was only one person he trusted to get inside a machine like that, stop the driver, and leave the car neat enough that the rich owner would probably still complain anyway. He hit the call. It only rang once. Ah, I knew you would need me. Izumi Midoriya answered like she had been waiting for it. The sheriff looked up through the windshield toward the city buildings lining the highway's next turn. Make sure it's intact, please. This is a car that costs more than our salaries. Over the phone, Izumi chuckled. That's a very sad way to describe a car. It's all so accurate. Fine. I'll be nice. The sheriff narrowed his eyes at the road. That sentence has never made me feel better. You called me anyway. Because of course he did. Car's coming up on your position, he said. I see it. The call ended. Up ahead, on the edge of a mid-rise building overlooking the highway curve, Izumi stood with one hand on her hip and her phone in the other. At 31, she was impossible to mistake for anyone else. Tall, 6'7", black-haired, long-tailed, skull-faced and dark-furred with those tiny glowing green pupils set in black mascara. Even standing still, she looked like a rumor someone should not say out loud near electronics. The city knew her anyway. The malware hero, Mal Zero. She set her phone on the concrete roof edge and rolled one shoulder. Then she jumped. Far below, the stolen car tore down the lane, the driver laughing to himself as he shot past another police unit trying and failing to box him in. "Idiots," he muttered. His hands stayed loose on the wheel. The car responded beautifully. Smooth. Fast. Expensive. He was already imagining the sale once he got this thing STRPPD and moved. Then the center monitor flickered. He frowned. The music display glitched, black static rippling over the screen before going dark for half a second. Then a voice came through the speakers. "Hello there." The villain nearly jerked the wheel. "What? Do you mind pulling over the car?" Izumi asked, polite as ever. "The police are getting winded, and I'd really rather not watch them embarrass themselves longer than necessary." The villain stared at the monitor. "Not a chance. Glitch." There was a beat of silence. Then Izumi gasped theatrically through the speakers. "Wow. That was hurtful." The villain sneered and reached toward the monitor controls. The screen changed before he could touch it. One app closed. Another opened. Music. The villain's face changed. "No." A search bar typed itself out. BABYSHARK. He slapped at the display. "Don't." On the screen, a little text bubble appeared. Smiley face. "Don't you dare." The song hit like a bomb. Not just loud. Wrong loud. Izumi didn't just start the music. She glitched the volume controls beyond what the car should have been physically able to produce. Baby Shark exploded through the vehicle like a live concert shoved into a sealed metal box. The villain screamed and clapped both hands over his ears too late. The song kept going. Bright. Repetitive. Cheerful. Cruel. His vision blurred instantly. BLD ran from one ear, then the other. He lurched sideways against the seat, mouth opening in a sound no one could hear over the music. His eyes rolled back. 30 seconds later, he slumped unconscious. Inside the system, Izumi killed the song immediately. Okay, that was enough of that. The steering column twitched under invisible control as she took over the car fully. The expensive vehicle stopped weaving, stopped surging, and began slowing with perfect, almost insulting neatness. Behind it, every police car in pursuit had to rapidly adjust as the stolen car signaled, shifted lanes, and came to a clean, legal-looking stop on the shoulder of the highway. For a second, nobody moved. Then one officer blurted over comms, "Did it just use the turn signal?" Sheriff Takachi rubbed a hand down his face. "Yes. Because she thinks she's funny." She did. The cruisers boxed the car in immediately. Officers got out fast, weapons ready, though most of them were already looking toward the dark monitor inside the vehicle like they expected it to start talking again. One of them carefully opened the driver's side door. Inside, the thief was out cold, ears bloodied, body limp against the seat. The officer leaned in. Suspect unconscious. The center monitor glitched once. A dark-furred hand pushed out of the display holding a phone. The officer jolted backward hard enough to smack the door frame. Izumi tossed the phone to the pavement at his feet. Then she crawled out after it. One arm, then shoulder, then black hair and skull-like face, then the rest of her tall body unfolding out of the monitor like the laws of space had simply stopped applying to her years ago and no one had figured out how to argue her back into them. She landed lightly on the asphalt, straightened, and stepped away from the car. The sheriff pulled up a second later and climbed out of his cruiser. Izumi looked at him and gave a casual two-finger wave. "Car's fine." He gave the vehicle a quick once-over. No dents. No broken glass. No collision damage. Somehow immaculate. Then he looked at the unconscious thief. "He'll wake up?" Takachi asked. Izumi tipped one hand side to side. Eventually, the sheriff sighed. "Report." Izumi rubbed the back of her head with one hand. "Stole the car, drove badly, insulted me, rejected my very reasonable request to pull over, and then made the tactical mistake of letting me near his audio system." "That tracks." She glanced toward the now gathering line of police cars and support vehicles. "Do you think this might cause multiple noise complaints?" They got a laugh from one of the officers nearby. The sheriff shook his head, already smiling despite himself. You're Mal Zero. You have a habit of this. At most, maybe 2. The song was only on for 30 seconds, so you're fine. Izumi put a hand to her chest. That's the nicest thing you've ever said to me. No, it isn't. You're right. That was probably when you called me reliable. I regretted it immediately. That sounds more like you. The sheriff looked once more at the unconscious villain, then back at the perfectly parked car. You know, he said, most heroes would have just punched him through the windshield. Izumi flicked her tail once behind her. Yeah, but then you'd have paperwork and a broken windshield. Tsukachi stared at her for a second. You still gave him concert-level Baby Shark. He was rude first. That made 3 officers laugh openly. Izumi looked pleased with herself, which was always dangerous. The sheriff pointed toward the shoulder. Go before someone from the car company gets here and starts asking questions I don't want to answer. Izumi bent to pick up the phone she had exited from and tucked it away. You want me to leave before I make it worse? I absolutely do. She grinned, sharp and bright in the way only she could manage. See you at the next disaster, Sheriff. Then her body glitched at the edges, black static pulling over her form as she stepped into the nearest police dash screen and vanished. A younger officer stared at the empty space she'd left behind. She can't keep doing that. Sheriff Tsukachi watched the now neatly recovered car and the unconscious thief bleeding from the ears in the seat. Then he looked at the officer. She absolutely can. Later that night, the Class 1A group chat had never changed its name. Not once. Not through graduation. Not through internships. Not through becoming sidekicks, full heroes, agency heads, public disasters, weddings, near-death incidents, apartment moves, licensing renewals, and whatever the hell Kaminari had called that 6-month crypto phase that everyone still refused to let him forget. It was still just 1A at 8:14 p.m. It exploded back to life. Kaminari. Did anyone else just hear Baby Shark from like 3 streets away, Zero? Oh, thank God, I thought I was losing my mind, Jiro. No, you are. But I heard it too. Kirishima. Wait, that was real? Mina. I heard it from my apartment, Uraraka. It was really loud? Ida. I am currently requesting clarification. Why did multiple former members of Class 1A hear Baby Shark across different city blocks? There was a pause. Then the messages started coming faster. Bakugo. Tisich. Yairozu. I believe I know why. Siu. Same. Ribbit. Sato. Yeah. Shoji. Agreed. Hagakure. Oh my God, it was her again, wasn't it, Aoyama? We all know the culprit sparkles in darkness. Oh, Jiro. That's not what sparkle means. Mina. It was 100% Izumi Kaminari. No one else in this city weaponizes Baby Shark like a war crime, Jiro. She turned a children's song into psychological damage. Kirishima. Honestly kind of respect it, Bakugo. Respect what? She's a menace. 3 dots appeared. Disappeared. Appeared again. Then finally, Izumi. Guilty as charged. The chat immediately detonated. Mina. I knew it Kaminari. Oh no, Jiro. What did you do? Uraraka. Izumi, what happened, Zero? Was this hero work or were you just bored, Bakugo? Answer carefully, Izumi. Hero work technically too. Technically is not reassuring. Another typing bubble appeared. This time it was Tokoyami. Tokoyami. Honey, we have talked about this. The chat froze for half a second, then absolutely lost its mind. Mina. Oh my God, Kaminari. Honey, Zero. He said honey in the group chat, Hagakure. Wait, this is better than the Baby Shark, Uraraka. Jiro. Okay, no, hold on, back up. The tone of that message means this has happened more than once, Bakugo. Of course it has. Kirishima. Tokoyami, brother, I didn't know you had that in you, Tokoyami. I regret all of you. Dark Shadow. He does not. He is merely embarrassed. Mina. Dark Shadow's in the chat too? Dark Shadow. I have always been in the chat. Jiro. That explains the 2 a.m. goth poetry link drops, Dark Shadow. You are welcome. Izumi took approximately 4 full seconds before replying. Izumi. Okay, in my defense, he called me Glitch Bakugo. And? Izumi. And then I was forced by the laws of the universe to ruin his evening, Jiro. With Baby Shark, Izumi. With Baby Shark, smiley face. Kaminari. She put the smiley back on, God help us too. How bad was it, Ribbit? Izumi. 30 seconds, Jiro. 30 seconds? Mina, that is forever at that volume 0. Was it like speaker loud or mal 0 loud Izumi? Yes, that got several people at once. Kaminari. And Olo Jiro. That is not an answer, which means it's the worst answer, Uraraka. Is the villain okay? Izumi. Passed out Sato. Ah. Shoji. Efficient. Bakugo. Weak. Kirishima. Dude got folded by baby shark, that's rough. Izumi. Ears bleeding a little. The chat stopped again. Then, Ida. Midoriya. Yaoyorozu. Izumi. Uraraka. Izumi. Mina. Girl. Bakugo. There it is. Tokoyami. This is the part we had discussed. Izumi. He was stealing a car worth more than several human lives. Apparently the sheriff specifically asked for intact property damage control 0. Property damage control is the most depressing phrase in this story. Kaminari. Wait, was this that chase on the highway? Jiro. Hold on, I saw a clip of police lights around some insane-looking black car. Izumi. Yep, that was me. Hagakure. Did you come out of the CR screen again? Izumi. Maybe Dark Shadow. She did. It was excellent. Tokoyami. Please stop encouraging her. Dark Shadow. You married her. That one killed the chat all over again. Mina. Holy SHD 0. Dark Shadow from the top row. Kaminari. He can't keep doing this, Jiro. Yes, he can, and I hope he never stops. Tokoyami. I am surrounded by traitors. Bakugo. You did that to yourself. Izumi was typing again. Then stopped. Then typed again. Finally, Izumi. To be fair, I parked the car perfectly. Yaoyorozu. That does sound like you. Ida. You are not actually helping your own case. Izumi. Sheriff said maybe only 2 noise complaints, so I'm basically innocent. Jiro. That is not how innocence works. Kaminari. Only 2 noise complaints is an insane thing to say. Tsuyu. It does sound like a successful evening for Izumi. Ribbit. Uraraka. Was Tokoyami there? Izumi. No, sadly, he was denied the joy of watching me save the day with kindergarten warfare. 3 dots from Tokoyami. Then, Tokoyami. I did, however, receive the official report before this conversation began. Mina. Wait, the official report included Baby Shark? Tokoyami. It included the phrase, volume equivalent to a live concert. Kaminari. In OF way. Izumi. Okay, see, that sounds cool when he says it. Tokoyami. It was not meant as praise. Izumi. And yet, I felt praise. Dark Shadow. As you should. Bakugo. This is disgusting. Mina. You're just mad. She used to do it to you in training. Bakugo. Shut up. 0. Used to? Jiro. Excuse me. Used to? Uraraka. Oh no. Kaminari. Bakugo, how many times did she baby shark you? Bakugo. None of your business, Mina. That means it was a lot. Kirishima. Brew. Bakugo. I'm muting this chat. Hagakure. No, you're not. Bakugo. Watch me. He did not leave. Everyone noticed. Nobody said it. The chat kept rolling. Shoji. So the villain insulted you and then lost consciousness to Baby Shark. Izumi. Yes, Shoji. Understood. Sato. Concise. Ojiro. Honestly, that feels on brand. Aoyama. A dramatic punishment for an inelegant man. Jiro. I still can't believe Tokoyami dropped. Honey, we have talked about this in the class chat like that. Mina. And oh really, we moved past that too fast. 0. Yeah, I need to go back. Kaminari. Same Tokoyami, buddy. That was smooth. Tokoyami. It was marital damage control. Izumi. Tokoyami. Do not on me. You caused this. Izumi. And yet you love me. A long pause. Then, Tokoyami. Unfortunately. The chat exploded harder than it had all night. Mina. Oh my god, Uraraka. That's actually so cute. Jiro. I hate that worked on me. Kaminari. Unfortunately is crazy. 0. Married people are weird. Dark Shadow. They are quite fond of each other. It is unbearable in private. Izumi. Rude. Tokoyami. True, but rude. Bakugo. I should have muted this. Mina. You stayed because you love US. Bakugo. Die. A minute later, a photo dropped into the chat. From Izumi. It was a picture of a mug on a kitchen counter, dark and a little dramatic looking because of course it was, with Tokoyami's hand partly visible beside it and Dark Shadow blurred in the background like he had moved at the last second. Printed on the mug were the words, "World's most patient husband Izumi. Got him this for our anniversary, BW Kaminari. LMFAO Jiro. Okay, that's actually evil Uraraka. I kind of love it Tokoyami. I use that mug every morning. Mina. That's worse Dark Shadow. He was pleased. Tokoyami. Silence. Izumi. Anyway, car recovered villain unconscious city. Safer. Everyone say thank you malware hero Bakugo. No. Kirishima. Thanks malware hero Uraraka. Thank you, malware hero Tsu. Thanks Ribbit Mina. Thank you malware wife Jiro. Absolutely not calling her that Zero. I am calling her that forever now Tokoyami. I am leaving this conversation. He did not leave. Again. Izumi, seeing that, sent one last message. Izumi. Honey, we have talked about this. The chat nearly died laughing. And somewhere in the apartment she shared with Tokoyami. One room over from where she was lounging on the couch with her phone in hand and far too much satisfaction on her face. Tokoyami made a sound of deep, private suffering that only encouraged her more. Dark Shadow, naturally, was no help at all. Send the photo from the wedding where his feathers did that thing. Izumi grinned at the screen. That was an idea for later. The end of class bell felt louder than usual. Maybe because the whole room had spent the rest of the lesson pretending nothing had happened while absolutely everyone thought about it anyway. Izumi had stayed in her seat. Tokoyami had stayed in his. The teacher had taught the lesson like she deserved a medal for not asking questions. And the entire class had developed a brand new talent for looking everywhere except where they actually wanted to look. By the time the last bell rang, chairs scraped back all at once. Students started packing up fast, but not casually. Too many of them were moving with that fake normal energy people used when they wanted to stay close enough to hear something. Bakugo was one of the only ones not pretending. He shoved his books into his bag, slung it over one shoulder, and looked straight at Izumi. You're insane. Izumi looked at him. That's not new. Bakugo clicked his tongue, but he didn't argue with that. He cut his eyes toward Tokoyami, who was still gathering his things with far too much care. Then Bakugo looked back at Izumi. You broke him. I didn't break him. Bakugo stared for a second. You definitely broke him. Dark Shadow, hovering near Tokoyami's shoulder again, brightened. I agree. Tokoyami closed his eyes. I would appreciate silence from both of you. Bakugo barked one short laugh and started toward the door. Good luck with that. He left without another word, which was probably the closest thing to kindness he was willing to show in public. The rest of the class followed more slowly, though a few of them were clearly disappointed they weren't going to get to watch whatever happened next. One girl looked back once on her way out. Izumi looked at her until she turned around again and kept walking. Then the room was quiet. Only 3 of them left. Izumi stood first. Tokoyami looked up immediately. His feathers still had not fully settled, though he had at least managed to get them under control enough that it was less obvious now. Dark Shadow floated a little higher and looked between them with visible interest. Izumi walked over to Tokoyami's desk and stopped right in front of him. He stood too. For a second, neither of them said anything. Then Izumi asked, plain and direct, Do you want to make this official? Tokoyami stared at her. Not blankly, just like his brain had started working too hard all at once. His head feathers lifted again, not all the way this time, but enough. Dark Shadow made a very pleased noise. Tokoyami glanced away for half a second, then back at her, and nodded. Just once. But that was enough. Izumi's whole face changed. Not dramatically. Her face did not work like that anymore. But the feeling still came through clear as anything. She stepped in and wrapped both arms around him. Tokoyami froze for a split second from surprise, then, very carefully put his arms around her too. Dark Shadow made a sound like he was witnessing art. Izumi hugged tighter. Not enough to crush him. Just enough to make the answer feel real. Tokoyami's feathers softened under her hands. When she finally leaned back enough to look at him, she still kept one hand on his sleeve. So, she said, do you want to tell my mom first or your parents? Tokoyami looked caught off guard all over again. That was fair. He was still very obviously not over the kiss. Or the question before that. Or probably the entire day. My. He stopped, then tried again. You are moving through these developments very quickly. Izumi tilted her head. I kissed you in class. Yes, Tokoyami said, with the tone of someone still trying to process that. I am aware. Dark Shadow floated in a lazy circle. I remain very proud. Tokoyami ignored him with visible effort. Izumi's tail swayed once behind her. I'm just saying if this is official now, then it's going to come up. Tokoyami looked at her for a long second. Then, quieter. Your mother first. That made sense to her immediately. Not just because he was nervous, because Inko had known her longest, because Inko would matter first, because Tokoyami was careful in the ways that counted. Izumi smiled. Small. Sharp-toothed. Real. Okay. Dark Shadow pointed at Tokoyami. He chose correctly. I did not ask, Tokoyami said. You never do. That is why I help. Tokoyami gave him a tired look. Your version of help is a curse. Izumi laughed once under her breath, then reached down to hook her bag over her shoulder. The walk out of the classroom felt different than it had a few minutes ago. Same hallway, same school, same afternoon light coming in through the windows. But now Tokoyami was beside her, and every few steps Dark Shadow would look from one of them to the other like he still couldn't believe this had worked out so well. Izumi glanced sideways at Tokoyami while they walked. He noticed. She could tell, because his posture changed a fraction. You're still blushing, she said. I am not. Dark Shadow gasped. He is. Tokoyami shut his eyes for 1 second. Dark Shadow. Izumi's tail flicked once against the back of her leg. I'm just saying, she said. You look cute. That stopped him for half a step. Not enough to stumble. Just enough to prove the hit landed. Dark Shadow was delighted. You see, he said. This is why honesty is important. Tokoyami looked at him. You are becoming unbearable. Becoming. Izumi had to bite back another laugh. By the time they reached the school entrance, Tokoyami had mostly managed to get himself under control again. Mostly. The air outside was cooler than it had been at lunch, and students were already spilling through the gate in small groups, talking too loudly about things that would not matter in an hour. Izumi spotted Inko's car near the curb. Her mother was still inside, one hand on the steering wheel, looking down at something on her phone. Izumi slowed a little. Tokoyami noticed immediately. Nervous? He asked. Izumi looked at him. A little. That seemed to surprise him. I know she'll be fine, Izumi said. That's not the same thing. Tokoyami nodded once. Fair. Dark Shadow floated lower between them and looked toward the car. Do we want a strategy? No. Tokoyami and Izumi said at the same time. Dark Shadow looked offended. I was going to suggest a good one. You were not, Tokoyami said. Izumi stepped closer to the car first. Inko looked up through the windshield, saw her and smiled. Then she saw Tokoyami beside her. Then Dark Shadow. Then the way Izumi was standing just a little too straight. Inko's eyes narrowed in immediate motherly suspicion. She unlocked the doors. Izumi opened the passenger side, then stopped before getting in. Mom. Inko turned in her seat. Yeah. Izumi looked back once at Tokoyami. He was standing straight, clearly trying very hard to look like a respectable boy arriving at a normal conversation instead of one who had written a love letter, gotten kissed in class, and somehow agreed to all of this in a single school day. Izumi looked back at her mother. Tokoyami and I are together now. The silence lasted exactly 1 second. Then Inko lit up so fast it was almost violent. Oh. That one little word carried entirely too much. Izumi's ears tipped back slightly. That's your face. I know, Inko said. She was already looking past her toward Tokoyami, who somehow got even straighter. Tokoyami bowed his head politely. Good afternoon, Midori-san. Inko put a hand to her chest. He's polite too. Izumi stared at her. Mom, I'm sorry. Inko said, though she was visibly not sorry at all. That was just very fast. Dark Shadow floated proudly at Tokoyami's shoulder. He wrote her a letter. Tokoyami's entire posture turned into regret. Izumi put a hand over her face for a second. Inko made a small sound that was definitely delight and not at all under control. A letter. Tokoyami looked like he wanted the ground to open. It was a good one, Izumi said, because she wasn't going to let him die alone in this. That helped. A little. Inko looked between them, then softened in the way she always did when she realized this wasn't just something cute to tease. It mattered. All right, she said more gently. Are you both happy? Izumi answered first. Yeah. Tokoyami nodded. Yes. Dark Shadow lifted one hand. Very. Tokoyami ignored that with practice. Inko smiled and leaned an arm on the open car door. Then I'm happy too. Izumi felt something in her chest loosen at once. She had known probably, but hearing it still mattered. Tokoyami's shoulders eased too. Not much. Just enough. Inko looked at him again. You're welcome to dinner sometime, you know. That made Tokoyami blink. Thank you. Dark Shadow brightened. Excellent. Izumi looked between all three of them. This is moving very fast. Inko smiled sweetly. You kissed him in class. Tokoyami looked away. Izumi stood there for a second, then nodded once. That's fair. It was. Annoyingly. She finally got into the car, but not before glancing back out the open door. Text me later? Tokoyami looked at her, and, for the first time since she'd walked back into class, looked fully steady. I will. Dark Shadow leaned down beside him and added, He means immediately. Tokoyami sighed. Izumi grinned. Then Inko pulled away from the curb, and through the passenger window Izumi watched Tokoyami and Dark Shadow get a little smaller behind them. Her mother waited until they'd made the first turn before speaking. So, Izumi looked straight ahead. Don't. Inko smiled to herself. I was only going to say he seems nice. He is. And brave. Izumi turned her head. Brave. Inko kept her eyes on the road. He came to tell me first. That counts. Izumi sat with that for a second, then looked back out the window so her mother wouldn't see too much on her face. Yeah, she said quietly. It does. Inko cleaned when she was nervous, not full spring cleaning. She was not dragging furniture around or reorganizing cabinets. But she had already wiped the kitchen counters twice, adjusted the table twice, and checked the stove 3 times in the last 10 minutes. Izumi stood in the doorway watching all of it. Mom. Inko looked up. What? You already cleaned that. I know. You cleaned it while I was watching. Inko pointed a spoon at her. That doesn't mean it stayed clean. Izumi stared at her for a second. At 13, she had grown into herself in a way that made moments like this easier to read. Her black hair framed her skull. Like face, her tail moved slower when she was relaxed, and even just standing there she had the smooth balance of someone who spent years on mats and beams. She looked toward the table, then back at her mother. You like him? I do. You barely know him. I know enough. Izumi crossed her arms. That's suspicious. Inko smiled without looking guilty at all. He wrote you a letter. That is not enough information to build a whole opinion on a person. It is when you're me. Izumi opened her mouth, then shut it again. There was no winning that. A knock came at the door before she could try anyway. Inko straightened immediately. Izumi's tail flicked once behind her. You're smiling, Inko said. I'm not. You are. Izumi gave her a flat look and went to open the door. Tokoyami stood on the other side in neat clothes that were not a school uniform for once. Beside him was a woman with dark hair and a calm, composed expression that looked very familiar in a way that made sense the second Izumi saw her. She was not stiff, just observant, the kind of person who probably noticed everything in a room without making a show of it. Tokoyami stepped slightly aside. Good evening. Izumi nodded once, then looked at the woman beside him. This is my mother. The woman gave a small, polite smile. Mika, Tokoyami. Izumi stepped back from the door. Come in. Mika's gaze moved over Izumi carefully, but not in a rude way. Not the way strangers sometimes did, trying to hide their stare and failing. It felt more like she was taking her in properly. Then she said, It's nice to finally meet you. That finally made Izumi smile a little. You too. Inko appeared from the kitchen almost immediately, drying her hands with a towel she definitely did not need. Any more? Welcome. I'm Inko Midoriya. Mika inclined her head politely. Thank you for having us. Of course. Dark Shadow floated out from behind Tokoyami's shoulder the second they got inside. Your home smells excellent. Tokoyami closed his eyes for 1 second. Dark Shadow. What? It does. Inko laughed softly. That's all right. Dinner's almost done. Mika glanced at Dark Shadow with the kind of calm acceptance that said this was not even close to the strangest thing she had dealt with as a parent. That made sense too. They moved into the kitchen and dining space naturally enough after that. Inko got everyone seated while Izumi helped carry things over from the counter. Tokoyami tried to help too, but Inko gently told him to sit before he could talk himself into being formal about it. So he did. Mika watched all of it with the smallest hint of amusement. By the time plates were set out, the first awkward edge had worn down. Not gone, but manageable. Dinner started with the normal things: school, teachers, how middle school was going, whether Tokoyami still read too late into the night, whether Izumi still forgot to put dishes in the sink if she got distracted. She does, Inko said. I don't always. You did yesterday. That was one time. It was not. Mika hid a smile behind her glass. Tokoyami, to his credit, did not look embarrassed by this. If anything, he looked a little more at ease seeing Izumi in her own house like this. Less guarded, less composed on purpose. Dark Shadow was helpful for about 7 minutes. Then he looked at Mika and said, Tokoyami was in considerable distress before giving her the letter. Tokoyami stopped moving entirely. Izumi looked down at her plate. Inko looked up very slowly. Mika, somehow, stayed calm. Was he? She asked. Dark Shadow nodded. He spent several days acting like a person waiting for execution. Tokoyami put a hand over one side of his face. Please. Izumi's shoulders shook once with the effort of not laughing. Mika looked at her son. You could have just spoken. I am aware of that now. Dark Shadow pointed at him. I said the same thing. No one asked you, Tokoyami replied. That has never stopped me before. Inko laughed first. After that, the rest of the table followed. Even Tokoyami, though his was quieter and much more reluctant. Mika finally looked at Izumi properly across the table. I'm glad he did say something. The room eased a little at that. Izumi looked back at her. So am I. Mika nodded once, like that answer mattered. And maybe it did. There was something about her that made the conversation settle more naturally after that. She wasn't loud. She wasn't the kind of parent who filled silence just to avoid it. But when she spoke, it was with the kind of steadiness that made everyone else feel like they could answer honestly. She asked Izumi about gymnastics, about school, about whether her quirks still caused trouble with electronics at inconvenient times. Less than before, Izumi said. Less is not none, Inko added. Izumi looked at her. Why are you like this in front of guests? Because it's true. Tokoyami lowered his eyes toward his plate in what was very clearly an attempt to hide amusement. Mika noticed. So did Izumi. Dark Shadow definitely did. This is going much better than the stairwell incident, Dark Shadow announced. Tokoyami looked up sharply. No. Inko's eyebrows rose. The stairwell? Izumi closed her eyes for a second. Dark Shadow beamed. That was after the rooftop letter and before. Tokoyami's hand shot out and caught him around the middle before he could finish. Dark Shadow made a muffled protest while Tokoyami, somehow still dignified despite physically restraining his own shadow, said, that part of the evening is not necessary for discussion. Mika looked at him for a moment, then at Izumi. Then, very calmly, did he panic? Izumi answered before Tokoyami could die where he sat. A little. Mika nodded once. That sounds right. Tokoyami made the quietest possible sound of suffering. By the time dinner ended, the table felt warmer than it had at the start. Not because everything had become instantly close or perfect, just because everyone had found their footing. When Tokoyami and Mika stood to leave, Inko walked them to the door while Izumi followed more slowly behind. Thank you again, Mika said. It was nice having you here, Inko replied. It was nice being here. Tokoyami looked at Izumi. I'll message you later. Izumi nodded. Okay. Dark Shadow floated between them with a dramatic sigh. How restrained. How mature. Tokoyami reached for him immediately. Mika, at last, let herself smile fully. Good night, Izumi. Good night. Then they were gone. The door shut. The house went quiet. Inko looked at her daughter. Izumi looked back. Well, Inko asked. Izumi's tail moved once. She's nice. Inko smiled. Yeah. Then, after a second, she added, and he definitely likes you. Izumi stared at her. Inko grinned, and went back toward the kitchen before she could answer. Izumi stood in the hallway for another second, then looked down at the closed door with a small, private smile. Yeah, he definitely did. The afternoon had been quiet enough that Izumi had almost started trusting it. That was usually a mistake. She was standing inside a small storefront cafe on the far side of the street, drink in one hand, the other resting near the edge of the window as she watched people pass outside. At 13, she had already grown into the kind of presence people noticed even when she was trying not to be noticed. Black hair, skull-like face, dark fur, long tail, and those tiny glowing green pupils and black scara made blending in more of a suggestion than a reality. Still, people in the area were used to her enough by now. Used enough that the cashier had only blinked once when she came in. Used enough that no one had panicked when she leaned against the glass with her drink and looked out at traffic. Then somebody shouted, "My purse!" Izumi's ears twitched toward it immediately. On the other side of the street, an older woman was half reaching after a man sprinting away from her with her purse in one hand, and the kind of stupid confidence thieves always had right before things went badly. Izumi didn't hesitate. She set her drink down on the nearest table, stepped into the edge of the storefront screen display, and dipped forward through it in one smooth movement. By the time the thief ran past another storefront farther down the block, Izumi was already there. Her upper body came out of the display first, then both arms, then the rest of her. The thief only had time for one confused look before Izumi lunged forward and locked both arms around him from behind in a tight, crushing hug. He shouted in panic immediately. "What the hell?" Izumi tightened her grip and triggered the static. It flooded across his vision all at once. Not pain first, not impact first, just immediate white-black screen interference over both eyes. The thief made a strangled sound and nearly buckled on the spot. That was the body's problem with sudden blindness. Even if it only lasted seconds, panic hit fast. His whole balance went ugly at once. He jerked, stumbled, and tried to wrench free while his body completely failed to understand where the ground was anymore. "I can't see." "No kidding," Izumi muttered. He thrashed harder, but he was already done. Blind, off balance, purse still half caught in one hand, and an angry glitch creature middle schooler wrapped around his upper body like a trap. He hit the sidewalk on one knee. Izumi kept him there. People nearby had stopped and turned by now. A few were staring. One person pulled out a phone. Another just pointed. The older woman from across the street was hurrying over as fast as she could. That was when someone landed nearby in a burst of shifting wood. Kamui Wood straightened up from where he dropped in at the curb, already moving toward the scene. He took in the restrained thief first, then Izumi, then the way she was half-crouched behind the man with both arms locked around him while he sat panicking on the pavement. Kamui Wood slowed just enough to process it. "Why are you restraining this man?" Izumi looked up at him, still holding the thief tightly in place. "Because he ran with a purse." Before Kamui could answer, the older woman reached them, breathing hard but still upright. "He stole it," she said, one hand on her chest. Then she looked at Izumi, and her whole face softened. This nice young lady stopped him. Izumi froze for 1 second. Then her bone cheeks warmed noticeably. Kamui Woods looked from her to the purse, then to the thief still blinking uselessly at nothing. "That does explain it," he said. The thief tried to shout again. "I still can't see." Izumi, still blushing, said flatly, "That sounds like a you problem." Kamui Woods definitely heard that. So did the old woman. The old woman smiled like she'd just been handed dessert. Kamui stepped forward and restrained the thief properly with his quirk, wooden bindings snapping around the man's arms and torso once Izumi finally let go. The second her arms came off him, the thief nearly collapsed sideways in relief. His sight hadn't fully cleared yet. He was still blinking hard, disoriented and shaking from the abrupt sensory hit. Kamui Woods took the purse from his hand and turned to the older woman. "Is this yours, ma'am?" "Yes, dear, thank you." He handed it back. Then he looked down at Izumi, who was trying very hard to stop looking pleased and embarrassed at the same time. "You reacted quickly." Izumi shrugged one shoulder. "He was right there. That is usually how theft works, yes." She looked up at him. Kamui's tone stayed calm, but there was a little amusement there now. You handled it well. That did not help her blush problem. The older woman clutched her purse tighter and looked at Izumi with open gratitude. You really did save me a lot of trouble. Izumi rubbed the back of her neck. It wasn't a big deal. It was to me. That answer landed harder than she wanted it to. So she looked down for a second instead of saying something weird. Kamui Wood seemed to notice that too, because when he spoke again his voice was lighter. I think that means you did good work. The thief, still on the sidewalk and finally getting some vision back, chose that moment to glare upward and snap. She jumped out of a screen. Kamui Woods looked at him. And yet you still lost. That shut him up. The older woman laughed. A few of the bystanders did too. Izumi's tail moved once behind her. Not smug, just happy. Kamui Woods finished securing the thief and called the situation in while the crowd slowly started moving again now that the interesting part was over. Before long, another unit would come collect the purse snatcher and write up the boring parts. The older woman stayed just long enough to reach out and pat Izumi lightly on the arm. You're a good girl, she said kindly. That nearly restarted the blushing from the beginning. Izumi ducked her head a little. Thanks. Then the woman left with her purse held tightly under one arm. Kamui Woods watched her go, then looked back at Izumi. You should probably retrieve your drink before someone decides it belongs to them too. Izumi's eyes widened a little. Right. She looked toward the first storefront across the street. Her drink was still visible through the window. Safe. For now. Kamui's mouth twitched. Go on. Izumi nodded once, then stepped toward the nearest display screen again. The thief saw her hand reach the glass and made a very tired, unhappy noise. He clearly did not want to watch her disappear into another storefront after what had just happened. That honestly made the whole thing better. Izumi looked back at him for half a second. Then she stepped into the screen and vanished. Kamui Woods watched the display flicker once. Then, across the street, the cafe window glitched and Izumi stepped back out beside the table where she'd left her drink. She picked it up, checked it, and looked mildly offended that it had gone slightly less cold during the interruption. Kamui Woods, still standing over the restrained thief, shook his head a little. There were weirder quirks in the world, but not many. By the time Izumi got home, the purse snatching had stopped feeling real. That happened sometimes. A thing would happen fast, people would shout, a pro-hero would show up, someone would call her nice, and then the day would keep moving like it had not just shifted around her for a minute. The only evidence left was the memory of the thief's face when his vision had gone out and the fact that her drink had gotten less cold while she was stopping a crime. Izumi pushed open the front door and stepped inside. Mom, I'm home. In the kitchen, Izumi slipped off her shoes, set her bag down, and followed the smell of dinner. The second she stepped into the kitchen, she knew something was wrong. Inko was leaning against the counter with her phone in one hand, looking at Izumi with a very specific expression. Not angry. Not exactly. Just that narrowed-eyed, deeply suspicious mother look that said, "What did you do?" Izumi stopped in the doorway. Her tail, acting, on instinct before the rest of her, lowered and curved slightly between her legs. What? Inko held the look for another second. Then she slowly raised her phone. On the screen was Facebook, and on Facebook was a post. Actually, several posts. Actually, way too many posts. One of them had a blurry picture of Izumi halfway out of a storefront display with both arms around the purse thief. Another had a freeze frame of her standing beside Kamui Woods. Another was just text and too many exclamation points. And running through all of them, in comments and tags and captions, was the same thing. Hashtag the screen girl. Izumi stared. Then stared harder. Then pointed at the phone. That's not a real name. It is now, apparently, Inko said. Izumi stepped closer, eyes narrowing at the screen. One post had a caption that read, "This mutant girl literally came out of a store screen and stopped a thief?" Another said, "The screen girl got him with one hug, and he folded instantly." Another, "I saw Kamui was talking to her after." And the comments were worse. "She's cool. Is she a vigilante? That quirk is terrifying. I want to know her hero name." Screen yokai. Nah, she's the screen girl. Now the screen girl got him. Izumi looked up slowly. Mom. Inko's mouth twitched. Yes. They named me like a stray cat. That made Inko laugh. A real laugh, warm and immediate. Izumi, betrayed by this lack of maternal support, looked back at the phone. One video clip showed the old woman holding her purse and smiling while talking to someone off camera. The poster had typed over it. She called her a nice young lady, and I almost cried. Izumi's bone cheeks warmed all over again. Inko absolutely noticed. You did get called nice, she said. Izumi looked at her. That is not the point. It's a little bit the point. No, the point is that now the entire internet thinks I'm the screen girl. Inko pushed off the counter and held the phone out so Izumi could take it. Here, look. Izumi took it with visible reluctance. That was a mistake. There were more comments than she expected. Too many. Some were dumb. Some were funny. Some were weirdly dramatic. If a screen starts glitching near me, I'm just confessing all my crimes immediately. Middle schooler BTW. A middle schooler handled it faster than most grown men. Why does she sound polite while terrifying people? I need the full footage. Someone said she blinded him. Kamui Woods looked so done. LMAO. Izumi squinted at one comment for a second. Then another. Then she scrolled. Oh no. Inko folded her arms. What? Izumi turned the phone around. One of the top comments read, "This has to be that same glitch girl from a few years ago. My cousin works at a school and said there was a weird app showing up around one girl's quirk stuff." Inko took the phone back immediately. All right, she said. That one I don't like. Izumi's tail shifted uneasily behind her. Did I do something bad? The question came out quieter. That changed Inko's face right away. The suspicion melted off it. She stepped closer and put a hand on Izumi's shoulder. No. Izumi looked up at her. You did not do anything bad. Inko said again, firmer now. You stopped a thief. You got the purse back. You didn't hurt the woman. You didn't hurt the storefront. And Kamui Woods was there to see what happened. Izumi glanced back toward the phone. The guy's eyes. He's a thief who stole from an old woman in public and then ran past a storefront you happened to be standing in front of. That doesn't answer the eye thing. Inko gave her a look. Did you permanently blind him? Izumi's ears tipped back. No. Then no, you did not do something bad. That settled in slowly. Not all at once, but enough. Izumi leaned one shoulder against the counter and looked back down at the phone. I still hate the name. Inko snorted. You don't get to choose those. I should. You absolutely should not. Izumi frowned at the screen again. Another post had zoomed in way too much on her face, probably trying to make the whole thing look more dramatic. It worked, annoyingly. A comment underneath just said, why is she kind of cool though? Izumi looked at it for a second too long. Inko saw that too. There it is. Izumi looked up. What? That tiny bit of pride. There is no pride. MMHM. There isn't. Inko smiled. Okay. Izumi narrowed her eyes. Mom. Inko reached over and smoothed a hand over her hair. You did good. That landed harder than the comments had. Harder than the posts. Harder than the stupid tag. Izumi's shoulders loosened a little. Then, because she couldn't leave it alone, she looked at the screen one more time and found a comment that made her pause. If she doesn't already have a hero name, then Screen Girl is honestly not the worst placeholder. Izumi made an offended sound in the back of her throat. Inko burst out laughing again. It's not funny. It is a little funny. It's terrible. It's memorable. That's worse. Inko took the phone back before Izumi could keep doom-scrolling herself into a worse mood and set it face down on the counter. You are not spending all night reading comments from strangers. I wasn't going to. You absolutely were. Izumi had no defense for that, so she changed the subject instead. What's for dinner? Inko smiled immediately, because she knew exactly what had just happened and was kind enough to let it happen. Curry. That helped. A lot. Izumi moved toward the table and sat down, tail settling around the chair. Behind her, Inko plated dinner while the phone sat silent on the counter for all of 3 minutes before vibrating again. Both of them looked at it, then at each other. Izumi pointed with her fork. If that's another Screen Girl post, I'm deleting Facebook. You don't even have Facebook. I'll make one just to delete it. Inko laughed into the plates, and for the first time since walking in the door and seeing that look on her mom's face, Izumi laughed too. Still embarrassed. Still not thrilled. but laughing. Because as stupid as the tag was, and as annoying as it was that people were already running with it, there were worse things than the internet deciding you look cool while stopping a thief. Even if they did say it in the dumbest way possible. I'm just saying, you're getting older. Unfortunately. Tokoyami, very quietly, said, you are handling it with dignity. Izumi looked at him. That sounded fake. Dark Shadow leaned in from above the table. It was affectionate. Tokoyami closed his eyes for 1 second. You make every conversation harder. And more accurate. Bakugo stabbed at his food like it had personally offended him. I hate this table. No, you don't, Masaru said mildly. Bakugo looked up. I hate that you're right. That got a laugh out of almost everyone, even him a little, though he killed it fast. By the time dinner plates started getting cleared, Izumi had relaxed enough to think maybe this was all there was. Just dinner. Family, mostly. A few people she cared about. Nothing too cruel. Then the lights near their section dimmed. Izumi went still. Mom looked suddenly interested in her water glass. Mitsuki was smiling too hard. Bakugo saw it before Izumi did and muttered, "Oh no." The restaurant employees came around the corner carrying a cake with candles lit bright on top. Izumi stared. The entire table stared at her. And then, with the unstoppable force of public embarrassment, the staff started singing. "Happy birthday to you." Izumi put both hands over her face immediately. "No." Mitsuki laughed so hard she nearly hit the table. Mom was no help at all. Even Masaru was smiling into his hand. Mika looked quietly amused in that controlled way of hers. While Tokoyami sat very still beside Izumi, probably because he could feel the second-hand embarrassment radiating off her in waves. Dark Shadow, traitor that he was, joined the singing. "Happy birthday, dear Izumi, I'm leaving," Izumi muttered through her hands. Bakugo, to his eternal credit, looked like he also wanted to leave, but he was laughing too. Not loudly. Not enough to make himself vulnerable. Just enough that Izumi could hear it and know this would be held over her forever. By the time the song ended, her bone cheeks were burning. The staff set the cake down in front of her with bright smiles and cheerful congratulations like they had not just inflicted social violence on a 14-year-old in front of every person she cared about. One of them said, "Make a wish." Izumi slowly lowered her hands. Everyone was looking at her. Every single one. "This is evil," she said. "It's cake," Mom said. "It's public execution with frosting." Dark Shadow looked delighted. "That is an excellent sentence." Tokoyami leaned slightly closer and said in a low voice only she could hear, "For what it's worth, I think this is funny too." Izumi turned her head just enough to look at him. "You're supposed to be on my side." "I am on your side," he said. "I can simply acknowledge reality." That was so unfair she almost smiled. Almost. Then she looked at the candles again, sighed dramatically, and blew them out in one sharp breath. The table clapped. Izumi dropped her forehead briefly toward the edge of the table. "I'll never recover from this." Bakugo immediately said, "No, you won't." Mitsuki pointed at him. "Be nice." "I am being nice." That was the nicest version. The cake got cut after that, and once the public suffering part was over, Izumi had to admit the whole thing was a little funny. Not while it was happening. Absolutely not. But now, with cake on her plate and everyone talking over each other again and Dark Shadow still humming the birthday song under his breath just to be awful, it became easier to breathe. She looked around the table. Mom smiling. Mitsuki loud as ever. Masaru warm and steady. Mika calm and observant. Bakugo pretending to be more annoyed than he was. Tokoyami beside her, close and quietly pleased. Dark Shadow impossible. And yeah, maybe getting embarrassed to the core in a restaurant full of strangers wasn't the worst thing in the world. Not if this was what came with it. Izumi picked up her fork and muttered, mostly to herself, this was still an ambush. Tokoyami glanced at her. A successful one. She looked at him, then at the cake, then at the table, and finally smiled for real. "Yeah," she said. "I guess it was." Inko had always liked watching Izumi when she forgot people were looking at her. Not because Izumi put on an act when she noticed. She usually didn't. Not really. But there was something softer about the moments when her daughter stopped thinking about herself for a little while. when she laughed before catching it, when her tail moved without meaning to, when she got distracted enough to just be 14 instead of a girl with a strange body and a stranger quirk and a habit of carrying herself like she had to stay one step ahead of everyone else's reactions. That was what Inko was watching now. The restaurant was still loud with birthday energy, even though the worst of Izumi's embarrassment had passed. Plates had been cleared. The remains of dinner sat forgotten under half-finished conversations. The cake had been cut and handed out, and most of the table had settled into the kind of warm, messy comfort that came after a good meal and a successful public humiliation. Izumi sat on one side of Tokoyami with her cake plate in front of her and a look that was still half suspicious, as if she had not fully forgiven the room for singing at her. But Kugo, across the table, had regained enough of his pride to look annoyed again, which meant he had recovered from laughing at her. Mitsuki was still talking too loudly. Masaru was smiling into his drink. Mika sat beside Tokoyami with that calm, observant expression of hers that never really missed anything. Dark Shadow was hovering nearby and stealing attention every few seconds without even trying. And through all of it, Inko watched Izumi. Her daughter had a smear of icing on the side of her bone muzzle. It wasn't a lot, just enough to notice if you were the one person at the table who had spent years noticing everything about that face from the first awful night it changed. Inko saw it immediately, and then, a second later, saw that Izumi did not. That wasn't surprising. Izumi ate more carefully than she had as a child, but cake was still cake, and 14-year-olds were still 14-year-olds no matter how eerie they looked standing in a doorway. The funny part was that no one said anything, but Kugo definitely noticed. Inko could tell from the way his eyes narrowed once, and then looked away like he had decided to keep the information for later blackmail. Dark Shadow noticed too, because Dark Shadow noticed absolutely everything. But Tokoyami noticed and actually did something about it. Inko saw the moment happen before either of them did. Izumi was saying something low to him, probably about the candle ambush or the unfairness of public birthday songs or the way Dark Shadow was still humming the melody under his breath. Tokoyami was listening with that calm, still attention he gave her that never looked dramatic unless you knew what to look for. He paused mid-reply. His eyes shifted slightly to the side of her face. Izumi kept talking for another second before noticing he was no longer following the sentence. What? Tokoyami, in a movement so small it almost could have been imagined, lifted one hand and touched the side of her muzzle with his thumb. He wiped the icing away. Just like that. Simple, gentle, natural enough that it looked like something he had already done in his head before deciding to do it in real life. Izumi stopped talking. Completely. Her tail, which had been moving lazily against the side of her chair a second ago, went still. Tokoyami looked at the bit of frosting on his thumb like he had only just realized what he'd done after doing it. Then he looked back at her. You had cake there, he said. That was all. Not flustered enough to fall apart. Not smooth enough to pretend he hadn't been affected. Just honest. Izumi stared at him. And then, slowly, her bone cheeks darkened. It was subtle on her. Not everyone could see it. Inko could. Mika could too, judging by the faint shift in her expression across the table. But Kugo saw it a second later and immediately looked like he wanted to complain about something, though even he didn't seem to know what. Dark Shadow looked absolutely thrilled. He noticed before anyone else, Dark Shadow said, because peace was never an option with him. Tokoyami went rigid. Izumi looked away at once, and that, unfortunately, was enough to make Mitsuki catch the tail end of it. What did he notice? Mitsuki asked, instantly interested. Nothing, Tokoyami said. Cake. Dark Shadow answered at the exact same time. Masaru laughed into his hand. Izumi put one hand over the lower part of her face, which only made the whole thing more obvious. There was cake, Dark Shadow clarified helpfully, and he removed it. Oh, that's cute, Mitsuki said at once. Izumi made a strangled sound, but Kugo dropped his head into one palm. We're not doing this. We are absolutely doing this, Mitsuki said. Inko, for her part, stayed quiet and watched, because the thing that got her wasn't the icing itself. It wasn't even the flustered look on Izumi's face. It was how easy it had been. Tokoyami hadn't made a production of it. He hadn't hesitated like touching Izumi's face was something frightening or strange. He had just seen something on her, reached out, and fixed it. Like her face was her face. Like there was nothing to think twice about. Like she was just Izumi. That was what hit Inko hardest. There had been years at the beginning when every expression on Izumi's face had come with some moment of waiting. Some pause. Some tiny hurt bracing itself for someone to stare too long or react too loudly or be kind in that careful way people use when they thought they were being gentle but were really just being nervous. Tokoyami had never really done that. Not even as a child. And now, sitting beside Izumi at 14 with cake on both their plates and half the adults at the table trying not to laugh at them, he still wasn't doing it. He had just reached over and touched her. Easy. Normal. Inko looked down at her own fork for a second because there was suddenly too much feeling in her chest and no graceful place to put it. Across the table, Mika caught her eye. It was only for a second, just enough to see that Mika had understood too. No words passed between them. None were needed. When Inko looked back, Izumi was pretending to focus very HRD on her cake, while Tokoyami sat a little straighter than before, clearly trying to recover his composure before Dark Shadow said anything even worse. Which, of course, meant Dark Shadow said something even worse. You are both being extremely obvious. Bakugo made a deeply offended noise. Can you shut him off? No, Tokoyami said. Have you considered trying harder? Frequently. That got a real laugh out of Izumi, and some of the tension broke with it. Her tail moved again, this time flicking once against Tokoyami's chair, without either of them seeming to notice. Or maybe they both noticed and were pretending not to. That was possible too. Mitsuki had moved on to bullying Masaru about something else, leaving the moment mostly alone now that she had gotten her first few comments in. The noise at the table swelled and shifted around them again. But Inko kept watching anyway. Izumi finally looked up from her plate and muttered something to Tokoyami that made one corner of his beak tilt in the smallest possible smile. Then she smiled too, sharp-toothed, warm-eyed, still a little embarrassed, still glowing with the remnants of being sung at by strangers in a public restaurant. Still happy. And there it was again, that little quiet twist in Inko's chest. Because the truth was, Inko remembered too much. She remembered the night Izumi touched the screen, the hospital lights, the mirror, the first day back to kindergarten, the fear in her daughter's posture every time she thought someone might pull away from her without meaning to. And now here she was, 14 years old, cake on her muzzle, a boy beside her who wiped it away without thinking, a table full of people who loved her enough to embarrass her in public and stay laughing afterward. It wasn't that Inko thought Izumi had been doomed before this. It wasn't that simple, and it wasn't fair to the years in between. But there had always been a small, ugly fear in the back of her mind that some softness in life might be harder for her daughter to reach. Not impossible, just harder. Seeing Tokoyami with her maid, that fear looked smaller. Not gone, just smaller. And for tonight, that felt like enough. Izumi caught her looking then. Inko smiled immediately. Izumi narrowed her eyes in suspicion. Why are you making that face? What face? That one. I'm having a nice birthday dinner with my daughter. That is not an answer. Masaru snorted quietly. Mika looked down at her glass to hide a smile. Bakugo muttered, You're not winning this one. Inko lifted her shoulders innocently. I don't know what you mean. Izumi stared at her for a second longer, then gave up and returned to her cake with the kind of long-suffering dignity only a teenager could manage. Tokoyami very quietly said, For what it's worth, I do. Izumi turned to him so fast it made Dark Shadow laugh. And that was it for Inko. She laughed too. Openly this time. Because the whole thing was funny. Because it was sweet. Because Izumi looked embarrassed down to her bones, and happy anyway. Because Tokoyami looked steady beside her. Because Mika seemed quietly pleased. Because even Bakugo was still here, pretending not to care, and clearly caring a lot. Because it was good. And sometimes good was enough to make old fear feel a little silly. When the check came later, and everyone started gathering coats and bags, and the night began folding itself toward its end, Inko kept one last picture of the table in her mind. Izumi with a little too much cake left on her plate. Tokoyami beside her, close and calm. Dark Shadow impossible as ever. And her daughter looking, For a few unguarded minutes, completely loved. That was the kind of memory worth keeping, and Inko intended to keep it for a very long time. The apartment lights cut out right in the middle of Izumi's stretch. 1 second her room was lit warm and normal. The next, everything dropped into darkness so suddenly that for half a heartbeat the world felt like it had vanished around her. Then the sound started, a TV cutting off in another unit. Someone in the hall complaining immediately. A muffled voice from somewhere below shouting, "Seriously?" Another voice farther down sounding one step away from personally fighting the building itself. Izumi stayed where she was. That was mostly because moving too quickly from her current position might have been impossible. She was halfway into a stretch on the floor, one leg folded under her, the other curved in a direction that would have made most people deeply regret having bones, both hands braced behind her, back twisted enough that if a stranger had walked in they probably would have assumed something terrible had happened. Which, to be fair, was about to happen. From down the hall, Inko's voice came immediately. "Izumi? Are you okay?" Izumi blinked in the dark and called back, "Yeah, a beat." Then louder, "The lights just died." "I noticed." That got no reply, which usually meant Inko was already moving. A few seconds later, Inko appeared in the doorway with a flashlight in one hand and stopped dead. The flashlight beam landed directly on Izumi, and on the shape Izumi's body was making. Inko made a noise that was somewhere between a gasp and a small heart attack. "Izumi!" Izumi looked at her upside down from where she was folded nearly in half on the floor. "What?" Inko pressed a hand to her chest. "Do not do that in the dark." Izumi frowned. "I was stretching. You were arranged like a cursed spider." That made Izumi's tail twitch once. Inko took one breath, clearly pushed aside the image of her daughter, folded like a pretzel in moonlit darkness, and stepped fully into the room. "The power's out." Through the building, Inko said, "I'm going to see what the front desk knows." Izumi started carefully unfolding herself. "Okay." Inko pointed the flashlight at her for another second, like she was still making sure no limbs were actually broken just from existing. Then she shook her head once. "Stay here." Izumi nodded. Inko turned and left, the flashlight beam wobbling once across the hallway wall before disappearing. The apartment went quiet again. Not silent. There were still the sounds of the building being annoyed in every direction. Cabinet doors opening. Someone calling across a room. Footsteps overhead. The distant complaint of somebody whose cooking had clearly just been interrupted in a way they considered personal. Izumi sat still for a second after Inko left, letting her eyes adjust the rest of the way. She didn't need the flashlight. The moonlight coming through her bedroom window and the dim spill from the thin city glow outside were enough. In low light, the room came back together quickly for her. The outline of the bed, the dresser, the TV against the wall, the edges of her school bag near the chair. Not bright, but clear enough. Her ears twitched toward the hall. Inko's footsteps were already heading away. Good. Izumi looked at the TV, then narrowed her eyes slightly. The breaker system for the apartment complex had to be electronic in some way, not just a dumb box on a wall. There had to be a monitor or interface linked in, enough of one for her quirk to feel for. And if the building was already dark, then trying to reach it through the TV, well, that was technically helping. Probably. She stood up fully, rolling one shoulder as the last of the stretch left her muscles. Then she crossed the room and crouched in front of the screen. The TV was dead. Black. Still enough to act as a surface for her. Izumi reached out and tapped it once with two claws. The screen flickered under her fingers. A little static crawled through the black glass, thin and gray and familiar. "Okay," she muttered. "Just the breaker." She focused. Not broad. Not the whole building. Just the system. Her quirk slid forward in a thread of signal and static, a little phantom. App icon blooming in the dark screen before sinking deeper through the connection. For a second, she thought she had it. A maintenance interface somewhere. Something panel-like. Something more advanced than an old manual switchboard. Then there was a loud pop outside. Izumi flinched and looked up. The room around her did not get darker. That was the first bad sign. The second was what she saw when she rushed to the window. The block outside was dark. Not just the building. Not just their floor. The streetlights were out. The shop signs farther down had died. Apartment windows across the road had gone black one by one until the whole STRP looked like someone had taken a bite out of the neighborhood. Only the moonlight remained, silver and thin over rooftops and empty dark glass. Izumi stared, then stared harder. Her fur somehow managed to go paler than her bone skull. No. She looked back at the TV, then back out the window. Still dark. Not flickering, not recovering. Fully dead. Oh no. From somewhere below, a whole new level of yelling started. A car alarm chirped once and died. Someone outside shouted something about the entire block. Izumi stepped away from the window in absolute horror. Her quirk had not found the apartment breaker. It had found something bigger, much bigger, and now half the neighborhood looked like she'd personally told the power grid to go to sleep. Izumi slowly put both hands over her face. My mother will kill me if she finds out. That was the only thought in her head. Not, I accidentally blacked out part of the city. Not, I may have just discovered something extremely important about my quirk. Not even, this is definitely too much power for a school night. Just, my mother will kill me if she finds out. The hallway outside the apartment filled with footsteps again. Inko was coming back. Fast. Izumi's ears snapped toward the door. Her eyes widened. Then she whipped back toward the TV, then the window, then the TV again, like one of them might offer a solution if she stared hard enough. Nothing. The room stayed dim and guilty. The handle turned. Izumi. Inko stepped back into the apartment, flashlight in hand again, and stopped when she saw the expression on her daughter's face. The light beam caught the edge of Izumi's skull-like muzzle. Her stiff posture, the very specific look of someone who had already mentally accepted consequences. Inko narrowed her eyes at once. What did you do? Izumi froze. That was the problem with mothers. Somehow they always knew. Nothing, Izumi said. Inko did not move. The flashlight beam stayed on her. From outside, another voice yelled about the whole neighborhood being out now. Inko's eyes shifted once toward the window, then slowly back to Izumi. You did something. Izumi stood there in the moonlight, caught between her dead TV and the dead block outside, and knew with perfect clarity that she had maybe 3 seconds left before this became a full interrogation. Her tail tucked halfway behind one leg. It was supposed to just be the building. Inko closed her eyes. Just for 1 second. When they opened again, the look on her face was not murderous. Not yet. Mostly stunned. Then tired. Then, somehow, trying very hard not to laugh at the sheer scale of the problem. Izumi. I know. You know? I know. Inko lowered the flashlight a little and put her free hand over her forehead. We are going downstairs. Izumi looked at her. Are you mad? Inko let out one long breath through her nose. I am deciding. That was worse. Izumi followed her out into the dark apartment anyway, the neighborhood still black beyond the windows and the moonlight making everything look quieter than it really was. And somewhere under the panic, under the guilt, under the certainty that she was about to get a lecture so thorough it might legally count as a second education, one other thought had started forming. She had done that, by accident, which meant one day, if she ever learned to do it on purpose, no. Bad thought. Terrible timing. First she had to survive Inko, then she could think about the blackout. The power came back an hour and 12 minutes later. Izumi knew, because she had been staring at the microwave clock the second it blinked back on in the kitchen. The apartment lights returned in stages. First the hallway, then the kitchen, then the living room, then her bedroom TV, which came back to life with a sound that felt way too smug for a machine that had just helped ruin part of a neighborhood. Inko had not said much on the way back upstairs after talking to the front desk. That had been worse than yelling. The front desk staff had looked exhausted. Residents had come down in slippers, annoyed and loud, and carrying dead phones. Somebody kept complaining about losing the end of a drama episode. Another person was furious about dinner getting interrupted. And all through it, Izumi had stood beside Inko in silence, trying to look like a normal 14-year-old and not the reason several blocks had gone dark at once. Inko had thanked the staff, apologized for the inconvenience like she personally controlled the local grid, taken Izumi back upstairs. Still no lecture. Still worse. Now the lights were on again. The city outside had returned to its normal glow, and Izumi was sitting at the kitchen table while Inko made tea with the kind of quiet, measured movements that meant she had spent the last hour thinking. Izumi watched her from over-folded arms. Finally, Inko set one mug down in front of her and took the seat across from her. Neither of them touched the tea. For a few seconds, they just looked at each other. Then Inko asked, "Do you want to tell me exactly what you were trying to do?" Izumi looked down at the mug. "I was trying to help." Inko nodded once. "I believe that. That helped a little." Izumi's tail shifted under the table. "I thought if the apartment breaker was electronic enough, I could reach it through the TV. And fix it." "Yeah." Inko stayed quiet, giving her room to keep going. Izumi rubbed one hand over the side of her face. "I sent the app through the TV and tried to feel for the building system. And instead," Izumi made a face. "Instead I found something bigger." Inko leaned back slightly in her chair. "A local grid control? Maybe." Izumi looked miserable. "Or something connected to it." Inko let out a slow breath. Not angry. Not calm either. Just thinking. "Did you know it would do that?" "No." "Did you mean to black out part of the city?" "Obviously not." That got the tiniest raise of Inko's eyebrows. Izumi sighed. "No, I didn't." Inko finally picked up her tea. "All right." Izumi blinked. All right. Inko repeated. "That's it?" "No." That was more familiar. Inko set the mug back down and folded her hands around it. "Izumi, I am not angry that you wanted to help. I am also not angry that your quirk is bigger than you expected." Izumi waited. "I am upset," Inko said, "that you tried to test something like that alone, in the dark, without telling me." "That was fair." Izumi looked down. "Yeah, and I'm more upset," Inko continued, "because if the wrong system had answered you, or if your quirk had done something stranger than a blackout, you would have been standing there by yourself trying to fix a problem you did not understand." Izumi's ears tipped back. That was the part she hadn't been thinking about. Not really. She'd been thinking about the blackout, the neighborhood, the very immediate possibility of getting in trouble. Not the fact that she'd reached into something bigger than she understood and gotten lucky that the answer had only been darkness. Inko watched her realize that and softened a little. "I know you weren't being reckless on purpose," she said, "but it was still reckless." Izumi nodded once. "Do you understand why that scared me?" Another nod. Inko was quiet for a second, then asked, "If the power had stayed out longer, what was your plan?" Izumi opened her mouth, then closed it again. Inko waited. Izumi stared at the tea. "I didn't have one." "No," Inko said gently. "You didn't." The shame of that settled hot and unpleasant in Izumi's chest. She was old enough now to know better. Old enough to hear herself say something stupid after the fact and understand just how stupid it sounded. "I'm sorry," she said. Inko's expression changed immediately. Not because the apology fixed it, just because she knew Izumi meant it. "I know. I really was trying to help." "I know that too." Izumi picked at the side of her mug with one claw. "I just thought if I could do something small, maybe it would stop being a problem before you came back." Inko smiled faintly, sat around the edges. "And instead you turned one problem into a bigger one." Izumi looked up. "That sounds worse when you say it." "It should." That got the smallest huff of laughter out of her. Inko smiled a little more at that, then shook her head once. "You are not grounded." Izumi blinked. "I'm not." "No." That was surprising enough to pull her fully out of her own head. Inko reached for her tea again. "Because this wasn't you sneaking out or lying or doing something cruel. This was you trying to solve a problem with a quirk you still don't fully understand." Izumi watched her carefully. "But," Inko added, "you are absolutely not testing your limits with infrastructure again without an adult who knows what they're looking at." That sounded much more like the rule she'd been expecting. "Okay. And if you ever think you can reach something bigger than a household device, you tell me first." "Okay. And you do not put your hands into random dead screens when I leave the room." Izumi gave her a look. "That sounds targeted." "It is." That got another small laugh out of her. The kitchen settled after that. Not fully light again on the inside. Not yet, but steadier. Inko studied her over the rim of her mug for a moment. "You know what the worst part is?" Izumi straightened a little. What? Inko pointed at her with 2 fingers. That you did it by accident. Izumi stared. You weren't trying to hit a city system, Inko said. You were trying to find one building breaker and overshot into something far larger. That sat between them for a second. Then another. Izumi looked down at her own hands. Black fur. Small claws. The same hands she used to put phantom apps into school computers by accident when she was little. Only now they were bigger. Smarter. More dangerous. You're thinking too hard, Inko said. Izumi looked up. You can tell. You get that exact look when something scares you and impresses you at the same time. That was annoyingly accurate. I'm not impressed, Izumi muttered. Inko's expression said she didn't believe that for a second. Izumi sighed and leaned back in her chair. Maybe a little. A little is allowed. That's a terrible rule. It's a realistic one. The microwave clock glowed steadily behind Inko now. The TV in the other room hummed like it had done nothing wrong. Outside, the neighborhood looked normal again. Inside, Izumi still felt a little off balance. Not because she'd gotten caught. Not really. Because the blackout had proved something. Her quirk was bigger than the things she touched every day. Bigger than phones and school computers and storefront displays. Maybe a lot bigger. And if that was true, then one day she'd need to know exactly where that line was before she crossed it by accident again. Inko seemed to read enough of that off her face to answer it anyway. We're going to be careful with this, she said. Izumi nodded. We're not afraid of it, Inko added. But we are going to be careful. That helped more than anything else had so far. Not fear. Not denial. Just care and caution. Izumi finally picked up her tea. It had gone a little cooler while they talked, but it was still warm enough. I really am sorry, she said again. Inko smiled this time. I know. Then, after a second, and for the record, Izumi looked up. Inko took a sip of tea and said, very evenly, the fact that you accidentally blacked out part of the city is going to stay between us for now. Izumi narrowed her eyes. For now. In case I need leverage later. Mom. Inko laughed. And this time, after everything else, Izumi laughed too. It started because Inko was looking for batteries. That was what she said, anyway. Izumi was on the living room floor with homework spread around her, one leg bent under her and the other stretched out, tail flicking lazily every now and then when a math problem annoyed her. The TV was on low in the background, not because either of them was really watching it, but because the apartment felt too quiet without some kind of noise filling the corners. Then Inko, somewhere near the hallway closet, made a small sound. Not a bad sound, just a surprised one. Izumi looked up from her notebook. What? Inko answered from the closet. I was looking for batteries. That doesn't answer what. There was a pause. Then Inko came back into the living room holding a thick photo album in both hands. Izumi stared at it. Oh no. Inko laughed softly. That's a very suspicious reaction. You found the past. I did. That should stay buried. Inko sat down on the couch with the album in her lap. That's not how photo albums work. Izumi looked back at her homework, which suddenly felt like the safer option. I'm busy. You've been staring at the same page for 6 minutes. That's called thinking. That's called losing a fight to fractions. Izumi narrowed her eyes. Inko smiled, opened the album, and rested one hand over the first page. The living room got a little quieter after that. Not because the TV changed, because Izumi knew what was in those albums. Baby pictures, messy hair, round cheeks, tiny clothes, the entire long, embarrassing history of being a child. And mixed in with all that, if Inko flipped far enough, would be the years after. The harder pictures, the strange ones, the ones Izumi usually tried not to think about too much. Come here, Inko said. Izumi sighed like this was the hardest thing anyone had ever asked of her and dragged herself up from the floor. She took her notebook with her at first on principle, then realized she wasn't going to do homework with a photo album open beside Inko and dropped it on the coffee table instead. She sat down carefully at the far end of the couch. Inko gave her one look. Izumi sighed again and moved closer. That's better. The first page was exactly the kind of attack Izumi had been expecting. Tiny baby pictures. A blanket she did not remember. One where she was being held awkwardly and looking furious about it. One where she had somehow gotten food all over her face before she'd even learned to walk properly. Izumi leaned closer despite herself. "You were very dramatic," Inko said. "I still am." "That's true." Inko turned the page. More baby pictures. More toddler pictures. Izumi in little shoes. Izumi in pigtails that had once been green. Izumi asleep on the couch, with one sock missing for reasons no one would ever solve. Izumi's mouth shifted slightly before. She caught it. Inko noticed anyway. "I like that one," Inko said, tapping a picture of little Izumi asleep face first in a pile of stuffed animals. "That is a slander image. It's evidence. I was ambushed by being small." Inko laughed and turned the page again. Kindergarten. Izumi recognized the school uniform immediately. The shape of herself in those pictures still felt strange now. Not because she didn't remember it, but because it looked like someone else's face attached to her life. There she was standing too straight for a 5-year-old. There she was holding a drawing badly. There she was next to Bakugo, both of them squinting at the camera like the person taking the picture had personally offended them. Izumi paused at that one. "He looked mean even then," she said. "He was 5. That didn't stop him." Inko snorted. Another page. A field trip. A craft day. A picture with a teacher kneeling behind them. A blurry one that had clearly been taken in a hurry because Izumi was mid-laugh and Bakugo looked furious about being captured on film at all. Then Inko's hand slowed. The next page was where the album changed. Izumi saw it before Inko turned fully to it. There were fewer pictures here. The spacing changed. The feeling changed. One picture was from the hospital. Izumi looked at it for a long moment. She remembered the room, did not remember the photo being taken. She was sitting on the bed, small and dark and new in the worst way. The hospital blanket over her lap, black hair still too strange on her head, her skull-like face turned halfway away from the camera like she had not wanted anyone to really see her. Inko was sitting on the edge of the bed beside her, one arm around her, hand resting over her shoulder, eyes tired enough to hurt just looking at them now. Izumi didn't say anything. Neither did Inko. After a few quiet seconds, Inko touched the corner of the photo lightly. "I almost didn't keep this one." Izumi looked at her. Inko kept her gaze on the page. "You looked so scared." Izumi looked back at the picture. Yeah, she had. Not dramatic scared. Not crying in that second. Just small and stunned, and like she no longer knew what kind of world she had woken up in. "I'm glad you kept it," Izumi said quietly. Inko turned to look at her then. "You are." Izumi nodded once. "It's ugly, but it happened." Inko's expression softened. She turned the page. More pictures from after that. Not hospital this time. Home. Izumi relearning the shape of herself without knowing anyone was watching. One of her sitting in front of the TV. Eyes narrowed at the black screen like it had betrayed her personally. One where her tail was still clearly new because she looked like she didn't know what to do with it. One of her asleep on Inko's shoulder, all black fur and small limbs, and the face she still had now, just younger and softer. Izumi stared at that one. "I remember that blanket," she said. "The blue one." "Yeah. You dragged it everywhere for months. It was a good blanket." "It was." Inko smiled down at the page, then turned again. There were more school photos after that. Izumi braced for them, but they weren't as bad as she remembered. Still awkward. Still obvious she had been more self-conscious then, but not unbearable. There was one from kindergarten where Tokoyami was in the corner of the frame, clearly mid-sentence, while Dark Shadow looked straight at the camera with the energy of someone who already knew he was the most interesting thing in the room. Izumi pointed immediately. "There he is." Inko smiled. "I was wondering when you'd notice." "I noticed." "You noticed very fast." Izumi glanced sideways at her. "That sounds loaded." "I didn't say anything." "You were thinking something." "Always." Izumi looked back at the photo before Inko could say more. There was another one, later than that. Some kind of school activity. She and Tokoyami seated near each other. Dark Shadow halfway between them. Bakugo in the background, looking like everyone around him was useless. That one made her smile before she caught it. Inko definitely caught it first. Izumi stiffened. "Don't." "I didn't say anything." "You did a sound." "It was a very small sound." It was suspicious. Inko laughed and turned the page again. Middle school started showing up after that. Izumi taller now, black hair longer, body less awkward in itself. Expressions easier to read if you knew her. Gymnastics photos tucked into the corners too. One of her on a mat, another balancing on a beam, one mid-movement where she looked more like something made to move than something meant to stand still. Izumi leaned in at that one. I like that meet. You won that one. I know. You looked very pleased with yourself. I was. That came out automatically enough to make both of them laugh. Inko kept turning pages. There were more candid shots now. Izumi half asleep at the table. Izumi glaring at a dead phone charger. Izumi on the couch with dark shadow hovering over the backrest like an extremely smug gargoyle. A blurry one of Bakugo clearly shouting while Izumi laughed hard enough to ruin the focus. Then there was one from the festival. Lantern light. Evening shadows. Tokoyami beside her. Not touching. Not posed. Just walking close enough that it said plenty on its own. Izumi went still. Inko did not say anything right away this time. That was somehow worse. Finally, carefully, she said, I like that one too. Izumi looked at the photo a second longer. Yeah. He looks at you nicely. That made Izumi's bone cheeks warm a little. Not enough to hide behind her hands. Just enough to notice. Inko mercifully did not push. She just turned another page. The birthday dinner was there too, because of course Mitsuki had apparently taken pictures like she was documenting a state event. One with the whole table. One of Bakugo, looking offended by the concept of dessert. One of Dark Shadow, clearly mid-speech. And one, Izumi made a sound. No. Inko looked innocent. What? It was a picture of Tokoyami wiping the icing off the side of her muzzle. Not posed. Not looking at the camera. Not even knowing the camera existed. Just that exact soft second caught forever. Izumi stared at it in pure betrayal. Who took this? Mitsuki. That explains why she's evil. Inko laughed hard enough to lean sideways for a second. Izumi put one hand over the lower part of her face. Delete it. It's printed. Burn it. No. It's evidence. That's what makes it good. Izumi looked at her mother in disbelief. You are impossible. Inko's smile softened after that, and she looked back down at the page instead of continuing the attack. For a little while, neither of them said anything. The TV kept murmuring in the background. Cars passed outside. The apartment held that quiet evening warmth that always came after dinner and before the night really settled in. Izumi looked across the spread of pages again. All of it together looked different than it had in her head. Less like separate versions of herself. Less like a before and after that didn't belong together. Messy, yeah. Embarrassing, definitely. Some of it ugly. Some of it really, really good. But still one life. Still hers. You kept all of it, she said finally. Inko looked at her. Of course I did. Even the bad parts. There aren't parts of you I want less. That hit hard enough that Izumi had to look back down at the album instead of at her face. Inko noticed and, for once, didn't make a joke out of it. She just reached over and ran her fingers gently through Izumi's black hair. When Izumi finally looked up again, her eyes felt a little too warm. So, Inko said quietly, giving her an easier way out. Which one are you stealing when I'm not looking? Izumi sniffed once and immediately frowned like she hadn't done that. The Bakugo one where he looks mad. You're gonna have to be more specific. That's fair. Inko smiled. Izumi looked back through the pages one more time and then leaned, just slightly, against Inko's side. Not dramatic. Not a big emotional scene. Just enough. Inko shifted her arm around her shoulders easily, like she had expected it. And together they sat there on the couch with the album open between them, looking at all the old versions of Izumi that had somehow, messily, embarrassingly, become the girl she was now. The classroom was loud before the teacher even walked in. Not wild, just the usual middle school kind of loud. Chairs scraping, papers moving, somebody arguing about a game they had definitely lost and were pretending they hadn't. A few students near the window talking too fast about weekend plans. Someone in the back trying to bounce an eraser off a friend's head and failing badly. Izumi sat near the middle of the room with one leg crossed over the other, black hair falling around her face, as she looked over the paper on her desk. Future Career Survey. She stared at it, then leaned her cheek into one hand, then stared at it some more. Around her, other students were already writing things down. Some fast, some slow, some with the confidence of people who had known what they wanted to be since they were 8. Bakugo, a few rows away, had his pencil moving like the paper had personally challenged him. That tracked. Izumi looked back down at her own sheet. She already knew what she was writing. That wasn't the problem. The problem was that writing it down made it feel more real. The classroom doors slid open. Their teacher stepped in with the heavy, long-suffering expression of someone who had already decided the class would be annoying today and was preparing accordingly. "All right, settle down." The room did not settle down. Not really. He made it to the front, dropped his own folder onto the desk, and looked out across the room with the kind of stare teachers got when they've been doing this too long to be impressed by anything. "You're turning in your future plans today," he said. "So unless all of you plan on making a living by being loud, I suggest you finish them." They got the room at least a little quieter, at least for 6 seconds. Then one boy raised his hand halfway and asked, "Can hero count as loud?" The teacher stared at him. "Only if you're bad at it." That got a laugh out of half the room. Izumi smiled down at her paper and finally started writing. Not fast, just clearly. She could hear Bakugo's pencil from here, hard enough against the desk that it sounded aggressive. Also unsurprising. A few minutes later, the teacher came down the rows collecting sheets. He flipped through them while he walked back to the front, his expression changing only slightly as he skimmed. Then he stopped, looked at the stack, looked at the class, and made the mistake of sounding interested. That got everyone's attention more than "settle down" had. He tapped the pages against his palm and said, "You all really are predictable." A few students laughed. The teacher lifted the stack. "Half the class wants some version of office work, service work, or family business." He flipped one page down. "One of you apparently wrote professional online celebrity, which I'm choosing to treat as a cry for help." That made the room break again. Then the teacher lifted his gaze and sighed. "And of course," he said, "a bunch of you put hero-related careers." That got a different kind of noise. More interested, more immediate. The room straightened up. A couple of students started talking at once before the teacher even finished. "I mean, obviously. Why wouldn't I? Being a pro hero's still the coolest job." The teacher gave them all a look that failed to stop anything at all. Then his eyes moved to one page near the top. He snorted. "Well, no one here is going to be surprised by this one." That was enough for half the room to turn toward Bakugo automatically. Bakugo leaned back in his chair with one boot against the desk leg and looked exactly like someone who had already expected the moment to arrive. The teacher held up the sheet. "Bakugo, UA High, Hero Course." A few students made impressed sounds immediately. Of course they did. Bakugo's mouth pulled into a smirk that was all confidence and zero humility. The teacher kept going. "And before the rest of you get dramatic, yes, I'm aware he's got the grades and the quirk for it." Bakugo's smirk sharpened. "You say that like I needed your help." "No," the teacher said flatly. "I say it because I know how loud this room gets." That also tracked. A few of the students laughed. One boy in the back said, "You're so annoying." Bakugo looked at him like murder was a reasonable educational response. Then the teacher looked back down at the stack and paused again. His eyebrows rose. "Well." Izumi already knew that tone. A few students near her glanced over. The teacher lifted another page. "Midoriya, UA High, General Studies." That got a different reaction than Bakugo's. Not silence, not mockery, just a brief, interested shift in the room. "UA 2. Wait, really? General Studies?" Izumi leaned back in her seat and looked up at the front. "Yeah." The teacher looked at her over the paper. "That's a serious choice. So is Hero Course?" That's Bakugo's problem. They got a laugh from the room, including from the teacher, though Bakugo looked personally offended by the idea that his choices were being referred to as problems. "They usually are," Izumi added. "Shut up." "No." The teacher lowered the papers a little. "You're not applying hero side?" Izumi shook her head once. "No," a girl near the window asked. "Why General Studies?" "It wasn't mean. Just curious." Izumi looked at her. Then around the room, a lot of them were watching now, not judging, not waiting for something pathetic, just listening. She shrugged one shoulder. Because I still want UA, and general studies makes more sense. How? Someone else asked. Izumi tipped her head slightly. I'm not really built for the shiny front of the camera hero thing. A boy two rows over immediately said, You're built for haunting electronic billboards and ruining criminals' lives. That too, Izumi said. That got another laugh. The teacher folded his arms. You've thought about this. Obviously, Bakugo scoffed from across the room. She overthinks everything. Izumi looked at him. You think with your hands, and it works. Until it doesn't. It always works. The teacher raised one hand. I am not refereeing this before lunch. That was fair. He looked back to Izumi. So general studies is the plan. For now. That caught a few people. The teacher heard it too. For now. Izumi's tail moved once behind her chair. I want the school first. That answer sat in the room for a second. Then one of the boys near the front grinned. That's kind of cool. Another nodded. Yeah, actually. The girl by the window looked at Izumi and said, It fits you. Izumi's bone cheeks warmed a little, but she kept her voice even. Thanks. Bakugo folded his arms. Teasing. The teacher glanced between the two of them, and somehow neither of you picked a normal school. We're not normal people, Izumi said. That got a louder laugh than she expected. Even the teacher smiled at that one before shaking his head and dropping the papers onto the desk. Well, if either of you embarrass this class, at least do it somewhere impressive. Bakugo leaned back again. I don't embarrass people. I beat them. See? Izumi said. That's why he's your problem. The class laughed harder. Bakugo pointed at her without even looking. Keep talking. I usually do. The teacher rubbed at his forehead. You two are exhausting. From the back of the room, someone called, Only because you keep letting them talk. That's because I've accepted I can't stop them. That also felt true. The room settled after that, but only loosely. The worksheets were collected, the moment was technically over, and the lesson was supposed to move on. But Izumi could still feel it a little. That shift. Not huge. Not dramatic. Just the quiet weight of having written it down. Of having said it out loud. UA. Not the same route as Bakugo. Not the same dream as the shiny hero posters plastered across station walls. But still UA. Still aiming high. Still real. She looked down at her empty desk for a second. Then, from across the room, Bakugo's voice cut over just low enough not to draw the teacher again. You're actually doing it. Izumi looked over. Bakugo wasn't smiling. Wasn't teasing. Just looking at her like he wanted the real answer even though he already knew it. Yeah, she said. Bakugo clicked his tongue once, then looked toward the front again. Good. That was all. But it was enough. Izumi looked away before anyone could catch too much on her face. Outside, the afternoon light pressed warm against the classroom windows. Inside, the teacher had already started talking about something else nobody cared about yet. And under it all, in the quiet place behind her ribs where big choices went once they stopped being ideas, Yue sat there now, not as a fantasy, as a direction, and somehow, writing it down hadn't made it feel heavier, just clearer. Inko found the paper in Izumi's bag because Izumi left the zipper half open. That was the whole reason. Not fake, not mother's intuition, not some deep, cosmic sign that the future had arrived whether either of them was ready for it or not. Just a badly zipped school bag leaning against the kitchen chair, while Izumi went to wash her hands before dinner. Inko had only meant to move it out of the way. Instead, the edge of the folded worksheet slid partway out, and the bold school header caught her eye before she could stop herself. She hesitated, then picked it up. By the time Izumi came back into the kitchen, drying her hands on a towel, Inko was standing by the table with the paper already open. Izumi stopped. Her ears twitched once. Inko looked up at her. Not angry. Not upset. Just looking. Izumi let the towel drop over the back of a chair. You found it. I did. That was all Inko said at first. The kitchen was warm with the smell of dinner half finished on the stove. The evening light had gone softer outside, turning the apartment windows a pale gold at the edges. The TV in the living room was on low again, Nothing important, just background noise from a game show neither of them was watching. Inko looked back down at the paper. UA High, General Studies written clearly in Izumi's hand. Not scribbled, not joked through, not half erased and changed into something smaller. Clear, intentional, real. Inko set the worksheet down carefully on the table. So, she said. Izumi leaned one shoulder against the doorway instead of coming closer right away. So, Inko folded her arms. Izumi looked at the paper, then at her mother. You're making a face. I'm thinking. That's usually the dangerous face. Inko smiled a little at that, but it didn't last long. You wrote it down. Izumi nodded once. Yeah. And not just UA. No. General Studies specifically. Yeah. The room went quiet again. Inko had known this was coming. Not in detail. Not as a date on a calendar. But as a shape at the edge of the future for years now. UA had never been some impossible name in their house. Not with the way Izumi moved. Not with the incidents. Not with the way her quirk kept growing sideways and outward and stranger the older she got. Even before the idea had become official, it had already been lurking there in the background. Still, seeing it written down made it different. Izumi pushed off the doorway and came a little closer. You can say something, you know? Inko let out a slow breath through her nose. I know. Then maybe do that. That sounded more defensive than Izumi probably meant it to. Inko heard the edge in it anyway, and that helped a little, because it reminded her that this wasn't just her own feelings catching up to reality. Izumi was watching her too, waiting for what this meant, waiting maybe for some answer bigger than just a school name on a worksheet. Inko sat down at the table. After a second, Izumi sat too. Their tea mugs from earlier were gone, but the memory of that blackout conversation still sat somewhere in the room with them. Quiet, recent, unfinished in the way that important talks always were. Inko rested one hand on the paper. When did you decide? Izumi thought about it. I don't know. A while ago. A while. I've been thinking about it longer than that. She looked down at the edge of the table. I just only really decided when writing it stopped feeling stupid. Inko's chest tightened a little at that. Why would it be stupid? Izumi gave her a flat look. Come on. Inko held her gaze. After a second, Izumi looked away. Because it's UA, she said. Because it sounds like too much when you say it out loud. Because people make it into this huge thing. It is a huge thing. I know. Inko's hand slid over the paper again, thumb pressing lightly against the corner. Then why General Studies? Izumi's tail moved once under the table, brushing against the leg of her chair. Because Hero Course doesn't fit right. Inko didn't interrupt. Izumi took that as permission to keep going. I still want UA, she said. I want the school. I want what it opens. I want access to everything there and... She paused. I know what I'm good at. Inko tilted her head a little. And I know what I'm not. The words landed simply. No self-pity. No drama. Just honesty. Inko felt something in her chest shift at that. Not because it was sad. Because it wasn't. It was the kind of self-awareness she was proud of and still, somehow, hated hearing from her daughter when it touched too close to old fears. Izumi tapped one claw lightly against the table. I'm not saying I can't do hero work. I can. I know I can. I know that too. But the whole front-facing hero thing? Izumi shrugged one shoulder. That's not really me. Inko almost said that doesn't have to matter. Almost. But she didn't. Because the truth was, Izumi wasn't talking about being unworthy. She was talking about knowing herself. And there was a difference. So Inko asked the real question instead. Does General Studies feel safer? Or does it feel right? Izumi looked at her in surprise. Then thought about it properly. Right, she said after a moment. Safer too, probably. But mostly right. That answer did something to the room. Not magically. Not enough to fix how much Inko's heart was suddenly doing. But enough to make the whole thing clearer. This wasn't Izumi shrinking herself. This wasn't her backing away. This wasn't fear making the choice for her. This was her daughter looking at the road in front of her and stepping onto the part that fit. Inko leaned back slightly in her chair. And if that changes later? Izumi's eyes flicked up. Then it changes later. There it was. That too. Not trapped. Not permanent. Not small, just a starting point. The future, apparently, had decided to arrive all at once. Inko looked down at the worksheet one more time, then folded it back the way she'd found it, and set it on the table between them. "You're really doing this?" Izumi looked at the paper too, then at her. "Yeah." The answer was quiet, but there was nothing uncertain in it. And for a second, that was the hardest part for Inko to breathe around. Not because she didn't want this. Not because she thought Izumi couldn't do it. Because she could suddenly see it. Entrance forms. School gates. A bigger world. Teachers who didn't know her yet. Students who would. A future that no longer lived in far-off words like someday or later. It lived here now, at the kitchen table, written in her daughter's hand. Inko looked away before Izumi could read too much on her face and busied herself adjusting a mug that didn't need adjusting. "You know," she said carefully, "I've spent years hoping you'd find your place." Izumi was quiet. "And I have also spent years being terrified of the moment you did, if that place meant it would carry you farther from me." That got Izumi's full attention. Inko smiled faintly, tired around the edges. Being a parent is very inconvenient. A small sound left Izumi. Not quite a laugh, but close. "I know UA isn't tomorrow," Inko said. "I know this is just a worksheet and a plan and one step." She paused. "But it feels closer now." Izumi didn't answer right away. Then she stood up, walked around the table, and leaned against Inko's side. Not with the dramatic weight of when she was little. Not climbing into her lap. Just a long, quiet press of shoulder and arm and warmth that said exactly what it needed to without needing any help. Inko's hand came up automatically to rest against her back. "Hey," Izumi said softly. Inko turned her head a little. "Hey, I'm not leaving tomorrow." That made Inko laugh under her breath despite herself. "I know. And if I go there, I'll still come home. I know. And if I don't know what I'm doing, you'll hear about it." That made her laugh properly. "Yes," Inko said. "I'm very sure of that." Izumi's tail shifted once against the side of the chair. Inko looked down at the top of her black hair, then tipped her head just enough to press a kiss there. "You can do this," she said quietly. Izumi didn't move for a second. Then, yeah. There was no hesitation in it, because that part had never been the problem. The problem had only ever been how hard it was to love someone enough that every future step they took looked, from one angle, like growth, and from another like distance. But sitting here, with the worksheet between them, and Izumi leaning at her side, and dinner half finished on the stove, the feeling was simpler than that. Pride, fear, hope, love, all of it at once. Finally, Izumi straightened and looked down at the paper again. "You're okay with it?" Inko looked at her daughter, really looked at her. At 14, at all that black hair, and dark fur, and sharp, strange face, and bright little pupils. At the girl who had once been terrified of every screen in the house, and now sat talking about UA like it was something she could honestly reach. Then she nodded. "Yes," Inko said. "I'm okay with it." Izumi stared at her for one extra second like she was checking for cracks in the answer. Then, slowly, she smiled. Not a huge one. Not childish. Just real. And that was enough to make the whole future feel a little less frightening. A minute later, Inko stood up and pointed toward the stove. "Now help me before dinner burns while we're busy having feelings." Izumi groaned immediately. That was one time. It was at least 3. That feels fake. It isn't. But she moved anyway, grabbing plates while Inko finished cooking. The worksheet stayed on the table for a little while longer, folded neatly now, no longer hidden halfway in a bag. Still just paper. Still just a plan, but no longer vague, no longer distant, close enough to touch. And somehow, now that it had been said out loud, that felt less like the start of losing something and more like the beginning of watching Izumi become even more herself. Izumi called Tokoyami after dinner. She had told herself she was only doing it because he already knew about the worksheet, because he had been in the same class, because there was no point pretending Yue had not been sitting in the back of both their minds since the teacher read the papers out loud. That was the logical reason. The real reason was that talking to Inko had made the future feel bigger, and now Izumi wanted to hear someone else say it didn't sound impossible. Tokoyami picked up after the second ring. Hello. Izumi leaned back on her bed, phone held loosely near one ear while her tail hung off the side. You sound like you were waiting. I was near my phone. So waiting. A pause. Then Tokoyami said, perhaps. Izumi smiled a little at the ceiling. From somewhere on his end, Dark Shadow's voice cut in immediately. He was absolutely waiting. Tokoyami sighed. You are not part of this call. I am always part of this call. You are not. I can hear her. Izumi laughed under her breath. Hi, Dark Shadow. Greetings, future UA student. That made her go quiet for half a second. Tokoyami noticed immediately. Too soon, he asked. No, Izumi said. Just weird hearing it. The room around her was dim except for the lamp on her desk and the faint glow of her phone. Her homework was still on the floor where she had abandoned it earlier, along with the career worksheet now lying neatly on the desk instead of hidden in her bag. UA High, General Studies. She had looked at it 3 more times after dinner. Still real, every time. Tokoyami's voice came through softer this time. Your mother saw the paper? Yeah. How did that go? Izumi shifted, staring up at the ceiling. Better than I thought. Worse than I thought. Both. That sounds complicated. It was. Dark Shadow spoke again, quieter but still very much present. Was there crying? No. A shame. Dark Shadow, Tokoyami said. What? Emotional release is healthy. Izumi snorted. No crying. Just feelings. Worse, Dark Shadow said solemnly. Much worse, Izumi agreed. Tokoyami made a quiet sound that might have been amusement if he were anyone else. For a second, neither of them said anything. The silence wasn't awkward exactly. It had gotten easier over the years, silence between them, less like an empty space and more like a place both of them could sit without needing to fill it immediately. Then Tokoyami said, You seem calm in class. Izumi turned her head toward the window. Outside, the city lights were bright again. Fully recovered from the blackout, she was very much not thinking about right now. I had already decided, she said. I thought so. Did I look that obvious? No, Tokoyami said. You looked certain. That one hit differently. Izumi's claws tapped once against the side of her phone. General Studies doesn't sound weird to you? She asked. No. You didn't hesitate. I do not think it is strange. Why? Tokoyami was quiet for a moment, but not because he didn't know the answer. More like he was choosing the cleanest way to say it. Because you did not choose it out of weakness, he said finally. You chose it because it fits the way you see your path. Izumi looked down at the edge of her blanket. Tokoyami continued. You are not trying to become Bakugo. You are not trying to force yourself into a shape that does not suit you. You are choosing a door into UA that makes sense for you. The room felt smaller after that. Not bad smaller. Just focused. Izumi swallowed once. You make things sound prettier than they are. I was being practical. You always think that. Dark Shadow hummed. He also practiced saying something similar after class. Tokoyami's voice sharpened. Dark Shadow. Izumi sat up a little. He did. No. Yes, Dark Shadow said at the same time. A beat. Then Izumi grinned. Tokoyami. It was not practice, he said, voice stiff with dignity. It was consideration. That's practice with better posture. Dark Shadow made a delighted noise. I like that. I do not, Tokoyami said. Izumi pulled her knees up onto the bed, phone still against her ear. So what about you? What about me? UA. That made the call go quieter. Not because he was surprised. They had both known this conversation was going there eventually. Tokoyami answered carefully. I am applying to the hero course. I figured. Dark Shadow and I are suited to combat. Dark Shadow cut in proudly. And spectacle. In combat. Tokoyami repeated. Izumi smiled. You'll get in. You were certain. Yeah. That easily? Yeah. Tokoyami didn't answer for a moment. Izumi could picture him on the other end, probably sitting too straight, probably looking down at something on his desk, feathers just barely shifting because he had no idea what to do with direct confidence aimed at him. Good. He deserved to be flustered sometimes. Finally, he said, I appreciate that. Izumi's voice softened. I mean it. I know. Another quiet stretch. Then Izumi looked at the worksheet on her desk again. So you'll be hero course. Bakugo will be hero course. I'll be general studies. Yes, that's going to be weird. It will be UA, Tokoyami said. I suspect everything will be weird. That was fair. Dark Shadow added. You will still see each other. I will ensure it. Tokoyami sounded tired immediately. You do not control the school schedule. I can attempt to influence it. You cannot. I can complain loudly. That is not influence. It has worked before. Izumi laughed, and the future loosened a little. Not completely, but enough. She leaned back against her pillow, phone balanced near her face. Inko asked if general studies felt safer or right. Tokoyami didn't respond too quickly this time. What did you say? Right. Safer too. But right. That seems honest. Yeah. And is it? Izumi looked at the ceiling again. Thought about the classroom. The worksheet. The way the room had reacted with curiosity instead of cruelty. Bakugo's short little good. Inko's face in the kitchen. The name Yue sitting in her chest like a direction instead of a fantasy. Yeah, she said. I think it is. Then I am glad. That was such a simple sentence. So painfully Tokoyami. It made her smile. You're really calm about this, she said. I am not. You sound calm. That is different. Dark Shadow immediately said. His leg is bouncing. Izumi's smile got wider. Is it? No. Tokoyami said. Yes. Dark Shadow said. Traitor. Truth teller. Izumi rolled onto her side, laughing quietly now. You're nervous too. Of course I am, Tokoyami said. That answer surprised her a little. Not because she thought he felt nothing, because he admitted it so plainly. He continued before she could respond. Yue is not small. It is not simple. The path to becoming a hero is demanding, and being accepted is only the beginning. Izumi listened, but he said, I would rather be nervous about a future I chose than comfortable in one that felt false. Izumi stared at nothing for a second. Then she exhaled softly. There you go again. What? Saying things like that. Is that bad? No. Her tail moved once against the side of the bed. It's annoying. I see. It's a compliment. That is not how compliments usually sound. It is from me. Dark Shadow sighed dramatically. Young love is difficult to translate. Dark Shadow. What? It is. Izumi covered part of her face with one hand, even though neither of them could see her. I hate that he's not wrong. Tokoyami's silence sounded deeply pained. That made her grin again. For a little while they talked about smaller things. Classes. Homework. Whether Bakugo had been more intense than usual after the career surveys. Whether Dark Shadow counted as cheating if he reminded Tokoyami of forgotten assignments. Whether Izumi's phone had tried to help with her alarm again and made everything worse. It felt normal. That was the nice part. The future had gotten closer, but the conversations still sounded like them. Eventually, Inko called from the hallway, Izumi, don't stay up too late. Izumi turned her head. I won't. Tokoyami heard it. I should let you sleep. You sound like an adult. I am trying to be responsible. Gross. I know. Dark Shadow whispered loudly. Tell her good night properly. Tokoyami went very quiet. Izumi smiled into the phone. I heard that. Ignore him. No. I suspected you would say that. She held the phone a little closer. Good night, Tokoyami. There was a pause. Not long. Just enough. Good night, Izumi. Then, much faster and much louder, Dark Shadow added, Good night, future General Studies menace. Izumi laughed. Good night, Dark Shadow. The call ended a few seconds later. Izumi stayed there with the phone against her chest, staring at the ceiling in the dim light of her room. Yue still felt huge. It still felt close. It still scared her a little. But now the fear had company. Tokoyami aiming for hero course. Bakugo aiming for hero course. Her aiming for general studies. Different doors. Same school. Same direction. And somehow that made the whole thing feel a little less like stepping into the future alone. 10 months passed faster than Izumi thought they would. That was the annoying thing about time. When Yue was still far away, it felt huge and distant, like something sitting beyond a wall she could not quite see over yet. Then the days kept moving. School ended. Forms were filled out. Practice tests came and went. Inko bought her new notebooks. Bakugo got louder about training. Tokoyami got quieter about being nervous, which somehow made it more obvious. And then, suddenly, Yue was not far away anymore. It was in front of her. The gates rose high against the morning sky, clean and bright, and almost irritatingly impressive. Students poured in from every direction, some talking too loudly, some walking stiffly like they were trying not to look scared, some already bragging like the entrance exam had been designed as a personal compliment. Izumi walked toward the gates with Bakugo on one side and Tokoyami on the other. For a few steps, none of them said anything. Then Bakugo clicked his tongue. "Stop walking like you're going to a funeral, Birdhead." Tokoyami did not look at him. "I am walking normally. You're walking dramatically. That is not a measurable category. It is when you do it." Izumi's tail swayed behind her as she looked between them. "We made it 30 seconds onto campus before you started." Bakugo glanced at her. "You say that like you're not enjoying it." "I am. Keep going." Tokoyami sighed softly. "I am surrounded." "You chose this," Izumi said. "Dark." Shadow's head pushed out from Tokoyami's shoulder, bright-eyed despite the early hour. "I chose it too." Bakugo pointed at him. "Nobody asked you. I am emotionally involved. You're annoying. I am memorable." Izumi snorted. That helped. The gates still looked enormous, but the three of them bickering under them made the whole place feel a little less untouchable. A sign ahead split the applicants into different directions. Hero course applicants pointed toward one building. General studies applicants pointed toward another. The path broke there. For a second, all three of them slowed. Bakugo noticed first and immediately looked irritated, as if the sign itself had offended him. "TCH. This is where we split." "Looks like it," Izumi said. Tokoyami looked toward the hero course path, then back at her. "You will be all right?" Izumi tilted her skull-like face at him. "It's a written exam, not a dungeon." "Still." Dark Shadow leaned closer. "Crush them with knowledge. I'll haunt the answer sheet." "Do not," Tokoyami said immediately. Bakugo huffed. "Just pass. Don't make it weird." Izumi looked at him. Bakugo stared back. Then she said, "You know me. That's why I said it." Her bone cheeks warmed slightly, though she refused to acknowledge it. Tokoyami's voice softened. "We will meet after." "Yeah," Izumi said. "Try not to look too dead when I see you." Bakugo rolled his shoulders, already looking toward the hero course route with something sharp in his grin. "I'll be fine." That was mostly for Tokoyami. Tokoyami blinked once. "I appreciate your concern." Dark Shadow raised one hand. "I will keep him upright." "Comforting," Izumi said. Then the crowd shifted, and the three of them had to move. Bakugo went first, hands in his pockets like he owned the campus already. Tokoyami followed a step later, glancing back once. Izumi gave him a small wave with her claws. Then she turned toward the General Studies building. The hallway was quieter than she expected. Not silent, but different from the hero course side. Less explosive energy. Fewer people bouncing on their toes like they were about to sprint through a wall. Most of the students here looked focused in a more ordinary way, holding pencils, checking room numbers, comparing admission slips. Izumi still drew eyes. Of course she did. She was 6 feet, and then some of black fur, long tail, skull-like canine face, dark mouth, tiny green pupils glowing inside black sclera. She had stopped expecting not to be noticed years ago. But this kind of staring was easy to handle. No one was sneering. No one was whispering like she had done something wrong by existing. Mostly, people looked, blinked, realized they were staring, and quickly looked away. One boy almost walked into a wall trying to pretend he had not been watching her tail. Izumi decided not to comment. Generous of her, really. She found the right room and stepped inside. Rows of desks waited, each marked with a number. A few students were already seated. Some looked up when she entered. One girl with cloud-like hair gave a small nervous smile. Another student with 4 eyes on his forehead stared for 2 full seconds before looking embarrassed and turning back to his pencil case. Izumi checked her slip and found her seat near the middle. The chair creaked when she sat. A student behind her whispered, "Whoa." Izumi's ears twitched. Then the same student whispered, much quieter, sorry. She glanced back, gave a small shrug, and faced forward again. The room settled slowly as more applicants arrived. Then the door opened, and Pro Hero 13 walked in. The room went still almost instantly. 13's suit made them look larger than life, even in a classroom. Round helmet, heavy gloves, calm presence. The kind of hero who did not need to raise their voice to take control of a room. Good morning, everyone, 13 said. I'll be proctoring this portion of the UA General Studies Entrance exam. A few students straightened. Izumi did too. 13 continued. You will have 2 hours. All materials except your pencil and approved eraser must remain away. No talking. No use of quirks. No assisting other applicants. If you have a question, raise your hand and wait. Their helmet turned slightly, scanning the room. UA takes every course seriously. General Studies is no exception. Do your best. The papers were handed out. Izumi placed both hands on her desk, claws still. The exam began. For the first few minutes, there was only paper, pencils scratching, pages turning, small breaths, the soft hum of lights overhead. Izumi read the first question, then the second, then the third. Her shoulders loosened. Oh, she knew this. Not all of it instantly, not every little trick, but enough that the anxiety sitting at the base of her neck started to quiet down. She moved steadily, answering one question, then another, then skipping one she wanted to come back to instead of wasting time glaring at it. The test was hard, but not impossible. That was almost more surprising. Half an hour in, someone 2 seats overshifted. Izumi ignored it. Then came a whisper. Hey. She kept writing. A few seconds later, quieter. Hey, Skull Girl. Her pencil stopped. Not because she was offended, because that was possibly the worst attempt at subtlety in the room. 13's helmet tilted slightly. Izumi did not look over. The whisper came again. What did you put for 23? Before Izumi could even decide whether to give them the slowest stare possible, 13 spoke. No cheating. The student froze. The entire room froze a little with him. 13 did not sound angry. That made it worse. Eyes on your own exam, 13 said. The student sank lower in his seat. Sorry. Izumi went back to question 24. A few minutes later, another whisper came from behind her. Can you just, tap once if it's C? Izumi closed her eyes for 1 second. 13 spoke again. No cheating. The student behind her made a tiny dying noise. Izumi continued writing. After that, the room learned. Mostly, but halfway through the exam, something changed. Not on the paper. The question in front of her was about modern quirk law, and Izumi knew the answer well enough to circle it without thinking too hard. Still, her hand slowed. Her ears twitched. Her pupils sharpened into tiny green points. Something felt wrong. Not wrong like danger. Not wrong like a villain bursting through the door. Wrong like a screen with a hidden window open behind it. Like a sound playing just below hearing range. Like when her quirk brushed against electronics and felt a connection that should not have been there. Except this was not coming from the lights. Not the clock. Not the camera in the corner. The feeling was somewhere in the room. A pressure. A snag. Like someone's signal had been pulled too tight. Izumi's fingers flexed around her pencil. She glanced up once, careful and brief. Students bent over exams. 13 stood near the front. Nothing obvious. No one screaming. No one twitching. No device glowing with her phantom app. No visible quirk use. Still, something was wrong. Her instincts itched under her skin. For a moment, she almost reached for it. Almost let Mal Zero stretch outward, searching for the strange pull. Then she stopped herself. Exam room. No quirks. No weirdness. Did not make it weird, Bakugo had said, which was rude, but technically useful. Izumi forced her eyes back down. She answered the next question, then the next. The wrong feeling did not disappear. It sat there in the room with them until the final 15 minutes, then faded so slowly that she almost doubted it had been real. Almost. When 13 called time, pencils went down in a wave of relief. Some students groaned. One dropped his head to the desk. The girl with cloud-like hair whispered. I think my brain melted. To no one in particular. Izumi leaned back, tail curling near the leg of her desk. She had finished. She was pretty sure she had done well. But her attention was still on that wrong feeling. The exam papers were collected row by row. Students began filing out, nervous chatter returning as soon as they reached the hallway. Izumi stood with them, then deliberately slowed near the door. When the room was almost empty, she turned back. 13. The pro-hero looked toward her. Yes. Izumi glanced toward the hallway, then stepped closer and lowered her voice. I don't know if this matters. 13 gave her their full attention immediately. Tell me. That helped. A lot. Izumi tapped one claw lightly against her own arm. During the test, about halfway through, something felt wrong. What kind of wrong? I don't know. She frowned, trying to find words that did not sound ridiculous. Not the test. Not me. It felt like something in the room was being pulled or used, like a signal that didn't belong there. 13 was quiet. Izumi continued. It might be nothing. My quirk is weird with electronics and systems and people sometimes, so maybe I was just picking up stress or something. But it felt like someone was being used, or something was being pushed where it shouldn't be. 13 did not laugh, did not dismiss it. They only nodded once. I'll look into it. Izumi blinked. Really? Yes. Thank you for telling me. Oh. Her tail gave a small, uncertain flick. Okay. If you notice anything else, report it. I will. 13's helmet dipped slightly. Good luck, Midoriya. That made her stand a little straighter. Thank you. By the time Izumi left the room, the hall had mostly cleared. She followed the signs back toward the main courtyard, where applicants from different exam areas were starting to gather again. The hero course side was louder. Much louder. She spotted Bakugo first because that was easy. He was sweaty, irritated-looking, and carrying himself like the exam had personally failed to challenge him enough. So, normal. Tokoyami stood nearby, also covered in sweat, one hand resting against his knee while dark shadow drooped dramatically over his shoulder. Izumi walked up and looked between them. Wow, she said. You both look terrible. Bakugo snapped his head toward her. Say that again. You look sweaty and emotionally flammable. I passed. I didn't ask. Tokoyami straightened with as much dignity as he could while looking like he had just survived a building collapse. The practical exam was demanding. Dark Shadow lifted one hand weakly. Robots. Izumi tilted her head. Robots. Lots of them, Tokoyami said. Bakugo grinned, sharp and proud. Easy points. You are covered in sweat. That's because I was winning. Izumi looked at Tokoyami. Tokoyami said, that is close to what happened. Dark Shadow added, with more yelling. That's always implied, Izumi said. Bakugo's eyes narrowed. How was your paper test? Izumi shrugged. Fine. Fine. I knew most of it. Tsh. Of course you did. Tokoyami studied her a little more carefully. Only fine. Izumi paused. Bakugo noticed too. What? She glanced back toward the General Studies building, then shook her head once. Something felt weird during the test. I told 13. 13? Tokoyami repeated. She was proctoring. Bakugo's expression sharpened. Weird how? I don't know yet. That answer did not satisfy either of them. It did not satisfy her either. But for now, there was nothing else to grab onto. So Izumi looked back at the two of them, at the sweat, the tired posture, Bakugo's still burning confidence, Tokoyami's quiet exhaustion, Dark Shadow's dramatic suffering, and let herself breathe. Entrance day was over. Probably. Maybe. Mostly. Bakugo rolled his shoulders. Come on. I'm hungry. You're always hungry after explosions, Izumi said. Because I do something. I took a test. Exactly. Tokoyami sighed. I would also like food. Dark Shadow raised both hands. Food. Izumi smiled despite the strange feeling still lingering at the back of her mind. Fine, she said. But if Bakugo brags the whole time, I'm putting Baby Shark in his head. Bakugo pointed at her immediately. Don't you dare. Tokoyami, exhausted and calm, said, Please do not start a public incident before we receive our results. No promises, Izumi said. And together, they walked away from the gates of UA. Not students yet, not quite, but closer than they had ever been. Thank you for joining us on this journey through What If Female Deku Was Digital Monster? We hope you found it as captivating as we did. A big thank you to Dog Day 2006 for creating such an engaging story. Don't forget to visit their profile on Wattpad for more fantastic works. The link is in the description below. If you enjoyed this video, please give it a thumbs up, share it with your friends, and subscribe to Zen and Fanfics for more intriguing explorations into fanfiction and fantasy. Your support helps us create more content like this, and we love hearing your thoughts and suggestions in the comment section. See you soon in the next video.